Welcome in, everyone. Welcome to a very fun day. We're excited to get started. Robert Imbriali here. I'm one of three hosts that we have on board for today. We're going to have a fun day. It's going to be a full day of guests. It's going to be a lot of fun, lots of laughs, and you're going to hear from people we call legends in our
I don't know, 1 o'clock in the morning last night. I'm not quite sure what time we got home last night. We were at an amazing, incredible event last night. Fundraising and communication event, awareness in Palos Verdes, California.
Awesome.
Exceptional. So this is really, I know we made the announcement on June 2nd, but this is more of an official, I think. Doesn't this feel like more of an official campaign launch today?
Absolutely. It feels real now. It's exciting.
It is. And after we were at an incredible house last night that some of our friends put together, and we were shocked. There was 50 people there that didn't know me, and some of the best chefs on the planet. Literally, they flew food in from Italy to recook it here, and it was the best pesto pasta I've ever had. It was absolutely incredible, and the people were just wonderful, receptive. And the reality, and it's interesting, and this is what we're going to deal with. There was a room filled with probably more than half of your standard conservative ilk, right? But they knew something was wrong. So they weren't completely shocked when big pharma and the manipulation in the medical industry, right? What I found out after, there's about 4 or 5 very successful doctors in the room. But they didn't fight back. In fact, I was told that they were nodding in agreement with some of the things I was saying. So it's going to be a great run. I know we're changing the schedule a little bit. So Robert and Bruce, I think you need to bring on our first kind of co-host, or for the moment, or guest. I'm going to let you do that.
Well, let's bring him on in. This gentleman became friends with Lewis, I don't know how long ago, but he's some funny stuff going on. Well, so help me welcome in Mr. Mark Messina. And of Loggins in Messina, he's going to be singing some songs. Where is it you're located currently?
I am in sunny Las Vegas, but I'm actually headed out to San Diego today to hang out with a bunch of Patriots.
Excellent. And so how did you meet Lewis?
Lewis and I, well, I've been familiar with Lewis and aware of everything that he's doing. Lewis is definitely a rare breed, and we need more of Lewis's out there right now. But it was at the back of the pastor's house, right, Lewis? We were having dinner before the Rev 17 conference.
That's right.
Next thing you know, we're deep in conversations about conspiracy theories.
Well, fantastic. And what I mean, your background is what? You're in kind of a funny guy, they say.
Well, I
He's
guess
a fun guy. He's a mushroom.
Oh. I'm a fun guy, right? The bartender. But I'm a fun guy. So I do stand-up comedy, but that's not really my mainstay. I started doing that about 25 years ago in New York City when I was in my 20s, and 9/11 hit when I was just sort of getting rolling. And you can imagine the city changed a little bit. Comedy was closed for, I think at least 6 months or so. We kept shows closed because it just wasn't obviously something to do. So I just got back into that in Las Vegas last year at the Ahern luxury boutique hotel. I'm sure if you guys have been to Vegas, you know the Ahern. They're the most friendly to our kind. But yeah, I've been running a digital marketing business for about almost 30 years. Websites, digital marketing, Facebook ads, Google ads, all the nerdy stuff. And I've been podcasting now for about 2 years, and that's really turning into where I spend most of my time.
On your podcast, is it comedy mix? You make fun of people, or news stuff? What is it you do on your podcast?
Well, my channel is called Parallel 8 Media, and I have a few shows on there. My flagship show is called The 40K View. That's on Thursdays at 2 p.m. Pacific, and that's a very serious interview show. We do one-on-one. Actually, Lewis is going to be coming on soon. We haven't picked the date yet. Can I tease out the topic on that one, Lewis? So I do very serious topics across the range of hardcore politics to faith, child trafficking. I also have a Friday night show, which I do, there's a little more levity. It's called the Friday Night Huddle. And we definitely can act like, even though we're in our 40s and 50s, most of the panelists, we can act like kids in the back of the school bus. We go over topics that are related to the news of the week, but a little more light. And we try to have fun because all week we're doing serious research, serious digging into heavy topics. So Friday night, we like to relax a little bit and have more fun with it.
Well, fantastic. And so your home base is in California. And so as a California resident?
Well, my home base is in Las Vegas.
Oh, okay. Well, you spend a lot of time in California?
I do, yeah. There's a great Patriot community, specifically in SoCal. Obviously, that's where I have access to. And everyone there knows and loves Lewis.
Excellent. And you mentioned the COVID situation that you were dealing, and you did comedy online.
No. I was talking about when I started during 9/11.
Oh, okay.
COVID. Yeah, I got back into comedy last year on July 4th. It was an act of God sort of a thing. I hadn't planned to get back into comedy. I've spent most of my time podcasting these days, and I'm sure you guys know it's a beast. It takes up a lot more time than I had expected when I got into it. So I said, one of these days I'll have a little free time and I'll get back into comedy. But God has his own plans, and he created a situation that I couldn't say no to. And I wound up getting back on stage last year. And the cool thing is, I do jokes even chemtrails, things like that. And just in the year and a half that I've been back on stage, the difference in the crowd getting these jokes, it's mind blowing. When I first started back a year and a half ago, it was like chemtrail joke, 20% of the audience might laugh, 80% is like, what is that? Now you got half the room or more laughing at jokes like this. So it really is incredible to see how that COVID period forced people to wake up in ways you wouldn't even expect.
Absolutely. Yeah. We've said, multiple people have said all the time that COVID was one of the biggest blessings that come around to really wake people up to what's going on. Cause they want us not to go outside and all this, and we're forced to go online and do research and find things out that, hey, things aren't the way that they are telling us they usually are. That's been the amazing part of this whole journey, is seeing the evolution of people as they become aware of what has or has not happened.
Yeah, it's incredible. I'm sure that they thought their plan of locking us down Out in Vegas, it was basically 2 years, almost 2 full years we were locked down. I think we had like 1 or 2 weeks of respite here and there, but it was almost 2 full years. And I'm sure they thought, they were going to isolate us and separate us. And they didn't realize that during that time, folks like me and Lewis got louder, and we're reaching more and more people with real news, because people were home and had nothing to do. So despite all of their censorship, it was almost like a Streisand effect. The more they tried to hide us, the more people wanted to know what we had to say.
And thanks to eSmitty, we're audio only, all over the web, all over the internet, all over the airwaves, talk.soundaliveradio.net. So what you sent us a quick clip of some of your comedy stuff. Maybe we can get that queued up, Robert, and have a couple of laughs as we roll into this all-day deal.
Yeah, let me set that up then if you're going to play that clip. There's great irony in the clip I shared with you. Is at a Freemason lodge. So for all the conspiracy theorists out there watching, especially when we just had another shooting happen this week, and one of the first things any of us researchers does is look for the Freemason who's the first one on the scene giving the news update. My buddy asked me to perform there. They were doing a fundraiser, and I said, that I talk about conspiracy theories. You sure you want me to do that there? Am I going to leave alive? And the second part I'll set up is, you can't see it in the clip because it's tight on me on the stage, but on both sides of the stage, on the wall, it was a big room we're in. Both sides of the stage had the hockey game, the Vegas Golden Knights hockey game projected, because the Masons got there early in the day to watch. It was the game where if we didn't win, we were out of the finals. And so it was a huge game. Vegas folks like their hockey. So everyone was glued to the game. The game didn't end when the comedy show started. So they just turned off the audio, and they had you on this stage where on your right and your left was a giant projection of like one of the most important hockey games of the year. So parts of the clip you can kind of hear. When you hear me mention that, you'll understand what. So that's the setup there. You'll see how it sort of builds, and you will see that the crowd is way more hip to the conspiracy theories than I think they've ever been before.
First place I performed when I started in New York was literally in the basement of the Empire State Building. They had a tequila there, and every week it was just full of British tourists. Any Brits in the room tonight? All right, good. Let's talk about that. You guys know this, right? You must know this. Brits think Americans are stupid. You know this? They really do. Every week I'd have an audience and I'd say, "Hey, sir, where are you from?" They would always say, "Near London." Every time. Near London. Like I'm too stupid because I'm American. I got pissed once. I said to a guy, "Listen to me. I may be American, but I'm educated. I'm smart. I know things. Where exactly are you from?" And he said, "Worcestershire." I was like, "Is that near London?" Because I don't know. I really don't. And I bet most of you don't know either. Why? Because our schools have failed us, haven't they? Our schools have failed us. They didn't teach us geography in grade school. Where do we learn geography? We learn it from maps that we see on Fox or CNN. So think about what that means. If I can locate you on a map, someone's about to bomb you. Too soon? Too soon? All right, yeah, do me a favor. Make some noise if you have that one annoying friend in your group who just won't shut up about conspiracy theories. Yeah, it's me. Okay, I'm that guy. I'm that guy. You think it's easy? You think it's easy being that guy, knowing all these theories that may or may not? Members of this lodge, make some noise. I want to hear where you are. All right, it's most of you guys. All right, I have this opportunity. I have a question. All right, John Belushi, Chris Farley, Jesus Christ, all dead at the age of 33. Do you guys know anything about that? You guys know anything about that? No. It's hard being that one guy at the party, right? My friends used to think I was crazy. I'd be at a party and I'd say something like, you know, Hollywood is run by an elite pedophile ring, right? They go, did Mark just say that? Did he? Did he? Did he? I'm right again! I'm right again! Oh my God, it's like every day one of these conspiracy theories comes true and I'm less crazy. I used to go to a barbecue, they'd be like, you see the big game? I'm like, no, but do you see the big chemtrail right there? You guys get it. You know that RFK Jr. literally just came out and said the chemtrails are real, they're poisonous, and he's going to stop them. Who would have thought I had to wait 20 years to get my validation from a lifelong Democrat before my father? It was real. Did you see what else he did? He just took all the toxic dyes out of the food. I think that's where the round of applause. It is. It's a big deal. You hear what he said he's doing next? He's going to ban the black and white cookie because of racism. I love that joke. So you guys, I've been in Vegas now for 10 years and I just turned 50. 2 years ago. But I'm getting older, you guys. I am getting older. So you guys, I've been in Vegas now for 10 years and I just turned 50. 2 years ago. But I'm getting older. I mean, I'm so old. I remember when you told the girl her butt was big, it was an insult. You guys want to feel old? You know what you do? I did this. I dated a millennial. You know those type that everything they like is fire? You know that? Mark, that's fire. That's fire. In my day, if someone said that's fire, you just stop, drop, and roll. I dated one of those girls with the crystals, the collection of crystals that's always burning the sage. You know the type? She saw me using Q-tips and she came to me, Mark, you stop that right now. I was like, what? She goes, earwax is natural. You have to leave it in. It's natural. I was like, shit's natural too, but you wipe your ass, don't you? Same girl, first time she used my bathroom, she came running out. She was like, Mark, you need to get a toilet brush right now. So I did, and I used it for a week. But I had to switch back to toilet paper because of the bleeding. You guys are awful. I didn't bring you here to talk about anal bleeding all night. Although we could, sir. I'm getting older now.
Funny stuff.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it's not all politics. You got to keep the audience engaged. But I do think comedy is a great way to wake people up, right? Because if they laugh at something, humor is perspective, right? It's showing them a different way of looking at something. It's a misdirection of the mind. So if you get someone to laugh at something, you're helping them to see things. So we're just trying to undo it. And I think you see a lot of comedians out now doing just that. So we're taking it back. Another thing we're taking back.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's been crazy. I mean, it's funny how, well, it's not really funny, that how you can't make jokes now anymore, right? That's been a politically correct thing. It's too many people get offended and their feelings and all this stuff. It's hurting real comedy. People way back in the day when I was growing up, George Carlin, Richard Pryor, those type of guys, they'd be crucified if they were out on the circuit today.
Yeah, on our Friday night show, we do make a lot of jokes, and we'll say words like gay and retarded a lot. And it's not to be insensitive or hateful. it's to show that we're not cancelable anymore. We're saying these words in the spirit of when we were 12 years old and we use those words, and we're just a bunch of guys having fun with each other. And it's really important for people to take that power back. Speech control is the first step towards fascism, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Yep.
So it's been great. I know you got a full schedule. Appreciate you carving out some time to come on with us. And if somebody wanted to find out more about you, where can they go?
Well, you could go to 40K, that's 40kview.com, and that'll link you to all of my socials and my podcasts. And on X, I'm at 8track_truth. That's 8TRAQ, number 8TRAQ. And before I go, I just want to say that it's an honor to be here to support Lewis. I have been in this fight since 9/11, and we're talking about 25 long years, most of which I thought I was going to be one of those crazy old men is actually being considered right now for an important position. Tells me we've turned the corner, and I really hope and pray that the things continue to unfold in California so we can get Lewis in there, because Lewis would be incredible for California. And I do believe he'd set a precedent, and we would start seeing this around the country. So God bless you, Lewis, and everything you're doing. And I'm going to keep you in my prayers, brother, and anything I can do to help with your campaign. I'm always in your corner.
Thank you, Mark. But to summarize, what you're saying is it's possible that a crazy old man on the streets can actually make it in the gubernatorial race.
More or less.
Okay, got it. I just want to be clear about that.
Right? Is that where we've risen to or fallen
Yeah,
to?
yeah, or either maybe we came together. I don't know. Thanks, Mark. I appreciate you a lot.
Awesome. Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you, Mark.
Take care.
All right, take care.
All righty.
Get things off and go. And it's important to note today is an all-day marathon announcing it's the really official, big coming out, the announcement campaign kickoff for Lewis to run for the governor of California. And maybe some people are confused. He's not running against Newsom. He can't run again. He is termed out. So they're going to be having a brand new person be a governor, and that's going to be Lewis HERMS. And so that's what we're here for today. You can go to hermsforcali.com to join the movement. You can sign up to get information about the campaign. You can learn some of his policy positions there. You can sign up to be a volunteer. And most importantly, you can donate, because we need some finances to run a campaign. That's the way that the system is nowadays. You got to have some money to be able to play in the game. So
there is a button at the very top here called social media. I'd like you to click on that button when you go over to hermsforcali.com. And on that page, I'll click on that right now, and I'll show you what you'll see. You'll see Lewis's social media. There are links to all the social media accounts. Some of them are brand new. So we need some followers. We need some engagement. So I know Lewis and the team are going to start posting a lot of stuff on social. And what helps the most? You say, well, I really can't do very much to help Lewis. There's not much I can do. I'm just a lonely guy. I'm all alone, that kind of thing. You can do a lot just by liking a post, posting a comment. Some people like to share. You could share the post. All of that helps the algorithm, helps them to realize, hey, this is important stuff, and more people will start to see it. So go to the social media tab there on hermsforcali.com, and you could find out all the social media accounts that we
Robert,
have.
let me tag into that real quick. What Robert hit on something really, really key. What's going to put us, we the people, into office? This is not a Lewis movement. This is a we the people movement by far. And what's going to drive this will be different than it's ever been done before. I had this conversation with some people last night. So why is it so important to have 100,000 people that think they have no voice just comment? Because that disrupts their algorithms on social media to a level that you can't even possibly comprehend. And it pushes us up and makes our messages go viral. So it's so important. You can make a huge difference just by commenting on every social media post that comes out. If you're like, there's nothing I can do, I have no followers, it doesn't matter, but it does. And it's all about division. It's divide, because if they divide, they conquer. So we cannot be divided anymore. We cannot be suppressed anymore. You have a voice, and you're not on an island. The psyop is that they want you to believe you're on an island. You're not. Everybody has power in their voice, and just a comment or a like is so incredibly powerful. It'll blow you away what we're going to do with social media. And many of the accounts, as Robert said, are brand new accounts, literally launched right now. So this is going to be a lot of fun, guys. Get on there and have some funs. I'm sorry to say, the maximum you can donate today is $39,200 at a time. So just so you know, there are some restrictions. You can donate them from anywhere in the world. That's one very interesting thing that they allow in California, which I think is probably a deep state situation. But hey, we're going to take advantage of it for sure.
Yeah.
Robert and Bruce, just so we can do some cleaning of our laundry real quick, so a little housekeeping. I will be posting on a text messages, because for what Robert's doing, he says it's easier. So guys, I will be communicating with the two of you via a chat that I just created on text. So Bruce, if you could have your phone available, it will not be on the Zoom chat.
Yeah.
And then Bruce already sent you a message on there too, a pretty important one. Take it away, guys.
Take it away. We have another guest coming. We don't have a guest in our back room yet.
Yep, they seem to be running a little bit late.
Okay.
Our next
That's why my text will make sense to you.
And speak of the devil,
it's not the devil. Let's not call him
production, but I will for those people maybe listening on talk.soundaliveradio.net. This person's started very early in this movement, went viral in November, I think, of 2020, amassed a huge following. He's known online as the Patriot Street Fighter. His real name, Scott McKay, and he's built a huge following. He's also very heavily involved with tactical civics, so you can find out. So let's go ahead and hit the music. We'll get our guest and our first guest in here on our marathon today. Please help me welcome the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Scott McKay, the Patriot Street Fighter. Got to get the walk-up music going. Yes, he drops full throttle truth hammers. He has a radio show on Revolution Radio on every Monday. Revolution Radio, the tipping point. Scott McKay, what's going on there, brother?
Well, not many people I would get out of bed this early for. I get to bed at 3:30 in the morning every day, except Lewis Herms, of course. I got to tell you, it's an honor to be here, guys. Thanks for including me. And, I'm excited about the idea that there's actually going to be a politician. I shouldn't say politician. That Lewis would probably not like me for the rest of my life for calling him a politician, because he's not. He's a warrior. He's a battlefield warrior. And the fact that he's willing to be the first candidate probably in U.S. history to come out and going after the most critical points of our time. Back, well, I didn't have an audience other than normal social media, Facebook or whatever. Otherwise, I hadn't started a radio show yet, and I hadn't started the podcast. But the reality that we wake up to is that the highest levels of power in DC on both sides of the aisle, Republicans and Democrats, are involved in the satanic ritual abuse, murder, trafficking of kids worldwide. And when you dig deep enough, you start looking at it, and it involves rogue military, clowns in America, other three-letter agencies, CPS, the Vatican, the royal families around the world are all part of this satanic rite. And for a political candidate to actually come out into the open in front of the world and tell the world that the traffickers are coming from the very people that he's going up against and fighting in politics, we haven't had that ever. Nobody's got the balls to do it. Nobody's got the balls to say it. But as one of the reasons I'm getting behind Lewis is that obviously he'd make a great governor because of his pedigree and his past and what he's proven himself to be about on a truth tour 2 times around the country. I'm out of bed right now for Lewis Herms because he's a battle axe. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this campaign goes. This is the kind of leader that this country needs. And I said this to one other candidate who showed himself to not be worthy because he made a deal with the enemy after they stole an election from him. But with somebody like Lewis Herms, if someone like Lewis Herms wins just the primary, let alone the general election in California, it'll shift the political landscape in the entire nation. It'll be on the heels of someone like Jesse Ventura and Donald Trump, complete outsiders who are willing to say to the world what they need to hear and are willing to go after. Reagan was going up against Gorbachev. He was going up against the left. He was going up against his own party. He was going up against his own cabinet when he called the Soviet Union in the early 80s an evil empire. Everybody went nuts. The left did, the right did, with that kind of rhetoric. His own cabinet, came at him the same way, and he just simply said, "Look, if you don't tell them, how will they know that they're an evil empire? If you don't tell them." And he wasn't telling. Not just the American people, he was telling their people too, and he was telling the global order, cut the bullshit. They are an evil empire. Your policies of détente, which is containment of expanding communism, was so effective that they rolled through 35 countries one by one by one. And it's cut, and it's almost as if Reagan, in his very genial way, it's like, okay, cut the bullshit. 35 countries, détente doesn't work. They're an evil empire, and that's that. That's what I see in Lewis Herms running for the governor of California. That's what you're going to get.
Excellent. Yes, we need him. We need change. We need change, and we need more people to step up. You'd mentioned Jesse Ventura and Trump, and I know that Doc Pete Chambers is running for governor in Texas. So these are important for us, we the people, to take this back, and that's what this has to be. Lewis mentioned it earlier. It's not a Lewis thing. This has to be a we the people, all of us coming together to be able to pull this thing off. Fighting against this huge corrupt machine. California is probably more corrupt in their voting systems and everything else than any other state in the country. Would you agree with that, Scott?
No doubt. And everybody on here knows that. I worked campaigns in Los Angeles for 10 years. I served on committees and as a precinct captain for 2 Bush elections, managed a state assembly race for Mark Eisler. It's a red state. We know it's a red state. It is red everywhere except in these, the microcosms of the power players controlling San Diego, Sacramento, Los Angeles, the very sewers that Jefferson warned us about in the opening days of the country. Did not want to see people pout on top of each other in cities like the cesspools of Europe, as he described it. And now we know why, because every city in the country, I was looking at a meme that somebody put out. They showed Hiroshima in 1945 and they showed it today. Obviously it was destroyed in 45. Today it's this vibrant, expansive, economic, extension of the power of Japan, aside from Tokyo, and then they showed a picture of Detroit in 1945. This vibrant city, the epicenter of manufacturing of cars in the world, and they show it today. And you look at the dichotomy, and that's what you get after decades of generations of Democrat rule. And that's pretty much what we've had in California. And you can say, go back to the days of Richard Riordan forward as a mayor or governor or whatever. These people who have somewhat of the same conservative bend that we do, yet the Democrats run the state house. And that's where the power is, because even Schwarzenegger, who turned out to disappoint everybody as a total scumbag, who tried to align with the left up there, and all he's done his whole career is lick himself in front of the cameras forever, gets into a position of the governorship, and he starts making deals with the enemy, just like Newt Gingrich did by 96 after the Republican Revolution, an epic time in our history. Started cutting deals with the Democrats. That's why he was run out of Washington. And that's what we got with Schwarzenegger. Not to mention he outed himself and told the whole world, fuck your freedom, right? Take the shot, all that kind of bullshit. That's what I'm talking about. It's these kind of scumbags that get in power on false premises of fighting for we the people. It has nothing to do with the people. It never does. It never has. California is the bastion of this kind of mindset and activity. And look, California can be taken completely back and turned back into the California that is the heart of the fruit of the pineapple in the world. And it can be done. It just takes somebody who says, look, they're criminals. It's a power structure that feeds off the people, literally the little ones, and we got to put an end to it and get our state back and get the industry of Hollywood back. Get rid of the pedophiles and start bringing in the good people who are going to make films that actually help humanity's ascension, and not all this crazy, ridiculous Disney shit with James Gunn, a pedophile and a director of Superman, being brought back after serving time in prison for this stuff. Nobody wants to meet this head on like two trains colliding. And that's what it's going to take. Unfortunately, people are going to have to hear the hard truth of what California has become, who runs it, what they do, what they're involved in, and who they're connected to around the world. If you simply start telling the people, and they won't believe me. I've watched. Look, I ran. And now Mark Eisler was the power of the campaign when we ran a campaign, but we were running a conservative Republican, conservative Jewish Republican. California knows him. He substitutes for Dennis Prager all the time, has for decades. And he's a conservative Jewish Republican, and he's running in a 78% registered Democrat district. We ended up getting 44% of the Democrat vote in that district. Wow. It was the greatest inroads into the Democrat Party, probably since Brett Schindler won the mayorship of Jersey City in 92. It was crazy. Conservative Republican wins the mayor's race in a predominantly black and 95% black registered Democrat city as a Republican. How? He went out there and talked to the people, told them the truth. Look at these houses you're living in. Why doesn't the government just give you deed and title to your property so you actually own it? See, they feed you this way. They own it. You can stay in here and it's dilapidated because you don't take care of it. Wouldn't you agree? You probably would take care of it and make it nicer if you actually owned it and held deed and title, not these guys in government. Hell yeah. And that's how he talked to the black liberal Democrat population in Jersey City. And he won. Gingrich and company flies him to DC. How the hell did you do this? He said, how they do it? Down the ghettos and talk to them. That's what I do, right? That's what Lewis does.
Yep, that's exactly right, Scott. So,
Scott, you also know, if I could jump in real quick, you also know how red California is. Every time Newsom ran, you didn't take a rocket scientist to go So you see this Newsom election, the first time he beats the recall, no, and then he gets reelected. Scott, I cannot find anybody in California who supports him. I have a lot of friends here. I can't find one who said that.
Yep. I have a couple of anecdotes on that too, which is fascinating. So, with the recall, they got the 2 million plus signatures faster than any time in history. Just so people know, to recall Gavin Newsom.
Yep.
It was extraordinary. We saw people lining up, signing at tables out in the middle of nowhere. We're like, what's going on? And we're recalling Gavin Newsom. Sign. That's number one. The other anecdote is, which I found fascinating, is my wife and I live in what people call out here a 50-50 city. And we talked to 26 people between us about not having any idea what their politics are. Are you going to go with Gavin Newsom, or are you going to recall him? 26 out of 26 said we're recalling him.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
26 out of 26 said we are recalling him. Anecdote number 3, when I went into the post office, and I had to turn in my 501 form to apply to be a candidate for the governor of California. I said, hey, give that back to me. I want to take a picture of it, because we know the corruption. I said, I'm going to have a picture of it with the register on it that he put, to make sure that that I know, type of thing. And he says, what's this for, if you don't mind me asking? And he's a real nice guy. And I looked at the makeup. The guy was wearing a mask. That should give you a clue right there.
Yeah.
The lady next to him seemed to be on appearances. She was a bald, I'm guessing lesbian. She had that. He leaned in. He goes, I can't wait to get rid of that guy. And I was like, I was shocked. And this guy had a mask on, right? And then he looked over to his left. I can remember this like it was yesterday. He looked over to his left. He goes, and they all agree with me. That's the makeup that we're really dealing with.
Yeah. So
I was at a fundraising event last night, and I asked, I said, does anybody think that how many people can you find that actually would vote for Gavin Newsom? They're all shaking their heads. I go, how about Nancy Pelosi? Nope, wouldn't do Nancy. How about Adam Schiff? Maxine Waters? Nope. You can't find them because they don't exist. And if they do, they're in very, very, very small pockets. So in order to win and fight the cabal, these parasites that we're dealing with, we must educate the populace on what's going on, because they know, but they don't know. What I mean by that is that they've never talked to anybody that voted for these crazies, yet somewhere in their mind, they believe it's true. So this is a big education process over the next 10 months. And I even asked people last night, I said, I'm not asking for your vote. I'm not. I'm asking you to pay attention and follow what we're doing, because I think you're going to be shocked. And I believe we will not only earn your vote, I think we will absolutely earn your absolute support, where you're going to do everything for our campaign, because this is not about Louis Herms. This is definitely a we the people moment. And if we get together and show that we're not going to play their games anymore, we've got this. And we do. There's an absolute path to victory. Scott, you and I kind of went over it, but I'll show that we're not going to play their games anymore. We've got this. And we do. There's an absolute path to victory. Scott, you and I kind of went over it, but I'll show that we're
politics must shift, because we've heard this all of our lives, and we laugh about it, and it's actually a travesty. I never found it funny. How do you know a politician's lying? If his or her lips are moving. We accept that. It's a joke, and we accept it. Are you effing kidding me? If you were a liar in the era of when this country was founded, you're not going anywhere in society, because back in those days, honor and integrity, being honorable, was a matter of life and death, especially in areas in the West. If you were a dishonest person, meaning giving somebody false or illegitimate or deceptive information, we didn't have the architecture of civilization we do today back then. And false information, when it really mattered out in the open range of the West, when they were settling it, could lead to people's deaths. Inaccurate information could lead to your death because you had to find sustenance to live and survive when you were traveling across the, the plains of the West, or whatever. And being a liar was as bad as being a thief. And that was a culture that the honor in this country that existed, the nobility of our, the aristocratic class back then, of course, was the founders. And they proved their worth because they were willing to not just settle for a nice, privileged life in this nation. They took on the greatest power, who gave them the ability to live that way. And they took them on. Why? Because you're tyrants, and you're imagine we're a poor nation already. We're done, and it didn't affect these people that were in ruling class. They're like, we don't give a shit about that. This is bullshit, and we're done. Tax our tea. We're going to go to war, and of course, again, the privileged class of society was the founding fathers, and look what they did. Look what their lives became when they took that step of no return. Look what their lives became. They don't show that in history like they should. The burning of their property, the burning of Sam Adams ships, the founders' families on the run for years, hiding from the redcoats. Many of them killed, hung, strung up, in prison. Your kids, your wife, never seen your wife again once it started. That's what they were willing to do as the privileged classes, and that's the integrity that inspires me about the country. I know we can return to that, and I believe we're now in that era of time where this psychological shift is going to take place because of the gravity of what they just tried to do to all of us on the planet. It's starting to sink in.
Right. Yeah. Agreed. I know we have to go, Bruce. I just want to say a quick thank you. Donations are flying in right now. Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Beverly. We appreciate the support.
Absolutely. You can go to HERMS for Cali, FOR, terms4cali.com to join the movement, get information about the campaign, sign up to be a volunteer. It doesn't matter where you live. You can live anywhere and you can still volunteer. We need help for all kinds of stuff. You can sign up there and also donate. That's massively important. Thank you, Scott. If anybody wants to find out where you're at and how to get a hold of you, your information, what's your website?
psfrumble.com is the Rumble channel, or just go to patriotstreetfighter.com and find the social media links across the top of the page.
Fantastic. Yep. PSF
Rumble.
And then patriotstreetfighter.com. All right. Thank you, Scott. And also Scott's streaming this on his channel today, so thank you for that. And we're also live. If you can't watch us on Rumble, go ahead and pick up talk.soundaliveradio.net. It's live stream audio only, and it's completely free. Talk.soundaliveradio.net. Thank you, Scott. Have a fantastic day, sir.
Thank you, Scott.
Good to see y'all.
All right, moving along. We're having great stuff today. Ironing out some of the communication issues. I just pinged our next guest. So what's going on in your mind there today, Robert?
I'm excited about today. We're looking at the launch of something that honestly was quite unexpected. I mean, Lewis didn't tip his hat on this one, and all of a sudden he's, hey, I've got this little event coming up, and it was his birthday, and we were all like, okay, maybe it's just a little birthday celebration. And then he goes, just so you know, I'm running for governor. I'm like, what now? It's like my co-host. We've been doing these shows, we've been talking about news, and all of a sudden he's stepping up into the ring that we've been talking about and criticizing for almost 3 years now. We've been doing it.
Yeah, we have. What Robert and I are famous for, I guess, is mocking the news and telling you what the story is behind the story.
Yes,
and which has always been a lot of fun, Robert. Those are good times that I will never forget, because We would get a story and then we would dissect it, and you're like, oh, here's what they're really saying, right? It's absolutely incredible. I see an L down there. Is that our next guest on standby, guys? I don't want to hold them up.
Yes,
yeah,
it is.
that's probably is. He said he's been there for a minute, and because I got showing non-video participants. But yeah, turn on your camera.
Yep, perfect.
And we can bring on. There he is. Bring
And
on our next
hold on
guest.
before you introduce him. Robert, are you still not getting the text chat? I created a second one.
No, I'm not.
So guys, we're having a
No
communication
text messages
issue.
at all.
Interesting. So we're having a communicate, but you get my singular texts, right?
Yeah, I
Just
get the
not
direct
chat
text, but not the group. Isn't that weird?
Weird. Okay. So what I'm going to have to do, guys, is Bruce, to make it easy, is I will put in chat on Zoom. You would prefer that I talk to you on there, correct?
Me?
Yeah.
Whatever way is easier for you. I got everything open.
Okay, cool. Then I'll probably just text both you guys. I'll just have to do it individually. So if I'm talking to both of you, you're not going to see each other. Unless, Robert, there's any way that you could be looking at chat on Zoom. Is that possible?
It's just because I've got so many windows open, one on top of the other, so I don't actually see it. So
Okay,
if it pops
the
up,
challenge is
maybe
if
half an hour before I see it.
If we're talking as a group, we're not going to know it. So I'll figure out the logistics. But for now on, I'll just communicate to you guys separately. Take it away, Bruce.
Brucey.
All right, yeah. So we the next gentleman that we have supporting us is a fantastic person. He's been a huge supporter of Lewis and everything that we've been doing all along. Very successful businessman based in Florida. So help me bring on one of our great friends of Screw Big Gov and Lewis Herms and our campaign, Mr. Lance Shuttler. How are you this morning, Lance?
Thank you very much. Hey, Lewis. Hey, Robert.
Good to see you, Lance.
You guys too. How's the
So
day going?
it's going fantastic so far. Fairly smooth considering, the breadth and all the different places we're streaming and now doing the audio only on talk.soundaliveradio.net. But yeah, you're based in Florida, and being that Lewis is running for governor in California, you have some experience. What is your take on a governor? Because not only you're a successful businessman, but you're also involved in some of your local stuff where you live in Florida. But how is having a good governor in Florida different than what you see going on in California?
Great question, Bruce. So, when I moved to Florida, part of it was because of the politics and the more freedom that we, had down here. Obviously, we all went through all the BS that took place over the past several years. But I think Florida has definitely been more free in some ways. But I'm honestly fed up even with what's going on here, just politically. Like, there's still great things going on, of course. We all know that. But like, the biggest reason why I support Lewis is because I know that he's actually for all of us, we the people, and he's amongst us. There's no conversation that's not off topic. And to me, if we're going to change politics and change the world, because that's really what this is about, politics is just the game we play to make societal changes, part of it. I want someone in charge or in power or in a leadership position who I know has gone down the rabbit hole on all the different topics that relate to politics and also to, just the world in general, is fully aware of the holistic approach that needs to be taken politically, scientifically, medically, financially, spiritually. The spiritual aspect, Lewis, I love when we've done shows and, with you, Bruce as well, and Robert, where we can blend the science, the spiritual, the political, the financial, and the human elements to all of these things. And to me, that's how I kind of started to wake up, which was that this is not even about politics, none of this stuff.
Yeah.
That's the game that we play for these things to happen. And to me, I'm done with this whole system that we've had, and we need people who have a soul and a spirit like Lewis, who actually care and who can communicate with people. Because there are people who care and want to do things, but if there's not the medium to communicate effectively, compassionately, logically, scientifically, with soul and spirit, then to me that person shouldn't be in a leadership position. But that's who Lewis is. And so that's why I fully support him as governor of California, because I know that he will be able to actually make things happen. Look at what he has done, and with you guys and everyone who's helped support all the different endeavors. Those things don't just happen by itself. It's, of course, a whole team, but you need the leader who's leading that and making it happen. And that's who Lewis is. We all know that. We've seen that. Lewis talks and he backs it up with action. So to me, it's no brainer. And, I'm excited for you, Lewis. I really want you to win because I think that you deserve it. I think that we, the people in the US, and of course, those in California, deserve someone like you actually affecting change and being at the helm to have difficult conversations, look into things that are very uncomfortable or might be uncomfortable and try to find the solutions. As we find solutions, that's where the healing takes place. That's where the growth takes place. And that's what we need to have happen in this world.
Lance,
Couldn't have said it better.
I appreciate you and everything that you do. Lance has been a warrior for a long time, and I've said this publicly several times that he may be the nicest human on the planet. He just, Lance, the work that you do and what you do and the digging you do to get us the absolute best when it comes to nutrition and supplementation, to make sure it's the healthiest, even at your own cost and expenses sometimes, I think is incredible. And it just shows me when our conversations, how much you just love We the People. And that's what this movement is all about. This is a We the People movement. If we can't put everybody in front of us, right? Why are we actually here? We have to flip the script completely. So what the politicians have done for, I'm going to go over probably 1,000 years, right? Is the politicians have not put themselves as leaders. They put themselves in front as controlling, right? And it's the difference. It's so simple, guys. It's so simple. Just read the Constitution or just read something that the founding fathers said. Everything that they're indicating is that we work for We the People. It's that simple. It literally is that simple. And as many people have heard me say many times, if it's simple, it's God's work. If it's messy, it's probably something else. And I think it's being intentionally overcomplicated because that's part of the control matrix that they want to keep us involved in. So Lance, you simplify everything. You bring it to the point, which is just absolutely beautiful. Appreciate you. And guys, it's all about We the People. I have Michelle Stapley, who is my chief campaign assistant. She's amazing. She was at an event last night, and she goes, Lewis is not running for governor. He's running for guardian of California, guardian of the people, and that resonates. That makes a lot of sense because I am totally willing to take the slings and arrows, whatever it's going to take. And selfishly, I'm not just doing it for myself. I'm doing it for my children and all their children to come and all the children to come after that. Because if we don't fight now, who then will fight? Right?
Yeah.
Yep. And I also love what Lance said about the holistic approach that you're bringing to this and willing to have the hard conversations. We have been conditioned in this society, in this current matrix, as you call it, to be told a position. People, I've said many times, this country is about self-governance, and we have outsourced our own self-governance for so very long. We have no idea what that even means. So we need to get, active, and this has to be, Lewis isn't going to be some overlord, running California and be to dictate what happens. We're going to be working for We the People, and not just people on the right. It's left and everybody. That's the thing. This whole division thing. This as Lewis says, the Masonic psyop that is the binary choices that they want to force us into. We have to break out of that because there is very simple solutions to many of the problems that we find ourselves seemingly repeating the cycle over and over and over again.
Yeah, and we're going to cover a lot of those today on this program.
Fantastic.
You think oftentimes that it's just a California thing, right? But I hear again and again people in Florida are pissed off that so many Californians move there and raise the price of real estate. We hear that in Utah. We hear that in Nevada, right? Everyone's has been leaving California over the past few years. We dropped 1 million people in California, in the past year and a half or so? 1 million people left. That has an impact across the country. So when you say, oh, this is just a California thing, we're all impacted. It's like the open borders, the same idea. It impacts everyone. It's all over the place. It's not just, in the southern states.
Yeah, I'm going to tell the other 49 states, send everybody back to vote for me.
Send them back.
And so as a person not living in California there, Lance, being in Florida and, you're supporting, how important is it for people outside of California, everybody watching us? Because I'm guessing I'm pretty confident in my guess that most of the people who are going to be hearing us today, whether it's online or on the talk.radio or talk.soundaliveradio.net, whether they hear that or not, how important is it for people outside of California to also support this effort in your mind, Lance?
The utmost importance, because wherever light shines, it shines. And, Lewis is a bright light. And Lewis, I'm not just here to just pump you up. I actually mean all of this. And, you guys all know that too. And as you're shining your light and sharing truth, that spreads, and people can take the concepts and bring them back to their own state, to their own town. And that's, I think, so critical that we have to keep equipping ourselves with knowledge and how to take action locally. I would say that most people don't find it fun, doing these things, protecting our towns, protecting our schools, protecting our kids. This stuff isn't fun per se, a lot of it. But we know that we can't just sit back and just let things happen. Like Lewis said, if we don't do it, who's going to do it?
Right.
And, I've definitely when I started waking up to this stuff, like I had no interest in politics whatsoever. I was fully indulged in sports and, being a younger guy. And when I got the whole picture, like, oh, wow, this is not even politics. This is a whole global slave system they've got. Then I became activated, like, okay, I have to do things locally, even small little things, whatever I can, because that will ripple out. And so people should pay attention and should support what Lewis is doing, not only there for California, but then use some of that information and bring it back to your own place where you live and do what you can. So I think that's critically important.
All right. Well, we appreciate you, Lance, for taking the time with us today. And, always shedding your support. You are a fantastic human being, and I'm glad to call you friend.
You too, Bruce. Thank you. You as well, Lewis. Love you guys. Love you, Robert.
Thank you, Lance. Appreciate you.
You've got my full support for Governor of California, and may you win and bless all of us, because that's what will happen.
Hey, Lance, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lance.
Guys.
All right, let's have Lewis now introduce our next guest. Moving right along here, trying to keep us on schedule. Lewis has a special relationship with our next guest, and I think this is the first time ever publicly that you're going to be talking about this. Is that correct, Lewis?
First time I'm talking about it, yeah, and I know this is incredible. So I've kind of hinted that there's some things going on, and we're not going to go deep today. This is going to be a kind of a ping, I would say, so people understand what's really going on with the corruption. So there's some major corruption in California that's being investigated, really nationwide. But this gentleman that I'm going to introduce he dives deep, and he's very, very knowledgeable. I'm going to leave it to him whether he's going to say his title. I will say his name. It's up to him whether he's going to say his title and what he's done historically. But I can tell you that he's uncovered some things that are going to blow our mind. And this is going to be kind of the first, hey guys, let's pay attention to this piece. And then it's going to expand and expand. And I kind of have a feeling there's probably press conferences in the future and so on and so forth. So I like to bring on, I'm going to call him my friend. He's been in my backyard. We've talked for at length. He's advised me on helping us with what we're doing in the Palisades and some other places. Brilliant guy, absolute patriot, and I really am honored to bring him on. This is David Kinney. We
David's
got
muted. He's muted.
You're muted, David.
Good.
There you
Now
go.
we got you. We got you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm honored, delighted, and just very happy to be here. So you just tell me where you'd like me to begin, and I'll get started.
Yeah. Well, David, let's just start on what you're going to talk about a little bit, but why? What brought you to this? I think that's going to be very, very important.
Well, what brought me to this is I had a vision a number of years ago, and I've just pursued that vision wholeheartedly. And I haven't given up, and I'm not going to give up. And so that's exactly what got me started, and that's exactly what's going to finish me.
Okay. And then, so what exactly are we talking about? What have you been looking into that kind of raised your eyebrows?
Well, I remember back when I was in community college, I was at Citrus College, and I was the Chief Justice of the court there. And I was walking home, and I saw this election ballot. It had school bonds on it. And I was reading it, and it had an offering for like, $10 million or something. And I thought, wow, this is for education. Of course I'm going to vote for this. And I remember this thought, where does the money come from for this? I mean, here's this education bond, and here's $20 million or whatever the amount was. I just thought, where does the money come from? But that was just it. It was a passing thought. And then I went on. I graduated from Citrus and got a full scholarship to USC. And then the question would continually repeat itself over the years. So I decided to wholeheartedly try and answer that question. And that's what I think I've done.
Let's talk about that. And real quick, where does it come from?
Well, let me start. Let me,
if we have slides for you, by the way. I don't know if you have slides with Robert here.
I do, but not yet.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's just talk about it.
So let me start, if I may, with my concerns and with my aspirations or intent. One is the aspiration to acknowledge the 7 pillars of wisdom. I've always said this, and I'll always start every speech this way. They are awe, discretion, knowledge, prudence, righteousness, spirituality, and understanding. Those are the 7 pillars of wisdom. There are 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, lust, avarice, gluttony. We're in a battle between being wise and being foolish. And I believe the promise of education is the instruction of wisdom. I also believe that heaven is the shelter of an open heart. And I believe our schools are not teaching and they're not encouraging virtue. They are allowing and tolerating vice. And that's what really concerns me. So what I want to do is to focus on the 7 pillars of wisdom. And I use the mnemonic ADK pursue, which is awe, discretion, knowledge, pursue, prudence, righteousness, spirituality, and understanding to be my guidepost. I try and stay away from the 7 deadly sins, just like the rest of us do, but some of us are educated to embrace those things, which I'm totally against. But I would like to say, I think it was Glenn Beck who started off a while ago and was talking about the importance of school boards across the nation and in the various states. And I agree with him that this all starts with our boards of education. But the fundamental principle is this: district superintendents must be fully educated, properly credentialed, and thereby duly qualified to hold office in California with a teaching credential and an administrative credential. That is of pivotal importance. One of the other things is that our system in California is very similar to the systems throughout the other 49 states. The education is organized the same way. There's no federal constitutional right to education. In the state of California, we have 58 counties. And in those 58 counties are over 1,000 school districts and 114 community college districts. LA County, for example, has 80 school districts, and including the nation's largest school district, Los Angeles Unified School District, and Montebello Unified. It's a large district, but not even close to being the largest in LA. For example, Sacramento has 10 school districts, and San Diego has 42 school districts. San Francisco Unified, the first school district in the state of California, and the not only the first, but the central school district. It's a district throughout the entire county. So there's only one school district in San Francisco City and County, and that's San Francisco Unified. Now, it's very important because I'm going to make an announcement today. Maria Sue, who is the district superintendent of San Francisco Unified School District, apparently does not have a teaching credential and an administrative credential. And I would invite the whole world to check that. Now, if I may, they're under the California Education Code, sections 35020 through 35045. They articulate the agents and officers in public schools. The sections provide for the board president, the clerk, and the secretary, and they can constitute an executive board, the majority of members. But the main officers of the school district are the superintendent, the deputy superintendent, the assistant superintendent, and associate superintendent. Those are all officers of the school district. Now, what's important in that is that the board selects the superintendent, and the superintendent selects his deputies. Now, what I'd like to share is that in the state of California, I believe that not all superintendents are properly credentialed and properly qualified to hold office. And Maria Sue is one. Another one was Austin Butner, who was the superintendent of the Los Angeles Unified School District, and he did not have a teaching credential and an administrative credential. And you know what happened when Austin Butner was superintendent of LA Unified? They put together a $7 billion bond, and they took it to the voters, and it got approved. So when Austin Butner was superintendent of Los Angeles Unified, he carved up and divided those bond proceeds throughout various projects for LA Unified. Now, I don't know how legit all the projects were, but I do know this, that those funds have to be used for capital purposes, which is construction and making renovations and improvements. Now, one of the other things is under those same sections, 35020 through 35045, you have a few other officers. One can be an administrative advisor, and the other one can be legal counsel under 35041.5. And to be a legal counsel of a school district requires you to be familiar with the bonding process and the election process. Now, there's one other officer, a state officer, meaning a state recognized position where you have this officer, and that's the director of school building planning. What's interesting is in that matrix of agents and officers, there is not a chief financial officer, nor is there a chief business officer. Those positions are classified personnel. You don't have to be credentialed. You don't have to hold a teaching credential, and you don't have to hold an administrative credential. If you're trained in accounting, reporting, continuing disclosure, so on and so forth, all you need to do is have your professional degrees. When you're in a superintendent, deputy superintendent, associate superintendent, or an assistant superintendent, you're certificated, just like principals, vice principals, and counselors. They have to have a teaching certificate and an administrative certificate. I'm not sure about counselors having to have a teaching, but they have to be certificated. The important thing that I want to focus on, the boards and their superintendents have authority to advance tax measures for capital improvements, meaning funds for building a new school or renovation projects. And they have authority to pass resolutions, to propose tax measures, to prepare ballot questions, and to get tax information statements and put them on both sample and final ballots. So at primary elections and at general elections, you'll frequently see these used to be $1 million ballot questions on the agenda or on the election ballot, but now they're as high as $7 billion for LAUSD, for example. Now the question is, who doesn't support education measures? Everybody votes in support of education measures for the most part. But what's interesting is where the money goes. The boards and superintendent also get to select lawyers, financial advisors, underwriters, and those who issue the school bonds. Let me say this gently and respectfully. There are going to be some of these professionals, with some exceptions, are honest. A lot of people have integrity, but there are a whole group that are engaged in misappropriation, or what I'm going to say, draining taxpayer funds. You have architects. Let me give you the ABCs of school bonds. You have architects, builders, counselors, developers, engineers, financial advisors, geologists, hydrologists, joint powers authorities, contractors, both special and general, lawyers, material suppliers, laborers, including unions, all in the name of education, building new schools and facilities instead of focusing on the content, the substance of education. And they're sucking the funds that are for children dishonestly and fraudulently right out of the system. They do that by overcharging, engaging in extravagance, and routing this money to campaigns in violation of law. I'm going to give you a good example, if I may. And this is the first document I have. If Poppy would be kind enough to put it up on the screen, it's the La Cañada Unified School District official statement.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Bruce. Sorry.
La Cañada Unified School District statement. Let me know when it's up. Is it up? Okay, so La Cañada Unified School District's official statement dated August 17th, 1995. They passed a bond for $15 million. And here's their first official statement, where they're issuing $14,999,976.05 cents in general obligation bonds. Now, what's interesting is there are two types. In the maturity schedule, you'll see there are $7,435,000 in current interest bonds. That's just like going to a bank, getting a loan, 5%, whatever. That's going to go for 20 years. You got to pay it off. But then in this particular issuance of school bonds, they also issued $7,564,976.05 in capital appreciation bonds. Capital appreciation bonds are a nightmare. In 2014, the state of California restricted them so they couldn't be more than 4 times the value. But what's important is revealed on 3 pages in. 3 pages in, which is called the masthead. It shows the district administrators, and it says Mark M. Scavarna, Assistant Superintendent. Do you see that? Well, on page 15, it says Mark Scavarna holds a bachelor's degree jointly granted by the College of the Air Force and Utah State University. He is enrolled in a Master's of Business program.
Robert, why are
So
we?
what I did, I checked with Utah State University. His enrollment status was a part-time undergraduate. He was there for 1 semester with no degree awarded. Now, this concerns me because he went on to another school district, Baldwin Park Unified, and Baldwin Park Unified had 2 issuances. In 2002, they issued $46,600,000 in school district general obligation bonds. In 2006, they issued $75,500,000 in general obligation. They got authority to issue 46.6 in 2002, and they got authority to issue 75.5 in 2006. So they got close to, or just over, $120 million in school. They got authority to issue up to $120 million in general obligation bonds between 2002 and 2006, and during the short period thereafter, to issue those bonds in exchange for capital, in exchange for money. Well, what concerns me is whether there was overcharging, extravagance, rounding money to campaigns in violation of law. Now, this individual, Mark Scavarna, went on to be the superintendent of Baldwin Park Unified School District, and then he ends up as the current superintendent of the Montebello Unified School District, which is where I grew up. I didn't grow up in Montebello. I grew up on the legal staff at Montebello Unified School District. And in my research, he doesn't have a bachelor's degree. He doesn't have a construction designation as a certified construction inspector. And he says he's got a master's degree in strategic leadership and a doctorate in international business, but he doesn't, from what I can tell, and the districts can tell, doesn't have those proof of those degrees. So this is the first public declaration of those allegations, and I have a full Ranto action pending against him right now. They have him removed from office, and I also have I've prepped lawsuits against San Francisco Unified and against LA Unified, and I'm just sick and tired of our education system being abused. The money that's directed for children being sent out to lawyers, financial advisors, architects, developers. All these people are drifting money out of the education system. Those are my words. I'm going to live and die by them.
Perfect. David, as you know, this is a short little slot with folks. What this is we have to get to our next guest, but this is this is a peek, a window into the corruption that we believe is going on in California. Well, I know it is. There's something David can say as an attorney, some things I can say as just a guy on the street. So I want to tie a little bow on this really quick, David, just so people understand, because you're so deep in the woods on this. And I know there's some things that can be said and some things that cannot. So folks, these school bonds are made to, they supposedly are supposed to be there to enhance our child's education through better facilities and so on and so forth. What has been found, and David, just, I don't want to put you in a hole, so you just correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. So what has been found is that the virtually the same companies that spend a lot of money promoting these bonds,
Correct,
happen to be the contractors that get the contracts to build these facilities.
that's correct.
It appears also, and I know this is allegedly, but as a contractor I'm speaking of, that it's very likely that the money or say the contract that they're having approved is way above market rate for the individual construction. And I don't need you to comment.
I can say that probably an easier way.
Okay.
Which is a contractor would estimate it costs $40 million to build the school district. But because he contributed to the bond effort, the efforts to pass the bond and contributed to the campaigns, that 40 million is all of a sudden going to go to 44, 45,
Perfect.
56, who knows?
Right, exactly. So this is the game that's played, but then you
Throughout the nation, by the way.
Right, throughout the nation. So why this is so important, folks, is theoretically you have a school that should be built for it should be built for 60 million. It cost 150 million. We know a lot of the payoffs are going back to the contractors, and then the other stuff mystically disappears. But there's a pattern here, and this is what we want people to focus on.
Correct.
And the pattern appears to be that these officials that are in charge of this aren't even credentialed the way they're supposed to be credentialed. And oftentimes they're put in as interim, and then they actually get to be in that position for years upon end. Why that's important is because I believe when we dig farther, you're going to find out that there is a very small pocket of law firms that happen to be involved in each one of these cases.
Now,
so that's the start.
Yeah, let me add two things. I believe you're speaking the truth. Number two is the promise of education is the instruction of wisdom, and heaven is the shelter of an open heart. I will live and die by those words.
Beautiful. And David, I worked with you now, and I appreciate your work. Guys, we're going to dive into this from a very deep angle with documents, and I'm sure we're going to bring evidence and so on and so forth. But we wanted to just give you a little piece of the pie of what the future is. And in California, David is a warrior. He's in an establishment that does not accept what he is doing. I'll just say it like that. They do not appreciate what he's doing because he is not walking in lockstep with the others. David, I appreciate
the opportunity.
Yep, I appreciate you a bunch, and we're going to dive into this more, folks. And I think this is going to be a huge issue throughout the United States. And guys, you know, AI is working for many people. Maybe just use it to find out if your certain district coordinators and superintendents are actually certified. Just an idea.
Correct.
Look into it. All right, folks. Thank you, David. Appreciate you. Take it back, Bruce.
Thank you very much.
All right. Moving right along, this a little bit behind. Robert, you want to introduce our next guest sitting in the green room?
Actually, we were going to run that little video first before we go there.
Oh, that's right. That little promo.
That little promo.
And Linda, thank you for your donation.
Yes. Thank you, everyone, for their donations today. It's been really good. Thank you, guys.
Tired of feeling drained, struggling with brain fog, slow metabolism, or the signs of aging? What if you could detox and supercharge your cells without painful injections or expensive treatments? Introducing Lucid from Sirona, the revolutionary nano-sized NAD+ supplement that's changing the game. Powered by our proprietary Stasis nanotechnology, Lucid delivers nano-sized NAD+ Huperzine A, and Bacopa monnieri in a potent sublingual liquid form for immediate maximum absorption. Stop wasting money on pills that don't work. Lucid gets right to your cells, completely needle-free. Feel the boost. Rev up your cellular energy. Repair DNA. Sharpen your mind. Fight inflammation, and even improve sleep. It's anti-aging magic at a fraction of the cost, outperforming pricey NAD shots and infusions. Don't wait. Transform your health today. Click the link in the description to get our current promo. Lucid. Unlock your full potential, and remember, it's not magic, it's Sirona.
So, Bruce, you want to fill us in on the very special promotion that Ethan's running today?
Yeah. So, this is a brand new product. If anybody's not familiar with Sirona.org, they'll get all the sciencey stuff. But this is nano-sized stuff. It's a brand new product, NAD+. Don't have time to go into all the details there, but it gives you mental energy boosts, clarity, all kinds of stuff. It is a phenomenal thing. And the special that Ethan has allowed us to talk about today is anybody who donates to the campaign through HERMSforCali.com, hit the donate button. If they donate $100 today, you will get a free bottle of the NAD+, the new product Lucid, that's the name of it, for a donation of $100 or more. You'll get a free bottle. All you gotta do is pay for the shipping. It's just a few dollars. So you can get that product for free today. And the link is somewhere. I don't know exactly where. But what link are we using here today, Robert?
It should be in the description of the video.
All you have to do is just go directly to the donations, because we're tracking the donations on our side. So it's just HERMSforCali.com.
Okay.
So you don't go, right.
If you want to go strict right there, it's HERMSforCali.com/donation. But you can go to HERMSforCali.com and just click on the button. We're tracking it, so we will know who actually is doing it, and we'll reach out and get your address and everything else.
And then you can, if you want more information about the all rest of Sirona product line, you can go to Sirona.org. There's all the information there. And if you decide you want to purchase something there, there's a list of people, sponsors, affiliate type people that you can click on to choose to benefit those people as well. So this is an exciting product.
I wasn't even aware that Ethan was doing that. Wow, that's huge.
Surprise!
Thank you, Ethan. Appreciate that. That's really cool.
Yeah, we're a little scrambly because there's just all that information is coming into us as we've already gone live, and now we're getting bits and pieces coming in. But we're doing what we can.
Robert just got our swag pieces. He's like, "What? What's this?" You got that right on your email?
Yeah, it's in the Telegram group.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So, Lewis, want to bring on our next guest?
Where are we? Yeah, the swag is here, guys. Herms for Cali. Swag's available.
Yep, HERMSforCali.com. Go to swag. It's extraordinarily low price because the key is to get the word out. So you guys should I'll get your swag right now, and it's ready to go. We'll talk about the Post-its that are on there too. That's going to blow you away. This is an amazing way to participate where everybody can make a difference. But let me bring on our next guest. I met this gentleman, and gentleman is an understatement, I think, for this guy. I met him on Truth Tour 2, I think it was. I'm not even quite sure. It's all fuzzy. It runs together. I think it was in North Carolina, if I remember, because I believe we had it was a rainstorm, and the roofs were leaking, and the RV is flooded. If my recall is proper. Maybe he will he'll remind us. But anyways, so I sat next to him. That is okay, cool. And so I'm just going to bring him on without further ado. Just what a special guy and a great supporter of ours, Mark Z from the original Mark Z.
Thank you, Lewis, and I consider it an absolute privilege. I got to meet Lewis. I believe it was actually in the first tour, Charlotte, the first one.
Probably one.
And it was raining. Then we again a couple of days later in Statesville, and as he was just taking it, liberal cities, you name it, Truth Tour. When I say liberal, there's become such a fine line between what I consider the radical liberals and the Rhino Republican Party that it just really gets blurred. And getting to know Lewis, getting to hear him talk off stage, nobody around, supplying pizza for the crew that was there, the volunteers that were helping, and just taking the time. Just top notch, solid, with very grounded views on things, a real common sense approach. And that's what the world needs right now, is a common sense revival, just like David was talking about with the amounts being added to school bonds. This is going on everywhere. I mean, California's still looking for their high-speed railroad that they spent billions on. I mean, at some point, we got to start putting accountants and economists and business people on school boards. We need some common sense.
Yeah.
And then when
That's
David was
uncommon.
talking, right? Very uncommon. It just drove home. I mean, California in the last 10 years has lost 420,000 students. Last year alone, they lost 400,000 taxpayers as they flee the state.
Yep.
And then I've got to listen to these entrenched politicians on both parties that are running in your primaries. And I'm like, what do you need? Just more of the same? I mean, how do you say it? Crap stinks. Doesn't matter if it's brown or green, and both of them stink right now. So all I can say is you are taking on Goliath, and I am proud to be part of that effort.
Thank you. I'll let you take this, Bruce.
So in your experience, your kind of background is in a lot of the financial-ish stuff.
Economics back in the younger days. I had the privilege of actively working on Ross Perot's campaigns a couple of times. I've worked on campaigns for Republicans and Democrats. I've always put the party ahead of the policy. It totally depends on whether it's somebody I believe in as a person and their ideas.
Right. And so in being Ross Perot, he ultimately was an independent run, right?
Absolutely.
And they can have an effect. We have seen, as the awareness of more people become to the two wings of the same bird, the two sides of the same coin, these corrupt politicians, it doesn't matter the party nowadays. So that in your mind, when somebody like Lewis says, hey, I'm running as an independent conservative, what does that trigger in your mind?
That triggers free thinker. I look at what happened to the Republican Party before the MAGA movement tried to, or is reforming it. And there really wasn't much different. So when I see him running as an independent, and I look at what Ross Perot did, he didn't win, but he made a heck of a dent in it. And Newt Gingrich never would have had the contract with America to change, to clean up a fraudulent welfare system. So many of the changes we saw, very positive changes in the 90s, never would have occurred if he hadn't taken on the machine. He affected so many of their policies on both sides of the aisle. And at bare minimum, Lewis is going to change the conversation. Personally, I think he has a tremendous shot at winning this thing.
Oh, absolutely. And people think just because you're independent, and all this, but people are ready for, I believe, Lewis's message. And then I might be a little biased, having such a close relationship with him, but I am a common sense type of guy. We talk that common sense word has been thrown around a lot this morning already. And there just doesn't seem to be a lot of common sense in the political realm. And it's always about, they want to come out and make all these promises, but they never back it up with action. And so in your experience and knowing Lewis in the time that you have, is Lewis a talker or is he a doer?
He's a doer. And honestly, he'd be wildly more popular if he were more of a talker and less of a doer. Which is, it's a painful truth, but I don't think most of America realizes, and part of it, this is like a perfect point in time for Lewis to do this. The independents in America now outnumber the Republicans, and they outnumber the Democrats. We have seen such a draining on the number of, Democratic Party is bleeding left and right. There's a massive, they're hemorrhaging.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but it's more than bleeding. They're hemorrhaging.
The Republican Party's bleeding as well. They've lost almost 10% of their following.
Yeah.
Their savior is the fact that Democrats have lost nearly twice that, making the largest, we'll call it a group. It's not really organized, but independents are now the largest voting bloc in America.
Absolutely. and because people are fed up with all the lies and the BS, and when that's our goal in this whole campaign, and having people like you who are, number one, not a resident of of California, but still out there doing the work and making people aware of what's going on and how we can, make this change, this shift. I mean, even when Lewis wins, there's still going to be a painful situation, right? To be able to turn this around, and how can people prepare, or how would you address the pain that we're going to have to go through, mainly from an economic standpoint, to be able to, turn the ship around, to get the taxes down, cost of living down? It doesn't need to be this high. Am I wrong in saying that, Mark?
No. The medicine's going to taste like crap. It really is. It's not going to be pleasant medicine to fix the problems. I guess the caveat on that is, if you don't fix the problems, you get a collapse. You get what you have now, which is, I've probably upset a number of Californians, but for the most part, you guys have a failed state.
Yep, and everybody's shaking their head for sure. I mean, they want to put lipstick on a pig, but at the end of the day, it's still a pig.
Yeah, exactly. But it has such tremendous hope. There's so many wonderful world-class individuals in California. They just need to know somebody's fighting with them. They've been brainwashed for so long that they are the extreme minority, and that is just not true. I've spent time in California. I had business in California at one point. I've been all over your state. It's a beautiful state with some amazing, amazing, free-thinking people. I think it has, if we can turn California to common sense, to efficiency, New York, Illinois, the rest of the country will follow. It's the biggest prize I can think of right now.
Absolutely. So what are some of the biggest things that you see that really need to change, and that Lewis can address directly based on your experience of the knowledge of what Lewis has done?
From a very common sense economist approach on it, his first thing he's going to have to fix is government operations are going to have to become efficient. People are actually going to have to see a return on their tax-paying dollars, or they're not going to pay their tax. They're going to hide their tax-paying dollars. You're bleeding taxpayers, you're bleeding businesses, and you're bleeding students. And when you bleed the younger generation, your future is handicapped. You have no future if you are bleeding your young people. And that stat I'd thrown out, you guys have lost 420,000 students from your school system, school-age children, in the last 10 years. You lost 400,000 taxpayers last year. And we can look at all the years before under Newsom, and it accelerated starting in 2020. We all know those reasons. So, I mean, he really does have a lot. His first thing he's going to have to do is clean up. Unfortunately, he has people like David really helping, looking at those contracts. You have so much graft in your governmental, your procurement systems, and a lack of efficiency there. He's got a lot of work and a lot of explaining. I think the biggest thing he's got to do is bring transparency, and most of those problems will correct themselves. When your taxpayers in those towns, cities, school districts find out what's happened, they're going to demand. Lewis isn't going to have to do it.
No,
if we can
correct.
get real transparency, we get more warriors and empower those warriors, like your last guest. That's going to go a long way towards it. And that's the one thing that Lewis is the best at, is uncovering that, just putting it out there and letting the light sanitizing, letting the truth sanitize it. And he's just got to keep bringing it.
Right. Because the truth is enough. I mean, that's, we're growing up. Most of us are growing up, we can make decisions ourselves, and we've had this veil pulled over, this brainwashing that we've talked about, that, everything's fine. We can fix all our problems. We just need to pay a little, give them more money, and we can fix everything. And we're seeing that is crashing, burning. We need to, that's one of the things that Lewis talks about, and I'm sure we'll talk about more today, is we're going to doge the crap out of California. There's nothing that needs more cleansing and pulling back the curtain, so to speak, to see. Super doge. So we're excited. Thank you for your time today. I know you're a very busy guy, for coming on here and sharing your insights, and your support is invaluable, like everybody else. So we can go to hermsforcali.com find out more about Lewis's policy positions. You can sign up to get information about the campaign, be a volunteer, and donate. So thanks, Mark. If anybody wants to find out more about you, where should they go?
Well, two things on that one. This to me is all about Lewis, but Lewis does join me every other Tuesday on my podcast, The Original Mark Z. You can just go to theoriginalmarkz.com. But he joins and takes just open questions. He takes whatever we throw at him. He doesn't dodge a thing. And that'll be about 10:30 a.m. Eastern, or for you guys, that's going to be pretty early. It's going to be about 7:30 in the morning. But he joins me. He'll be on September 9th. He'll be on again September 23rd. If he doesn't have a function, he is with me, and he is just taking questions. Find me another person running for governor of California that will take any question you throw at him. He won't dodge it. He won't duck it. He'll hit it head on.
Appreciate it. Thank you. TheOriginalMarkZ.com to get all that information. Appreciate you, Mark. As we're trying to bring this thing, we're getting reasonably close on schedule. Not
I
too
noticed,
bad.
Bruce. I noticed you took the reins. It's awesome job, buddy.
Try to do this. And then, so also thank you to all the people who are watching on Rumble, all the different Rumble channels. I don't even know how many. There's 10 plus, I believe, Rumble channels that are simulcasting this thing all day long. If you can't get onto Rumble, you can go on your phone. It's a free deal. Go to talk.soundaliveradio.net. It's audio only. It's a free app. You can just put it right on your phone. You don't even have to put an email or nothing. Just go to talk.soundaliveradio.net. And thanks to E. Smitty and the people over there for simulcasting this for us to gosh knows how many people are on that radio program.
And
what do we got going on next there, Robert Lewis?
Real quick, Bruce. While I'm talking really quick, Tracy Joe's asking for a link.
Okay.
I don't know if you can handle that for me.
I can.
Another thank you. More donations are coming in. We appreciate the support. I can't check the volunteers right now, but I can tell you thank you to Peter. Thank you to Alina. Let's just say Raindrop for the donation. We really appreciate that. And folks, we're going to make your money worthwhile. And I'm going to give you an example of that. Mark kind of touched on it. What if I told you that taxes were unnecessary in the state of California? I think people would think I'm crazy. Well, I'll tell you what, I was talking to a group of Republicans last night, and I believe within 5 minutes, I'll try to do it here in 30 seconds, but within 5 minutes, I had them believing that it could be true. So let me just point out a couple things, because they thought that's crazy. I'm going to use the old analogy that I've talked about before. Do you remember hearing the story about when there was an Air Force, you can buy a toilet seat for $600 back in the, I think the 80s or 90s, and people thought that was ludicrous, but it turned out to be an absolutely true story because of the over expenditure. And it wasn't about overspending on the toilet seat itself. It was about the money laundering that went along with that toilet seat. So when we go in Super Doge, California, which we will do, right? We're going to bring down the expenses, I think, by 80%. So that leaves you 20% less. So let's just think about that for a second. If you have 1/5 of the budget necessary to run the state efficiently, doesn't that mean you would only need 1/5 of the taxes? Right away. So what are we going to do immediately? You get rid of property tax. Completely unnecessary. People get to own their homes again. They don't own their homes now because property tax gives leverage for the government to steal your home when they need to. Get rid of property tax. You're going to get rid of income tax immediately. It's this simple. Guys, these are simple solutions that work. There's no crazy talk behind this. And then the next thing you do, based on the money that's left over, you can adjust the sales tax. And guess what? California has some leverage that other places don't have. You can use the travel tax because so many people travel to California. Therefore, we, the people of California, wouldn't have to pay anything. Can you imagine not paying any taxes whatsoever in California? Now, what's going to bring it to the highest level, and this is something I'm going to talk about right now real quick, and this is extraordinarily important. We will put the budget expenditures online live for we, the people, to view and comment on anytime they want to. So what you're going to have is millions of people auditing the government of California. Millions. This is how we the people win. Thank you, Bruce.
Can you imagine? When you said that, I almost fell off of my chair right here. No taxes in California. I mean,
It's plausible based on what I just laid out.
Oh, absolutely it is. And all tax, I mean, my personal viewpoint, unpopular as it might be, is that all taxation is theft, number one. But my own personal experience driving when I was joining Lewis on one of the tours, we came from Florida to California, drove the RV. I didn't realize I should have gassed up before I left Arizona, because as soon as I crossed that border, it was, $3 and change or something for the gas in Arizona. I just go a few more miles across the border in California, it's nearly $6. And that's all taxes. I mean, the gas is gas. It doesn't. It's not more expensive one way or the other. It's the taxation that they put on it.
It is more expensive in California, because in all other states, the gas is trucked in California. It's on the back of donkeys. So it is a lot more expensive in order to get in California. I mean, that's the only thing that could justify these incredible gas prices, right? It has to be manually brought in. It cannot be on modern technology.
Well, it's also, Lewis, because we have special gas here to lower emissions. So we don't have the gas that the rest of the country uses. Right,
not just the gas from the cows that are.
Yeah, we have more ethanol, I think, and whatever. There's special blends, and that's the problem. Is like when they can do it in volume, they can get the prices down, but because they have to do it special just for California, and the prices go up.
Yeah. Not to mention these all these taxes that they fee on us, because the government wins.
Tons of taxes, no question.
Yep.
All right, move on to our next guest. Is that the plan? Is that where we're at?
That's the plan.
You're the boss. I'm just kind of here for the ride.
Bruce is in charge today.
I don't know if I want that mantle. Yeah,
Bruce it up, my friend. Bruce it up.
Responsibility. But yeah, no, we're very excited. Another dear friend of all of us, and many have seen her on Truth Tour. She got her own fantastic information. I say all the time, I adopted her as she's my spiritual mother. So this next person coming on board here is her name is Carol Maureen Friesen. She's coming to us from Costa Rica by way of Canada. She has a huge property down there that she has a retreat. It's called Heaven and Earth Sanctuary, and she has her podcast, or her show is the Lightworkers Institute, the lightworkersinstitute.com. So help us welcome the lovely Miss Carol Maureen Friesen. Welcome into the program today, Carol.
Great to be here. Wow. I was just thinking when I'm watching all the screen and stuff, I think I've known Lewis the longest of all of you, because in the Wayback Machine, when I was watching a podcast and Lewis said, "Does anyone know Jason Q?" And I said, "I do." It was I sent him an email. Here's his address and his information. And so that time I was doing a lot with Kelly Higgins, and we were doing what was called a Truth Marathon, a 24-hour Truth Marathon. We said, we need one more person to, interview people. And I says, what about that wonderful man, Louis HERMS? And so Louis joined us on that. And I've basically been with the group ever since, whether flying into Las Vegas, and really got to know the family there, like our whole group. And Nashville, Hawaii, Albany, New York. And then I remember flying in there, and Lewis kind of called us aside because there was the hurricane in Tampa, Florida. And he says, Carol, you just flew in from Costa Rica, so it's up to you. Do we cancel the rest of the tour and go straight to Tampa? And so we drove straight through from Albany, New York to Tampa, and spent 3 days tearing stuff apart and getting donations and truckloads full of water and whatever people need, boots. But Louis is a doer. Louis is definitely a doer. And it was all about finding solutions to everything. There was no problem that he couldn't solve. And watching this with all the RVs that we had, and every breakdown you can imagine, and Louis would be right there, whether it's 1 o'clock in the morning underneath an RV. And so and to keep like even tempered all the way through with so many different characters. So that says so much about Lewis. And as you all know, like I'm a face reader and body reader, hands, feet, whatever, psychosomatic therapy. And so I look at bone structure, and Lewis is definitely a humanitarian, you know, with a rectangular face. And yeah, I mean, they stick up for the underdog. And we see that with Lewis, with all the compassion that he has. And he's like a mirror to most of us. Like he mirrors back, you know, new ideas. And that's so important for California. Yeah, and it's just, we know he loves hot tubs, that's for sure. And he's lots of fun too, and lots of humor, which we needed a lot of humor on the tour. And so, you know, as far as I'm Canadian, living in Costa Rica, patriot at heart, we all are, and that's why we're here. And I've been on all the channels with Lewis and Bruce and Robert for the last 3-4 years at least. And so it's really important that we stay in the chats too, and introduce people in different ways. So yeah, it's lots of fun to be with this gang, and everyone has friends and family in California, and it's up to us to get a hold of those people and suggest and send out Lewis's platform to them to see what the alternative is in with different ideas. And Lewis comes up with some really, really important values as a what do we call guardian of California. And I think we changed it from governor to guardian. So that's so important. And I'm going to say, you know, I still think Lewis should wear 100% linen shirts. He'd win the California governor for sure. And so, yeah. And we also have other things, lots of things going on. He's also going to be on the new documentary, Dear Mr. President, with 44 other podcasters that are on there that have a little 45-minute clip. 45, I keep saying minute, 45 seconds. So really important. Lewis is the first one to speak on that documentary, and definitely flashing across running for governor of California. So with that, I am going to.
I want to, yeah. And Lewis, he never ends.
I know.
And he wondered, does he ever sleep?
There you go. Yes, I took this picture in Las Vegas. It was the end of the first Truth Tour, and everyone was exhausted. And this was in Las Vegas. And this is how much Lewis will fight for people and to straighten out California. And he works very hard at everything. He puts 100% in. There's not just one foot in, it's both feet. And he's off and running. So that's what we need, because what happens in California is going to affect the whole world, as I believe, and especially Canada as a neighbor to United States. So
or the 51st state of the.
Yeah, I lived in Alberta most of my life.
So yeah, you may end up becoming a U.S. citizen after all.
Yeah, that would be great. So with that.
We love and appreciate you, Carol. Yeah, you're one of those people that just tells it like it is, and you always have brought truth into my life and everybody else's lives. I know that is on the screen, and the ones in the waiting room, and the ones watching who have had experience with you in the past. So you're very loved and appreciated. Thank you very much for all your support.
Thank you.
All right, what did you think about Carol there? That picture, does that bring back some memories, Lewis?
Well, yeah, the first thing I saw, because I'm so vain, is my gut on the thought of hanging. But the good news is it's motivating me, because I'm dedicating myself to health, and I have to lead by. My wife tells me all the time, you need to lead by example. You're going to say you're super maha. What are you doing about it? And I love that she's so hard on me because of that, because it's motivating me a big time.
And I noticed in that picture as well, Do you have any other shirts besides that one? Because you're wearing the same shirt, it looks like.
I don't think it's the same shirt. It may be similar. and Carol, I do have a couple linen shirts. I have to get used to wearing them. For some reason, I sweat like a drunken whore in them. I have to figure that part out. I'm not quite sure why that, but I'm absolutely loving them. And we have been purchasing linen, Carol. We've been listening. We've been paying attention. And
Linen
yes,
is because it allows you to your energy field to open up. So you do sweat differently. I've noticed a huge difference. I sweat differently too.
yeah,
With wearing linen. So.
but
and linen also vibrates at a higher frequency. If you're into understanding frequency and all that stuff, wearing linen even versus cotton. We think it's a natural fiber, but linen has a very higher vibrational rate than many other things. And on top of that, the plastics and the polyester, all that stuff that it gases. I've had a business in the past where I made screen printing T-shirts, and those chemicals and that stuff, the dyes and things that are in some of those shirts, will leach into your body. And so we want to be helpful. That's just a little tip.
And always drink out of copper.
Yeah, the microplastics and plastic bottles are no bueno, probably.
Yeah.
So we're going to see you very soon. I'm going to be we're going to see you in Ireland.
Yeah,
So,
see you in Ireland, and for anybody that doesn't know, we're doing a huge our launch of our tour for the campaign is going to start in Yuba City on September 27th. Everybody, everybody that's speaking today is invited to come there and speak. Just so you know, I'm saying that publicly. It's going to be absolutely amazing. I know we need to move on, Bruce, but I have to give love to the people that are helping us out. We just got a donation from Uni and Alan, our good friend Tom with the substantial donation. Thank you, Tom. Joey, we know what Joey we're talking about, don't we?
Joey
G and Judith just donated. Guys, thank you very much for the support. We really, really appreciate it.
And we're going to be rolling out more, prizes and stuff during the day. But first one, we know anybody who donates $100 or more will get a free bottle of the new product from Sorona, Lucid. It's a nano size NAD plus. So just give the donation, we'll work it out. Get with you. All you got to do is pay for shipping on that. All right, thank you, Carol.
Okay.
Thank you, Carol.
Bye-bye.
Always fun to see Carol, huh? She always brings the heat. I love it.
Yes, you'll find her stuff. I mean, she's a fantastic individual and teacher with that psychosomatic therapy thing she does. The lightworkersinstitute.com is where you can find Carol.
Is it the Lightworkers Institute or just Lightworkers Institute? I was
the lightworkersinstitute.com.
The Lightworkers
Robert's
Institute.
so good.
Okay,
Robert
good.
knew it. He knew the answer. He's just prompting you. You are a stud, Robert.
I don't have a list of everyone's websites, so I'm like, the old noggin has to kick in here today.
The old.
All right. So yes, I did take care. I'm doing the tagging and the pinging as for Lewis, message for Lewis. Yes.
Okay.
Cool. Robert, go ahead and introduce our next guest. We got to keep this train rolling, baby.
We have on deck here somebody who I have a lot of respect for, someone who's been underground and seen the underbelly of America and seen things that probably wouldn't even want to talk about. But he's here to share with us. He's all about love these days, and love is the highest vibration. And it's so cool to have him on the show because he always brings a fresh perspective on things. Our friend forever, Michael Jaco, joins us. Michael, welcome to the program.
Well, thanks, guys. Great to be here. Yuba City on September 27th. That's my birthday. And it's not far from where I'm at in North Lake Tahoe, so I can just swing right over and speak.
Oh, awesome.
That's going to be the best birthday song ever, Michael. Be prepared.
And so if you're wondering, you can actually go to HERMSforCali.com and you can sign up to be part of the movement. And you'll get notified when we have these tours. The things are going to be unrolling in a very rapid fashion here. So you want to get the latest and greatest information, just get on the mailing list for the HERMS for Cali Governor Campaign Run, HERMSforCali.com, HERMSforCali.com, and get on the list. And you can donate there as too. I don't know if I said that before.
Yeah. And Michael, what's going on in the world? Just give us a clue, because I know you have the pulse of it, and you have some amazing guests on your show, and your take is incredible. Where do you think we're at right now?
Yeah, we're in difficult situations. President Trump has sent the National Guard into LA and also into DC, and now he's talking about sending them to Chicago. So it looks like we're going to have pretty much close to martial law throughout the United States, and that's really the only thing we can look forward to as far as taking down all of the craziness that's happening in all of our big cities. I know a lot of people shirk from that, but I think it's the only way. A lot of people talk about how the military is the only way. The military is not going to come in and take over our country and stay there, guys. They're going to come in to basically do what they're doing in LA, clean up DC. Once the work is done, then they leave and people go back to what will be far from normal for most people, because most people are thinking normal is chaotic, crime-ridden, and you can't even walk the streets of your own city. We're seeing a lot of people are getting arrested for pushing back on this. This is happening all over the world. Even in the UK, I saw this one video where this one young lady, I think she's like 14 years old, had a hatchet and a knife to protect herself from criminals that were trying to rape her. And rape is a very big thing right now, unfortunately, for young women or young girls, really, in the UK.
Right.
We're moving in that direction. We're moving in that direction in the United States. I think that we're going to push back on that and stop the crime from getting out of control.
Yeah, and the reality is, and this is no detriment to Muslims out there, but the overall Muslim ideology is, and the Sharia law mentality, it has to be addressed, and it has to be addressed head on, and we can't run from it anymore. There's clearly operations for infiltration of that culture into our country, into the Western world, to try to change it. This is not a slap in the face of Muslims everywhere, because I believe there's many good Muslims that don't like what's going on too. These are deep state color revolution operations, which I know you know more about than I do. Now it's fascinating to me when you talk about the military, because I think I might be wrong, but if you and I would have had a conversation 10 years ago about martial law in certain places, I think both of you would have said, hell no. You and I would have said, there's no way, right?
Yeah, no way.
We're in a different situation. But I want people to, and I'm so glad you brought this up. I just got chills, Mike. I'm so glad you brought this up, because what I see going on is identical to what President Trump has been doing even from his first term. And what they are is, and these are pinpoint operations, right? So what happens is when he needed to take out the top terrorists, it was a pinpoint operation, right? When he had to take out the nuclear sites in Iran, it was a low casualty pinpoint operation. When he goes into DC, it's a low casualty pinpoint operation. So if people want to make it anything different, it's exactly the opposite. They go in for a specific purpose. They take care of their business. It's a low casualty, low detriment to the society in general, with a net positive that's so huge. And that's the way I'm looking at this. So yes, I'm on the same page with you. Take it away.
Yeah, fantastic. And we've talked for a long time, you and I. We're deep into the subject matter. Intuition is very strong for you, which I think California is going to do really well with going forward. They need that intuition. They need someone with your hair and with your ability to lean down even more than Gavin Newsom. But all joking aside, I think that what we're seeing is a preemptive movement, which nullifies what probably would be chaotic situations, even more so in a lot of our cities. And we've talked about this in California. Now, the Muslim part you talk about, I've been in Muslim countries for over half my life. I love the Muslim community. Right. And my daughter actually is dating a Muslim man from Turkey. Very handsome guy, very astute in the political realm. I don't know what it is about people from overseas, but they really seem to know politics better than most Americans, unfortunately. So if you look at, what is happening in California, I love I've spent close to half my life in California, but I left California because Gavin Newsom had turned it into a wreck. So I'm out. I'm out of California right now. I would love for you to fix California so that many of us can come back. So good luck.
Yeah, no, and it's not going to be easy, but it's simple. All the solutions are very, very simple, and I think they get overcomplicated on purpose because they get murky, and then there's a control mechanism that comes in. I love that you said that your daughter's boyfriend is from Turkey. I don't tell people much of this, but part of my more recent awakening, I've been working on things forever, but in learning. But part of my more recent awakening about 5 years ago, where I would learn a lot, believe it or not, was watching Turkish news, because their broadcasts were telling the truth at the time during COVID when other broadcasts weren't, which was fascinating to me. And I would say all of the broadcasts, but a broadcast that I was watching was. So that was interesting.
Fascinating. Last year I spent some time in Turkey, and it's fantastic. Of course, their history goes back thousands and thousands of years. But yeah, they are cutting edge, and the people there are, I believe, like Americans. They love family. They want to, be prosperous and have a good life for them and their families. And great food there. I love the food there. It's all natural. You don't have to worry about going and finding organic because it's all organic. And these are some of the things that I think that California is very strong in. But we have these other groups that seem to want to come in and take over. I love raw milk. You can find it in California. You can't find it in most states. So California is cutting edge in a lot of areas.
They are.
But some areas, not so much. And I know that you have the insight and the broad range that you can help fix a lot of these things. I say fix, but all it is just adjusting, really. There's been manipulations that have come in. We know that Gavin Newsom and his party has come in and strongly manipulated a lot of things in California. It just need to be turned around. There's mostly good people in California, and some people like their handouts, illegal immigrants and so forth. Can't do that going forward. That's not the way our system has always worked. It's based off of merit. And if you look at all the people that have done well throughout history, it's through merit. It's not because things were given to them. So California has got to stop that. They're just destroying themselves.
Yeah, no, this is a good point. And what I've noticed in business alone over the years, over the decades, is so when people are entitled, right, they're going to accept their entitlements as long as they're there. But often, more times than not, when those entitlements are cut off, they get to work. And they do what they need to do. So I fault the system more than I fault the people, because sometimes, they're just they take it. It's advantageous to them, so they're going to take it. I'm not going to work. Blah 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 blah. So we've inherently created a system of laziness, which isn't really there when the entitlements aren't there, because people are like, well, I'm not going to not have my cell phone. I'm not going to not pay my bills. I'm not going to not have electricity or food. Guess I got to get to work. It's not free anymore, right? So there may be some pushback on that, but I think our human nature is to fend for ourselves.
Yeah, and California has it's one of the greatest economies in the world, just California alone.
Yep.
And what does that come from? It comes from small business, always. California has gone in and has destroyed small business and has basically taken away the ability to create. Even Elon Musk left California and went to Texas. So it's a big red flag, unfortunately, for California. It's a downward spiral. More people are leaving California than are coming into California for the first couple years in its history. It's warning signs. Warning signs are there. So we need new leadership. And so here we have Lewis HERMS coming to the rescue. I really think that you are coming to the rescue. Whether people look at your ideas and take them on and steal them or whatever. So, or you get to implement them, which would be better because you have high integrity, higher integrity than probably any other politician out there, because we know the politicians, for the most part, don't have any integrity. They tell you what you want to hear, and then do the opposite. And that's been the case for a lot of politicians in California for a long time. So I know that you're going to bring that integrity. You're going to bring great ideas, cutting edge ideas, ideas that will basically push California back into the top and back into the limelight like it's supposed to be, like all of us have loved California, and we look forward to that.
Yeah, and I appreciate you, Mike, and all the work that you've done over the years, and all the work. I know we talked a lot about what you've done in the Middle East, and you saw election fraud firsthand and ballot harvesting way before anybody saw it here in the United States.
Yeah, that's one of the things I saw in Afghanistan firsthand. I remember talking to the chief of station, CIA chief of station, and I was like, these radical Muslims are going to win this election, and he's like, no, we got it. And I was like, oh, okay. So yeah, I've seen it firsthand. But maybe in that case it was a good thing, but and here in America, not so much.
Not so much.
Yeah,
right.
not so much. So we've seen that radicalization of the political and voting spectrums. I think that if there were, and I think there will be going forward, I feel strongly that people get out and do the vote early like we did in the last election. And I push this very strongly that everyone should get out and start voting early, because they expect us to come day of, and that's when they wreck everything. We've seen that. We saw it in Arizona. We saw it in Pennsylvania. We've seen a lot of different states where people come day of and everything gets wrecked. So we have to come in like we did this last election. I promoted it. I said, get out and vote early voting. We have to do away with these absentee ballots. That's the way elections are stolen. I really strongly believe there's more people that will support you and not the other side that's radicalized. And if there's legal voting and people get out early and vote, and there's no absentee ballots and no machine voting, you're going to win. I believe, will win.
Yeah, with a paper ballot, I actually prefer same day voting. But with a paper ballot, same day counting is imperative with oversight. And I'm starting to get some traction on an idea I had a while ago, and I'm actually still shocked that nobody else is bringing this up in the election integrity community. Serial numbers on ballots make them impossible to duplicate, right? Mm-hmm. Because there's a serial number on the dollar bill, so if you run it through a scanner and it's duplicated, they know immediately that it's counterfeit, right? So the machines can be used to detect that. That's what a machine can be used, is make sure it's not a duplicate ballot. Boom, it's legit. Okay, now we hand count it and hand do it. So I think serial numbers would be imperative, and I'm not quite sure why the election integrity community is not pushing that, but there are people a lot smarter working on this stuff than me. But we'll see what happens with that.
Yeah. Good luck with that. I think it's that's ideally the way it should work, same day voting, but because of the fraud and so forth that's worked into the system, it's really going to be tough to get that. It's going to be tough to get away with absentee ballots. It's going to be tough to do away with the machine voting, but they can be done. But I think I believe that we should have paper ballots, but I think it should be, should be able to get in there for a long period of time. In Florida, we have a tremendous number of people that vote, and if it was same day, I don't think a lot of people would show up.
Well, I do agree for the senior communities too. It takes them sometimes longer to organize that day, and families and so on and so forth. I know Trump's working really, really hard at this right now, and I've heard that he's targeting California. So let's see if we can get this done. Mike, I got to turn it over to Robert. Thank you so much for your support, and I know I'll be on your show, you'll be on my show, back and forth like we do here and there, and it's good to see you, brother.
Yeah, thanks a lot, brother. Good luck.
Take care.
Cheers.
Awesome. That's always good to hear Michael Jaco join us. Where's Mr. Bruce here? He's frozen. Oh,
I was getting a little bit of snack in my mouth.
We're all doing that
as we eat on the run today.
I know. It is fascinating. All right, let me set up our next guest here. Okay. You want to do the honors, Bruce?
I don't have any background here.
Oh, I do. Give me the honors. Dun dun dun. Our next guest, I've just really gotten to know recently, and I'm telling you, a powerhouse, a spiritual powerhouse. If I've ever seen one, many of you are familiar with her. I'm enjoying my several conversations lately. In fact, we just did 2 on her channel just this week. A phenomenal person. She's an absolutely God-loving, beautiful Christian, and I can just tell you, pay attention, because very powerful. And sometimes every once in a while, something comes out of her mouth that seems divine and directed through her. So let me welcome everybody to Mary Crowley. We got a frozen head.
We got a frozen head.
Okay,
here.
sorry.
There we go.
Can you? Sorry, I don't want to be a frozen head.
Don't want to be that. Not today.
I'm not the frozen chosen. But anyway, so listen, thank you, Louis. Yeah, we just had a great interview with Louis, a couple days ago, and then he was on my Hollywood Zoom call on Wednesday night. God is the reason I love Louis HERMS is because of his stance on child sex trafficking, which of course that's one of my wheelhouses. I have a film called Freedom Cry, Sex Trafficking in America, that came out a few years ago, and we're screening it around the country at my events called Open the Heavens. But anyway, thank you, Louis, for having me on. We're excited about you running for governor.
Well, I'm excited to have you on. Mary, you have a fascinating background. Can you let people know kind of what you've been doing? I mean, you've traveled the world fighting this demonic realm that we're dealing with, and I think it takes so much courage. And you've been ahead of the curve way before we were talking about human trafficking in the last few years. So, can you give an idea of what and what type of impact and where you think we're going with this whole human and child trafficking issue?
Well, thanks, Louis. In 2017, I interviewed Liz Crokin. I really didn't know who she was. She was actually at an event out here. One of the guys that was running against Maxine Waters, that woman that hates Trump. Anyway, but she was at an event there in, a pre-primary event. And my friend said, you need to talk to my friend Mary, who's doing this movie. And so I interviewed Liz, and I didn't know what Pizzagate was. I didn't know what all these things that, even though I've been a journalist for a long time, when I went down the rabbit hole and I flew to Thailand to do with my videographer to do, to show what's happening in Bangkok and Pattaya. They have a 3-mile walking street in Pattaya. Thailand is the number 1 sex tourist destination in the world. And, people from all over the world go there. It's not legal, but you know what I mean? A lot of people go there and they purchase these women in the hotel, and it's not good. But when I got back from that doing some great footage and getting some great interviews, I heard God speak to me, and he said, I don't want you to do this about Thailand, even though I believe he wanted me to know. He said, I want you to show what's happening in America. And so I kind of flipped I flipped it, and I ended up starting to interview people in America. And then he even told me, he said, the pimps, really, they've been groomed too, in some ways, because, they all were little babies at one time. What makes a pimp? What makes a trafficker a trafficker? And so what happened was I put together this film called Freedom Cry, and we launched it at the Governor's Gun Club in Georgia. I don't know if you know anything about Nancy Schaefer, but Stu Peters had I don't know, kind of hearing back. I'm kind of hearing myself back. There's some trouble with the audio?
You're a little digital, but it's not that bad. It's doable. You're talking about Nancy Schaefer.
Well,
and
yeah, Nancy Schaefer was a state senator. I'll just keep rolling through it. I'm on my phone.
Yeah, now we are getting a lot
because
of
the
feedback.
link wasn't working.
Hold on a second, Mary. Now we are. Robert, I'm getting tons of feedback from her. She's getting a lot of feedback. Is it something on our end?
It may just be the connection, the slow connection that she's got.
Because
But it's not coming out on the feed though, so that's what's important.
Well,
okay, I'm hearing her three times.
I'm gonna walk. I'm at Lisa's house. I'm gonna walk outside to see if that's gonna help. Because sometimes I don't know, her Wi-Fi doesn't necessarily. Is that better?
Yeah, I don't hear it on the live feed, so it's just on Zoom.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we'll just continue to roll with it.
Yeah, the connection's really bad.
So, yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
No, you're good. They're not hearing it on live. We are just hearing it, so we just kind of have to work through it, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, I walked outside. We're in Newport Beach. It's a nice day out here. Trying to make people feel bad about not living in California, right, Lewis?
Exactly.
So anyway, we'll just roll through it. The situation is that the trafficking situation is so bad, and a lot of people, Lewis, when I got back, didn't want to know about it. They said, this is just too bad. We don't want to know. Like, it's just too hard to hear about. And I go, like, what if this is your child, your grandchild? So the fact that Lewis HERMS is for the children, even the Bible says what you do to the least of these, you do unto me. So it's really an important topic. And, I know that God is telling me that this is the number one thing that I believe is on God's heart. And if we don't fight for the children, if we don't fight for them, it said it's better than a millstone or tied around your neck and thrown into the sea than to touch one of these little ones. So pretty much, I'm just telling you, this is the number one thing. And the number one thing that literally is the fuel is the pornography. And so it fuels the porn. I mean, the porn fuels the trafficking. So I believe that right now that we got to stand up. And I am a journalist, but I'm also in the ministry. So we go into different regions and we do these events called Open the Heavens. The 7th one will be in San Francisco, Keys to the Golden Gate. And then after that, we'll be in Vegas. I want Lewis to be at my Vegas event. Juan's been at my event, Scott McKay. We've had Scott Bennett. We've had, a number of people, patriots and prophetic voices that have come on. Sheila Holm has been at all of mine. So anyway, so it's really important time that we just let our voices be known.
Mary, appreciate you. We're not going to have you endure anymore with the feedback. I know it's a pain, but can you tell everybody real quick where they can find you?
Yeah, on my website is marycrowley.com. It's actually one day I was in prayer and God spoke to me. He said, your name's right in the middle of America. And I went, AMERI. I go like, wow. And he said, from sea to shining sea, you're going to help bring forth liberty. So it's MERICROULEY. I'm the good Crowley, not the bad Aleister Crowley, witchcraft satanic guy. I'm the good Crowley with a U instead of a T.
Awesome.
Anyway, marycrowley.com.
Thank you, Mary, and say hi to our friend Lisa. I know that's who you're hanging out with right now.
Yep. Anyway, thanks, guys. Sorry about the bad connection.
No worries. Enjoy the beautiful day out there. Bye-bye.
Newport Beach, I'm telling you. All right, so that's muted.
All
I
right.
think the feedback is because when you don't have a headset on, the sound comes out of the phone and it comes back in. It creates
if they're using their speakers, what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Plus the bad connection. So it is what it is. We must adapt and overcome. That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
It's interesting because California is an incredibly beautiful place. And I really do think it's the land of milk and honey. Hopefully we switch to raw milk. And bees that are I don't even want to go into the whole bee thing. We did a whole show on the bees and the manipulation of honey and so on and so forth. But it really is the land of milk and honey. But what's amazing is I remember growing up, guys, and my father, I would hang out with him on New Year's Eve, because New Year's morning I would have to at the time, now I know it was a blessing, get up very early and watch the Rose Parade. Anybody knows the Rose Parade out of Pasadena, California, right? So, and it started early in the morning, and I would remember being groggy, and sure enough, Bob Eubanks would come on the TV and he'd say, "Wow, January 1st, and it's winter everywhere else, and here it's 72 degrees. What a great sunny, beautiful day in sunny California on January 1st." And my dad was not grumpy at all, but he would always go, another million people moving to California.
That's right.
Right? And I didn't really know what that meant. And now it's sad, because California is the laughing stock of the United States.
Yeah.
And how have we changed, right? So it's time to bring back California as liberty intended. And that is our slogan, California as liberty intended. And it is really, really important. We're very excited to be part of this movement. A real quick thank you. We have more donations coming in. Thank you, Lisa. Oh, that's our friend Lisa we were just talking about. I don't give last names out here on purpose. Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Wendy. We appreciate your support. You are awesome. Take it away, Bruce. Or Robert.
Yep. And just a quick reminder for anybody joining us a little bit late on the Rumble. We're on multiple Rumble channels all over there. Also, we're audio only, thanks to E. Smitty and his people over there. You can go to talk.soundaliveradio.net, talk.soundaliveradio.net, to be able to hear the audio version of this only, completely free. You can go to that website. There's even an app you can put on your phone. It's completely free. It's got a fantastic platform over there for decentralized music radio stations that are on blockchain. And so our next guest is actually part of that radio station on the rock part. You can go to rock.soundaliveradio.net to hear more of her stuff. Any other thing before we bring on the next guest that we need to cover? Put anything out?
Let me add. How are we on time on schedule? Because I don't have the schedule in front of me at the moment.
We are looking like we're like 8 minutes ahead of time if we bring our guest on right now.
That's what I thought. Okay, let's roll with our guest early since she's already here. And then I'll go into the Post-it campaign and how our volunteers can help after that.
Fantastic. So yeah, we're really excited. A person who's an independent artist, a virtuoso, if you will, of a guitar player, musician all around. This is my first time seeing her face to face, but many of the people who are familiar with the Screw Big Gov platform and the Truth Tour, Unity Tour specifically, she was part of this Unity song that we'll be playing later that Joe Rosati wrote. And then also a good friend of ours, Tenor, had that song called Thank You for Coming. She played guitar in that. So many of the people are familiar with her name. So we're going to get to know her a little bit better. So please help me welcome Christine Capolino. Hopefully I said the name right. Christine Capolino is a musician, artist, just an all-around great person, loving patriot of this country. So welcome into the show there, Kristen. We're all fantastic over here. Glad to have you on. Pleasure to see you in person. You always have this great energy about you. That's what I love. You're this massive smile. And then if anybody hasn't seen it, I have this as my own personal thing. Every time I listen to that song, Thank You for Coming, that Tenor did, your passion, the way you play guitar, I actually get misty every time I watch it. No matter how many times it happens, it hits me in the feels, if you will. Because I love music. Music is, I believe, medicine for the soul. The universe speaks to me through a lot of music. One of my favorite things that I say all the time on my show is the beginning of the Prince song, Let's Go Crazy. Dearly beloved, we're gathered here together today to get through this thing called life. That part there, we gotta come together. And about that. So before, let's just say hi for you, and then just a quick background, and then we got one of your music videos we're going to play.
Yes, for sure. So it's great to see you guys finally in person. and I really appreciate your having me. I'm a singer, songwriter, and guitar player. I started playing when I was 5 years old, and then I started taking lessons when I was 9. And then I finally recorded my first album, All That I Am, when I was 13 years old. So then I started kind of just growing after that, and it's been quite the journey, that's for sure.
Wow, 13. And that's really amazing. So you started, do you have like musical stuff in your family, or is this just some gift that was been, bestowed upon you? You're a starseed, a musician from another life or something?
Well, my dad got me hooked on the guitar when I was really little. I remember he had, back in the days when he listened to CDs, right? He had that big album of CDs, and I would always go through, and I called it Daddy's Music, right? And I would go through all the different things. And I remember my favorite always was Gary Moore, of Thin Lizzy. I'm sure you've heard him. He's amazing. Sadly, he passed, but he's still one of the best. And he's the reason why I started playing. And of course, Michael Schenker, my dad got me hooked on him.
Oh, yeah.
Of UFO and, and MSG. I'd say they're the top 2 reasons I started playing. But yeah, my dad has excellent taste. So he tried to play when he was young, but he always tells me the story of how his parents were saints, but he was so bad they would turn the breaker off in his room because he was so bad. But he has a great ear. So yeah, my dad's definitely the reason I started playing.
All right. So yeah, I'm just communicating with Robert. I put in the Telegram. It's not labeled. It's just a black screen. I shared the video in your Telegram, Robert.
Go and look for it.
It's just above the David Kearney video and below the Patriot Street Fighter intro music. So just a little back behind the scenes stuff, communicating to get things right here. So do you have? Do you play on a regular? Are you doing like touring, or what are you currently doing now?
So I've mostly been writing and recording, when the world kind of went crazy. I took a little step back, but I had a lot of fun, writing and recording new material. I even started getting into some session work. So that's been really fun. And I've been having a lot of fun with the gear too, kind of chasing the tone more. But I'm going to be getting back out there again. So I think
that's really good. And I heard a little birdie told me that some of the reason why you're so why you chose an independent path rather than going into jumping into the machine that is the music industry nowadays, where you essentially you're literally pretty much selling your soul.
Yeah. Oh, that's a whole story with that, right? But
yeah. Tell us a little bit about how your dad has protected you from that situation.
Oh my gosh. I mean, when I was a kid, right? You're just excited, you're naive, you don't know what's going on. And, a lot of that, if my parents weren't there, I would probably be in a lot of trouble. There's a lot of those people in the industry, they kind of make you feel like they care about you. They know what you got to do. So you got to tell, they'll tell you exactly what you got to do. And, they make all those promises. If you dress a certain way, if you sound like this other artist, you know what I mean?
Yep.
We wanted no part of that, I
no,
always
absolutely.
wanted to be true to myself. And, my parents definitely helped guide me with that. Cause there were definitely times like when we connected with people, and you could feel that even then, how they would try to subtly drive a wedge between me and my parents. And
oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Even the teachers I had, the guitar teachers I had, he produced me, and he turned out to be a little bit of a creep. And even I think I was 16, my parents had to toss him because he was trying to subtly get in my head. Your parents don't know, I'll show you what to do. You got to sound like that, and why don't you like him? He's so cool, right? Like as a kid, you don't understand that,
Right.
And my parents are like, no, Kristen, he's trying to get in your head and, undermine us. Like we're not doing that. And, at the age, I didn't understand that, but now, especially with the research I've been doing these last few years on how deep that evil goes in the industry.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. No,
and there's many more people are becoming attuned to that. So the independent artist, not being chained to a label, if you will, to use that terminology.
Yeah.
People like we know personally, Joe Rosati and yourself and Tenor, and even gets into some of the larger names like Tom McDonald is a massively successful independent guy, no labels. Other people, even Jonathan Rich, has pulled away and is doing his own thing because he sees the evil. Some old school people, Prince fought for very, very long to keep control of his music. Michael Jackson was another one. That walked away from Sony and all the evil people there. So we got the video, Robert.
Got it downloaded. I think there's a problem with it because it's not showing anything. It's just black.
When you hit the play button, it goes.
Hang on. Let's see if we can get it to play. Shall we try to play it?
Try it. I'll try anything once, twice if I like it.
All right.
You've been blind for far too long. It is time to open up your eyes now. Your conviction, once so strong. Your up is down, your right is wrong. 24/7, non-stop fear. Common sense has disappeared. Drink the Kool-Aid, that is clear. Just stuck with rock and roll, the flag, and a cold beer. It's all about freedom, no other way to be. Freedom, don't you tread on me. Freedom, no other way to be. Freedom, without you, we're gonna take our country back. Freedom, always standing tall. Freedom, fight for one and all. Freedom, no other way to be. Freedom, do or die, let's save America. You're in too deep, so far gone. Your mind's concrete, the zombie drug you're on. Reset your mind, all you knew. You are yellow, I'm red, white, and blue. March into the commie beat. You tell me chains set us free. Voices tell you hate is peace. You're on the wrong side of history, and it's so weak. It's all about freedom, no other way to be. Freedom, don't you tread on me. Freedom, no other way to be. Freedom, so without you, we're gonna take our country back. Freedom, always standing tall. Freedom, fight for one and all. Freedom, no other way to be. Freedom, do or die, let's save America. Took the road less traveled. Truth is a lonely place. Good and evil, staring at each other face to face. No matter what, I'll stand my ground, staying true to the values on which this country was found. It's never too late to see the light. Just hold on, gotta hold on.
Fantastic.
Wow. Hey, Bruce, can you put all three? I mean, Robert, put all three of us on. Is that possible?
I mean, at the root of things, I mean, that's all of us want, whether, Americans, we just want freedom. I mean, that was the whole idea behind this founding of this country is freedom. We want the freedom to choose, freedom to do, freedom, not to be under the thumb of some overlord that tells us how to live our life. I mean, that anthem is fantastic. And one other quick question before I know Lewis probably wants to ask something is I love music. I watch many guitar players. I'm an old rocker at heart. And you become one with your guitar. And so are you aware of some of the facial contortions, the facial contortions that you're doing while you're playing? Because I see a lot of people doing, they just get all their face is playing the guitar too.
I think sometimes, but a lot of the times you're just getting into it and you're feeling it and you don't even realize you're doing it. But it's funny. It's funny. Some people like that, some people don't, but you can't, you just got to feel, you just got to go with it.
It's authentic. It is extraordinary, authentic, Kristen. And I've got to tell you, and I'm going to say something that's very authentic. That is my new favorite song.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
I literally, and I'm going to get emotional. I was crying during your guitar solo at the end because I felt it. It's so impactful, so much so that I play 3 songs at the end of my shows all the time, and I have songs set up for the rallies. And I'll ask your permission privately, not to put you on the spot, but I think I want to make this the staple of everything I do.
Oh my goodness. It would be an honor. I would love that.
Absolutely incredible. It is exactly what our nation needs, right?
I agree. Yes, sir.
And this brings us back to where I believe the good times were in your song. So God bless you for this. Thank you.
You too.
And many people don't know this, but I've talked to people about you because you've worked on another project that I was involved in. And the things they say about Kristen are incredible, and they said she's like a virtuoso. I mean things like she'll put Eddie Van Halen to shame. I mean things that you're like, wow. And then I heard her for the first time, and I was like, oh my Lord. And I get why the baddies of the industry would have been after you, right? And I'm so grateful, as you are, that your family figured out a way to, of course, you didn't get the exposure that you were deserving, but it's in God's timing anyways. I'm sure you know that. So I'm so grateful that your family figured a way to keep you out of that mess, because now, and I think it's only going to grow, you and your music and the wonderful people that surround you are going to be available to the world without the corruption. So I'm so happy for you. I'm pleased to have you part of this movement, and thank you for that song. It was just absolutely incredible.
Oh, well, thank you so much. It's an honor to be part of this, and I'm so excited to have more patriots like you standing up and fighting for us, because that is what we need.
Yeah, and
so any way I can help.
Yep, I appreciate it, and there'll be more and more and more to come. Take it away, Bruce. I just wanted to have that conversation.
And I'm wiping the mist out of my face now too. But if you want to get more of Kristen stuff, she is one of the highlighted artists, if you will, that is at rock.soundaliveradio.net. They're also streaming this whole thing all day on talk.soundaliveradio.net. But she's an independent artist. She's got huge future in front of her. You can also find her on YouTube. She's got a channel on there. You can put her name in, Kristen Capolino, search her out. You'll find her. You won't be disappointed. If you're a music fan like me, you want to have some of her stuff in your library. Appreciate you very much. It's awesome. So, where are we at here? You want to roll out the because we're a little bit early. We're a little slightly ahead of schedule. Want to roll out the swag stuff currently there, Lewis? You're muted.
I'm sorry. Let Robert bring up the swag, and I'll bring up this really cool Post-it campaign that people may be familiar with a twist coming up. They're gonna love it.
So sweet, so sweet. Where are we here? There's the swag button in the wrong place. Okay.
You know what? Interesting enough, it was obviously just my channel. All the other channels are fine. It's only a coincidence. We know that, right? I just checked all the other channels. There's no frozen. Mine was frozen. So,
Yeah, they were talking in the chat room that the channel was frozen, but if they refreshed the screen, apparently it came back. Mine did the same. It went down, then it came right back as soon as I refreshed.
Cool.
So,
all right, we got
we're
it.
good.
Awesome.
We're good.
You guys take a look at the swag there, Robert. If you and Bruce can cover that, I'm going to try to find that Post-it, which is important.
Cool. Yeah, new swag, guys. It just released this morning, from what I understand. Lisa just sent this graphic over, about 20 minutes ago or so. You're really going to like what we have. Prices are very affordable. And the idea here is that you wear the swag, people will see it. And we're planting seeds, right? The whole idea is to get out in society and just keep, mentioning Lewis's name. Name recognition is key. It's everything when it comes to running for any office. And the more people know and see the name, they see it again, They may not remember it the first time, but after the 10th person walks by with the swag, they're going to start to remember it. And you think, well, what can I do? Put on a t-shirt, go shopping, go do what you normally do. That's all we're asking. So you can find it there at hermsforcali.com. There is a button at the top of the website there that says swag, and you can find everything that we've got to offer. Cool.
Perfect.
Hey, and not only the
am I
Go ahead.
am I able to screen share without audio?
Without audio, huh?
And Kristen, we're done with your segment. If you want to hang back in here and listen in, that's your call, or you can go online. I just didn't want you to feel like you're obligated.
I'm trying to reply to her text right now.
Okay, cool. Appreciate you. Love you too. Yeah,
indeed.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Indeed.
And Robert, can I share or no?
Yeah, go ahead and share.
Oh, I can. Okay, cool.
No
All
audio
right,
though,
folks.
but you can share.
Nope, we won't need audio. Here, I just did a little screenshot of this, but we're gonna give people an idea. This is cool. Y'all, by chance, remember the Post-it campaign? That we did? In fact,
the program. Glad you're taking some time out. And so tell, while they're downloading that clip, tell us a little bit how you came about to this new documentary that's coming out September 9th.
Well, thank you for the opportunity first, guys. I'm honored to be here with Bruce. Bruce and Lewis I revere them to be great friends. Got to meet and break bread with them on several occasions. I see Lewis everywhere. He's in Vegas. He's in New York. He's everywhere, but anyway, I'm actually, everybody's complaining about how we need to fix this, that, and the other. But the reality is one of the most important things that people forgot is the microphones are clogged. Someone else is in charge. You're on a treadmill and, big tech is saying, hey, you're only allowed to go 10 miles an hour. You tell too much truth. You're only allowed to go 5 miles an hour. And this is the problem. The problem is that if we don't get this fixed, the thing that they fear the most is people like myself who have a lot of big charisma and a big chair to actually get to a 10 million people threshold. And when that happens, and I'm speaking truth, I could reach a lot more people when I got 10 million people following me. The reality is that we don't want the algorithms to decide for us how big a Mel Carmine or Bruce Poppy could be. We want people to decide. We want a level playing field, get rid of the bumps, and I know that I just got off the phone this morning with Trennis Evans, and I know that Donald Trump is moving exactly in that direction at the same time that the movie's coming out. So from a timing standpoint, it's an absolute bullseye.
And we know timing is everything.
Yes,
everything happens for a reason in certain times. That many of us have been frustrated with the lack of moving forward with things that we thought were going to happen that haven't happened yet, from in a public type of disclosure. But everything is coming. Anybody who's paying attention, and most of us, that do this type of stuff are, pay hyper attention to things that are going on. We can see things are moving, and this documentary that you're dropping on September 9th couldn't be at more perfect time.
Yeah, I totally agree. And, the Lord has a funny way of doing things, and he moves people on the chessboard exactly at the right time. We are the last gladiators in the arena, if you will. You know what I mean? This is it. This is for all the casino chips. The thing you have to really understand, and I think I speak for everybody here on this panel, is that the enemy is entrenched. They dug their heels in. They don't want to go anywhere. They got a lot of money. They're organized. They're committed. So we've got to be able to send the message across to them saying, listen, you're willing to die for your cause. We're willing to die for ours. And we got Donald Trump on our side. We're going to kick your ass. Throw in a towel. But they don't seem to be wanting to throw in the towel right now. That's what it looks like to me. It looks like they're doubling down, tripling down. They don't know when to stop. They really don't.
Yeah, I can hear you. We lost the feed on Screw Big Gov, but everything else is working. Isn't that weird? Yeah.
More. They're replaying the replay. We're done. It's over. So we don't know if there's anything that we can do to get back on my own channel. We know we've been under attack huge on all the other channels today, but for somehow they got to mine particularly right now. The good news is the other channels are going on. In fact, Bruce, if you can type in my channel to send them to, Nicholas Viniamin's or Scott McKay's or somebody else's channel, that would be awesome in chat. This is exactly what you're talking about, Mel. The suppression.
Yeah. Listen, I'm still
epic.
I've been trying to get, I got 7 press releases written like Picasso's, okay? Work of arts, okay? that would absolutely penetrate the mainstream, and it would literally go like wildfire on steroids. I can't get one. Can I am allowed to say the word fucking? I can't get one fucking press release to fucking take my fucking press release.
Of
Not
course
one.
You can't. Nope. Because you're
okay.
Because you're so over the target. That's why.
Okay. And then yesterday we put out an ad on Facebook saying, "Hey, come to Staying Alive, Cape Canaveral, September 7th. We're doing a live screening. On September 7th, we're doing 3 screenings on that day. Free tickets, come on down within minutes. They took it down. It goes against our political views, our political guidelines. Go fuck yourself."
Yeah, and they want you to pay them money for their ads, and then
We
they take
paid
your ad.
them. We paid them. They give our money back. They don't want the ad because they know as soon as they read "Dear Mr. President" and they go to the website, they know what it's about. They don't want this fucking shit out.
Yep. So I mean,
And,
this is the battle.
The worst thing these fucking Jew fucks could do is to piss off a Sicilian. Yeah. Yeah, I understand that, but they are Jews nevertheless.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
No worries. You're good. Yeah.
No, I don't. Yeah. Where did you send it, Lewis?
I put it here in the chat.
Okay. Oh, look at this. I don't have this up.
Teeth to get people to do this. Isn't that right? And then
brother, I'm still having a hard time. Let me tell you something. What I'm going up against, not only I have people that are in the movie that have a problem putting Mel Carmine on their show because they think maybe I got too much charisma, and charisma is a dangerous thing in insecure rooms, and they think that I'm going to steal their audience. This is not about Mel Carmine becoming a fucking superstar. Okay, this is about free censor. This is about crushing censorship once and for all, so that the Nino Rodriguez can have 5 million people. But someone's advising Nino Rodriguez not to have me. I'm supposed to pay money to fucking get Nino Rodriguez's microphone to get unclogged so that he can make $5 million instead of $500,000. Are you fucking kidding me? This is what I'm up against. And I talk like this because I don't give a shit. I'm not here for a goddamn popularity contest.
Right. And none of us should be here for a popularity contest. You know, there are channels out there that have management companies that I've already gone up against.
Yeah.
Right. And good for them having a management company, but you should, just like if I have people advising me in my campaign, I still have ultimate say.
Correct.
Of how to handle things and what to do. So
Patriot Underground, same thing. You know, he's been fluffing my balls. Okay. And same thing. He won't get me on it. Okay. You got a piddly channel of 80,000 people. Big fucking deal. Okay. Why won't you? He's been on 6 times. I don't call him out publicly here live. I don't give a fuck. You understand? Gabish, I'm not afraid of nothing or nobody. See, I'm calling you guys out because you guys have chicken brains. You don't see the big fucking picture. You got comfortable making your $200,000-$300,000 a year and think that's all. You see, if the tanks start rolling out in the middle of the streets, okay, those crumbs go away very fast, my friends.
Well, here's the biggest point that I think you made. There is a much bigger picture here. And I've had conversations with police officers, and I'm saying, aren't you frustrated? Don't you want to do your job? Don't you want to act as if the Constitution actually meant something to you? Wouldn't you like to support We the People? Over and over and over, had these conversations. They're like, yes. What's stopping you? And you know what the number one answer always is, Mel? Money.
Tell me.
I'm afraid of my
Money.
pension. I'm afraid of my paycheck. Well, as long as everybody's just afraid of the money that they're bringing in and their paycheck, we've lost.
Absolutely.
We've lost. If we can't see the future, we can't see the forest through the trees. There's no way that we're going to take our country back.
You know, it's bad enough we got censorship going on at the highest level of these, the tech giants. But I wish that I could go on the airwaves and say, you know what? We are working together. And I know you and Lewis, you and I are cut from different cloth. We're cut from the same exact cloth. A lot of these people out there who are patriots, okay, call themselves Patriot Underground. I mean, some of these people, I like to put them underground myself. You understand? I'm pissed off because we should be working together. I wish I could come on the airwaves and say, listen, you know what? YouTube is against us. Instagram is against us. Rumble is against us. But at least the patriots are working together. We're cross-pollinating. We're cross-promoting. We're getting the word out there. I can't fucking say that.
I know. And we are trying here to unite in the background with the patriots, just so you know, and trying to get them all on the same page. Bruce, myself, Mark, who's going to be on here longer, are now creating things, and we're going to start bringing in these patriots that we can all work on the same page. And because our conservative values make us inherently independent, and sometimes we forget though that it's the community that's going to take us over the top, and we can't be so self-serving. And what you're doing with this video, I think, is epic, because it's all about just a message from us, the podcasters and the influencers, to President Trump to say, hey, we need your help. We need to take care of this. And there's nothing good's going to happen as long as censorship's still involved.
Look, Lewis, I'm a sensible man. At the end of the day, if you don't like me, that's okay. So you don't have to tell me you don't like me. I could sense it. I feel energy, right? The reality is this, is if you're a podcaster, you might not like me, but you like what I do. You like the direction I'm moving in. At least show the fucking trailer on your show every other day, saying, hey, Mel Carmine's doing great work. He's got this, trailer, this movie coming out called Dear Mr. President, and we're all working together. At least show me something, right? And I don't care if I don't come on your show. I don't need to be coming on your show, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I ran into the same problem with my documentaries, especially the human trafficking documentary. Many people just completely avoided me. They disappeared off the face of the earth when I And thank you for your passion too.
Yes.
All right, brother. Go ahead, play the tape.
In a nation founded on liberty, the right to speak is slipping away.
Country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years.
One man dared to fight back with a letter to the president.
The idea of the letter turns into a full-blown documentary.
The American people are demanding to see arrests at this point because we have the proof beyond a shadow of a doubt. I want to see, I think I speak for the American people. I think you guys would agree. If we were to put together a really cool email, but let's send the email because that email will never get sent, but turn it into an audio and put it all over the internet and have the patriots just move it out there, okay? Wow. I mean, like, let it spread out there like crazy until it gets to Donald Trump and let them know the American people want to see fucking arrests. The people of the world want to see arrests. Because I'll tell you what, the people of other nations are waiting to invite in, okay, DOGE, because if you think it's only happening in the United States of America, you're making a big mistake.
His words sparked a movement among podcaster and various patriots, a call to reclaim free speech. I wrote to the president because silence isn't freedom, it's surrender. Silence No More follows one man's bold solution to confront censorship head on and the ripple effect shaking the nation. This letter isn't just words, it's a challenge to the system. One letter, one voice, one chance to change everything.
I could tell you that the actual movie, not to pat myself on the back, okay? I could tell you the actual movie is 100 times more powerful than what you just saw.
Nice. And I've heard about the lot of the commenters that went on there too that you recorded did a great job too. Mel, appreciate what you're doing. Robert, real quick, publicly, can you restart that specific feed to my channel, or is my channel just done?
I have restarted it like 3 or 4 times already, and it's just not reconnecting. So
right,
the only thing we can do is set up a new feed, and I just checked with Lisa. She's not at home to do that. So I said, ask Bruce to do it. He can't do it. So if you can do it, Lewis, I can send the feed there.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mel. Sure. Hey, Robert, if you can kind of type some little directions in chat on how to do that, and then Bruce, you can introduce our next guest.
Okay.
Well, I'm operating at a deficiency because I don't have information about our next guest. You have that information.
Oh, is it Matt?
It's Matt.
Oh, Matt. Awesome. Okay. This guy, he doesn't even probably know how much I like him. That, you know what? Because I love warriors. I love somebody that is mainly, they step in the background, but they are the hardest fighters they are. It's like in the foxhole, the guy that just pops his head up and shooting, the willing to take the ones, and he's in front of the line, but nobody knows him. They see everybody in the back. That's this guy, and that's Matt Meck, and he does a hell of a lot of work in the background with elections and everything else. And let's bring him on and see what he has to say.
Hey, Louis, how are you?
Doing good, man. I don't know if you've been watching, but we are under massive attacks on every single, I think we're streaming on 10 channels, and they've somehow got in there and destroyed the feeds, and we reset everything. The good news is now they've only just attacked my channel, so my channel is completely off air, ironically, right? Just a coincidence, I'm sure. But anyways, you know, we just got to have fun with it. But we're doing a lot of good here. And Matt, what have you been up to? I know elections are a big part of your efforts, and people don't even know that you're doing that.
Well, you know, Louis, and first off, certainly got to know you through Juan 07, and I serve as his chief of staff, which is kind of like trying to put lightning in a bottle,
right?
And keep him away from cookies. But that's the hard part. But we've done a lot with elections, as you probably know. Actually, I'm sitting across from Jim Marchant right now, who's going to be running for Congress out here in the state of Nevada. And our state got attacked, right? Our state, the executive branch got shut down for several days, couldn't even go to DMV, couldn't do anything. Whole state got hacked. And I'm sure other states as well. But, you know, we started May of 2021 at the Trump Hotel, the inaugural Secretaries of State Summit, right? We had Jim, Mark Fincham, Christina Caramo, Rachel Hamm from your state of California, Doug Mastriano, Jody Hines out of Georgia. And then from that, we've developed a coalition of folks fighting for election integrity. Mark Cook is central to that, who it was just in your state, going through up and down your whole state there in the month of July. And we fought for election integrity. And the America Project helped fund us, Patrick Byrne. 51 events throughout the Republic over the last several years where you're just educating the citizenry on taking their elections back, right? This is don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, it's your election. You should have insight, awareness, knowledge, and you ensure it's verifiable. So we've done that. We've got the Friday call that you've been on a couple of times, where we have everybody on, from everybody in the election battlefield, including 3 wonderful secretaries of state: Wyoming, Missouri, West Virginia. Had our event here 5 July at the HERMS, and demonstrated, right?
kids would go faster than the adults.
And they did. The folks who've been doing it, it's called the accountable method. Shelby Bush and Mark Cook worked together to create that. And there's several, it's just one method.
Right.
And those kids they weren't even taught. They were just showed it like for 5 minutes. Then they went and they mimicked what.
So, I've noticed President Trump publicly has really been talking about the elections lately, and he's even mentioned California, which I think is extraordinarily important. And he's talking about paper ballots. He's talking about single day counting, which is very, very important. I personally believe in single day voting. I think that's very important. I know there's some reasons. I just talked to Michael Jacob about this, why maybe having a multiple day vote, but regardless of that, no machines is the absolute number one most important thing. And then having a system where we, the people, can actually look at the elections and audit them, because these are our elections. These are not the elections for the politicians, is important. Something I've been talking a lot about, and it kind of got a deaf ear, now it seems to be getting some traction. Why aren't our election? By the way, I hate the term election integrity, because there is no integrity without reform. So I say, just so your knowledge, I say election reform. I've probably had that conversation with you before. Why aren't the powers that be? I've suggested this, and it kind of goes on a deaf ear, but now it's getting some traction. Why not put a serial number on the ballot? So at least that ballot cannot be duplicated.
I agree with you. We brought that up a couple of times, and the primary argument you'll hear back is if that serial number could track to you specifically, that violates, that's readily identifiable voter information. And so that's the argument that is most often encountered why you don't do that. I think it's good, at the very least, number the ballots, right? So in whatever community you are, you have there's numbers just for the heck of it. You have 100 voters, registered voters, and you maybe make plus or minus 10% more just for some errors. So the actual universe of ballots in your precinct, right? And we want to go to precinct levels, so at least how you can track a known number. I would love to do that, but that's the primary argument you'll hear back, is that somehow that serial number or that number getting matched to a person who had that ballot. But once that serial number goes in, there's no way
you don't know
to really
right.
track it to you.
And exactly right. And the solution for that, and my goal is, I'm a troubleshooter. I have been my whole life. So the solution for that is, let's even say you have to print 20 million ballots, and then you randomly mix those ballots up, send them out. Nobody has a clue who has what ballot, but you can always know if a ballot's been duplicated, if it has the exact same serial number on it, because the only machine that I think would be legitimate is to put it through a machine that would look at the serial number itself, just to make sure it's not a fraudulent serial number.
I agree with you, and I'll tell you, on the show you were on with us, we have Warren and myself. On PPN, we had Trennis Evans and Peter Tickton and Mark Cook on last night, and Tickton kind of relayed two different things, and he was on an Emerald Robinson show 2 days ago. Great interview with Emerald Robinson, but he talked about, remember, he's known Trump since they've been 15, right? They were roommates together at the military school, so they have a history together. And he's indicating we'll need a national emergency to get our elections right, to get this done right. And he indicated stand by for action with Tina Peters. You're going to see her out sooner than later. He said not today. This was yesterday. Not today, not tomorrow, but soon, because I think they have the goods on Colorado, and Colorado is about to have the hammer dropped on them. And I think she is going to be extricated for a federal a federal witness in as Tickton was saying, a election coup conspiracy that has been in this country.
Yeah, I know this, and I think it's beautiful. And as you know, I've worked in the background a little bit in regards to that. I don't publicly speak about that, but I know very well the one that put together the amicus brief, and obviously, and just did a phenomenal job at that. And the fight, so everybody knows, there's a public fight for things like this, and there's always a private fight also. And the public fight is important. Sometimes the private fight is even more important, because that's when you're working the gears and the levers in the background to get something done. And I know you've been heavily involved in that. I know Juan is, and some other people. So we pray for Tina constantly over here and make sure that stays in the atmosphere of conversation constantly, so it won't go away, because it's very, very important. She is the epitome of what these demons do to people that do the right thing.
I agree. And as you indicated, probably while you're being attacked, it's a spiritual battle, certainly. And that's why I think people in California are lucky that somebody of your caliber, dedicated to election reform, and I call it reinstilling election confidence, is putting their hat in the ring and willing to fight. Because, so as you've seen in this battle, so many good people have just felt beat down, right? And they just don't know what else to do. And as you've indicated, Mark Cook and others, the only way we lose, the only way we the people, not a partisan issue, we the people lose, is if we quit.
Yeah, and it's so true. And this is a we the people issue. And everything we're telling people on social media, that it doesn't matter if you have 0 followers. If you just start commenting and liking posts that people are doing good work, that's, like Robert says, that's working with the algorithms, not against them. And then they will popularize our message, because we are being attacked at every level. Now, why would we be attacked at every level, Matt? We just want to live freedom. What's going on here? Why would they be coming after us? It just doesn't make any sense, does it?
Yeah, it makes sense if you think of 5th generation warfare.
Exactly.
You think that in order for when I say it's not R versus D, it's the City of London, World Economic Forum, World Health Organization, Bank of International Settlements, for them to succeed, the flame of liberty and American freedom needs to be extinguished. And over my dead body, I know over your dead body, that's going to happen. Ain't going to happen.
Not going to happen. Yep. Awesome, Matt. What events you have coming up, or what should we be looking forward to?
Well, I know we're heading out to D.C. As homage to Nino. Juanito and I are heading out to D.C., planning to get the coordination for working with Ellie Gold and the Gold Foundation and General Flynn for an event in D.C., probably end of October. The goal would be have a summation, optimally from ODNI, or folks who have been briefing ODNI. Here's what happened in 2020. Here's the current state. Here we are with the EOs, executive orders, with CISA, with EAC. By the way, amen. Heather Honey, right over at DHS now, is the Deputy Undersecretary for Election Integrity or Election Investigations. Great pick. And then we want to demonstrate, with Mark Cook's help and others, is a paper as a source hand count process, all the way from registration to reporting. And with Ellie's help and the Gold Institute's help, getting congressmen there, senators, folks in the Imperial City to show, guess what? We, the people here in the Republic, your constituents, we solve the problem for you. We're going to demonstrate it can be done. Here, it's written up, and we'll take we get inputs from Cleta Mitchell and Mike Lindell and others, but show these guys this and say, now you need to do your job and codify it, because it all can't always be done by EO.
Yep, absolutely. Well, Matt,
and that would be like probably October 22nd or so is what we're shooting for in DC.
Well, you keep me updated. Anything I can do to support, I'll put the information out there. And anytime you want to have a conversation, you, me, and Warren again, whatever you need, I'm there for you. And I like introducing you to our audience because you really are an unsung hero in my thinking, and I appreciate you a lot. Just want to let you know that publicly.
Louis, thank you. And yeah, I know, as you know, many of us, they don't care about the credit, just do the damn job. And I got to tell the audience, somebody who hopefully will be your governor, the character, the moral fiber of this person. And I first got to know you when Juan and I were going all over the God's green earth looking for these ballots showing up before the 2024 election. You were on the ground supporting the folks in North Carolina, Eastern Tennessee. So God bless you, Louis. You put your money where your mouth is. You don't still talk about it. You actually go out and help people. So thank you.
Well, appreciate it. And I think that's why we're here on this God's green earth, to be honest with you. It's pretty simple. Take care, brother.
Amen. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Awesome. Always fun.
Yep. Hey, Robert, I didn't ever get the information to get my channel back up. I'm cool if it doesn't come back up. I just need to know so I don't have to.
It's up. It's up. It's running. We have a new.
Oh, it is up.
Yeah, it is up.
Okay.
Back up.
Yay, my channel's back up. How weird is that?
Yes, it is back up for sure.
What a battle. Hey, I know we're running a little bit behind, Bruce. Is that right?
Schedule wise, 4:40. Yeah, we're right up on the our next guest supposed to come in. However, she's not here, but a previous guest that got mixed up on the time is in the green room.
So it works out perfectly.
We can bring that person in and then go with the flow. That's what we do here. We go with the flow. We adapt. We move. You got to be a willow tree, man. You got to be flexible, but not break.
Lewis,
Awesome.
do you want to have a conversation with our next guest? Because I think that's the connection here more than anything.
With the one that Robert, the gentleman you're talking about, right?
What's that?
The gentleman you're talking about?
The gentleman,
right now?
yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I would love to.
All right.
So this gentleman who I have, and he really is, and I've met him in person, is most likely one of the top 5 most articulate people on the planet, in my opinion. He understands 5th generational warfare, which we talk about here. He understands the corruption that goes through the corporation, how we live through a corpocracy, but frankly can put things in a way that it's so understandable. And many people haven't seen him before, and there's reasons behind that. I was lucky enough to meet him in person, but let me introduce you to, if you don't already know, SG Anon.
Thank you for having me, Louis. It's an honor to be here.
No, it's an honor to have you here, my brother. How you doing?
Fantastic. Doing really well, and I appreciate your patience with my time mix-up today. I've been out in the yard, and things just got away from me. I apologize, but it's good to be here.
No worries. And a gubernatorial candidate can't say this usually, but shit happens.
There you are.
So what's the makeup of the planet right now, SG? I know you got your pulse on things.
Well, my makeup of the planet, first of all, since we're on the call for your race for governor in California, I do want to give you a full-throated public endorsement. I think you're the best candidate for the job, and I just want the public to know that. I've looked into your backstory. I've researched you. You are, just like Matt said a moment ago, someone who puts their money in their hands where their mouth and their tongue leads them. And I really appreciate that a lot. We really don't get that even in some of our, alternative America First camps. I think you've got a lot of opportunists in that. And so, bearing that in mind, you have my full-throated endorsement for your race. With respect to the world, you couldn't be running at a better time. The United States of America is beginning to grapple with a civilization level identity crisis that's actually a couple of decades old as far as realization, and about 7 to 8 decades, if you depend on how you calculate the history, in the making. And that's a huge process. So with President Trump coming down and talking about arresting George Soros, with the indications coming from the office of the presidency that we're going to have a new census, that certain illegal or unqualified voters and electorates here in the United States are going to be removed. We're going to have redistricting really nationally, and states have already undertaken those efforts. Plus, you have the Supreme Court preparing to weigh in on things like tariffs. This is really the end of an era of capture inside the United States government. And that's going to promulgate itself out to all of the state governments. And you're seeing a lot of resistance, of course, at the state levels, because the status quo is what the status quo has been for such a long time. And so people are slow, I think, to change. But when the momentum really starts to build and they begin to grapple with the actual problems, the scale of the problem, the depth of the problem inside their own communities, right down to their local mayoral election race, or the local community corruption with things like CASA or CPS or things like that, I think you're going to see a lot of it beginning to show itself publicly, really starting this year, right? We've got RFK that's come out and talked about dropping some pretty big nuke bombs with respect to truth and the corporate and regulatory capture of the government. And those types of things really open the door for a lot of other things to come out, right? If they were able to lie about the things that we were injecting right into our cellular makeup, what else were they able to lie about? This is a question I think that a lot of people are only now beginning to stick their toe in the water, but it's really, really exciting to be alive and watch it, even though there is some tempestuousness about it.
Yeah, and we have to understand we're dealing with over 1,000 years of this manipulation, in my opinion, and it more coordinated than the last couple of 100 years. It's a lot. It's a big undertaking to unravel this. And I was just talking to people. I was at a fundraising event, and they understand that I kind of call myself Super Maha, because we're taking it to a whole nother level that I've articulated many, many times in California. And we were talking to a lot of these people, and there's some frustration with Bobby Kennedy, but the reality is, what they must understand is it's so deep that the feds have contractual obligations with certain entities that they're trying to figure out how to unravel before they introduce a lot of new policies. It's very deep, because they work in when I say they, the baddies, they work in 100-year plans. And SG, it's hard for most of us just to work towards the weekend.
Absolutely. And I think that underscores the change in perception and the change in thinking that not only has to occur, but we're starting to see finally occur and really be exported out from the MAGA base. You've got a lot of folks out there, obviously, voted for Trump the first time around, came out, voted for Trump the second time around. We know he should have won. That's neither here nor there, right? Now we've got the same group that voted for him the third time around, except massively expanded over the second time. And the growth is continuing, even though there's friction and tension along the way, right? Anytime you have a people-led movement of any significant size, you're going to have friction as things begin to change, as understandings begin to alter themselves, and as people begin to appreciate, well, wait a minute, it's not just about Washington, D.C.'s contracts with arms dealers overseas, or it's not just about certain states being able to get away with this while other states can't. It really is a turnkey corruption system where each gear of the clock turns another gear on the wheel and chain of misery around the rest of the planet, not just in the United States. And so you spoke a moment to the obligations that certain entities inside the federal government have. There's obligations that we have because we are essentially the sustaining factor for markets worldwide to other international domains that we have to get under control first. And that's one of the things we've seen happening really since Trump came down the escalator, but certainly since January, February of 2017. And as you look at the changeover in the just the economic landscapes alone, we could pick a number of things to focus on, but let's focus on that. The economic landscape changes that have occurred inside the African nations, beginning to occur inside the South American nations, have been occurring inside most of the BRICS bloc over the last 4 or 5 years. I think it's without question that we are moving into an altered or a new understanding, maybe is a better way to say it, and a new appreciation of what it means to be free and have self-determinative government here in the United States. And that's an idea that we can get down to exporting around the rest of the world in a true fashion, rather than this fake spreading of democracy, which really was just an excuse for imperial rule.
100%. So I mentioned it to the audience a little bit earlier. How things can be simple, and if it's simple, it's God's work, and if it's messy, it's probably something else. So take, for example, in California, if my calculations and estimates are right, based on history and other budgetary issues, we're probably, if you remove the waste, fraud, and abuse from California, we probably need to pull in about 20% of what our budget is right now. So if that's a fact, that means we're going to spend 1/5 of what we are pulling in right now. Well, therefore, we can now give people back ownership of their properties and have no property taxes, because ultimately, if people understand property taxes, it's a way for the government to own your property. So we eliminate that when you only have 20% expenditures. And then on top of that, you get to eliminate income tax. Can you imagine eliminating both of those? And then we can work on sales tax. And actually in California, you can go as far as just maybe implement a travel tax. So only people that are coming into the country are paying taxes, and there's no taxes. The abundance in California would be amazing. And that alone would make things change dramatically. Am I crazy, so off the wall with that thinking, or is it really just that simple if we have the guts to do it? And let me add one thing is, I say publicly today and every day, all budgets worldwide from government need to be posted online live, so we the people can look at it. Now, obviously, there's some secret things that shouldn't be on there. Those could be categorized. But daily expenditures, because if we the people are constantly auditing California, do you think they can get away with what they're doing now?
Well, I think you bring up a really fascinating point, and that's one of the reasons that I believe you're the best candidate for the job, because of the way that you approach these things with a very out-of-the-box new idea and a new concept of how we can do things, right? California has been regarded nationwide here in the United States as sort of the apex example of decay, and how that looks over a period of time, and what happens when a state with the economic power and the public, exposure and the ability to reach the mass population, not just of that state, but of the entirety of the world, what that can actually do. But if it's oriented in the other capacity, in other words, if someone grabs a hold of the wheel and the reins and begins to leverage that same system for good as opposed to ill, I think California stands to be one of the penultimate shining examples of how we can change things around, right? We're witnessing President Trump literally do that on the national scale from 2017 until the present day in time. I don't think the states would need 10 or 12 or 15 years each, but it may take, a cycle or two to get those fully under control. But bottom line is, if you're trying to change, the perception of a population group inside a particular state, and then by extension change the perception, the public narrative of how that state operates and how commerce and trade and rights and states' rights and things like that are received around the rest of the union, you're going to have more success and certainly more capability, more resources, more equipment, quite frankly, more human beings on board the boat with the same mission than you are in somewhere like Tennessee or Wyoming or Montana. And that's not to diminish them. Every state has unique offerings, traits, and abilities and identities that they offer to the nation. And that's the beauty, I think, of this blended pot of the United States of America. But when we look at states like Texas, Florida, California, New York, even Illinois in some cases, with the powerhouse, the economic powerhouse of Chicago, you have the ability to leverage a lot faster and a lot deeper change in those arenas than as opposed to those other arenas that I was talking about just a moment ago. And I think California can be one of the leaders in that if they have a good leader themselves.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I'm excited about it. So excited that we created a slogan. It's just California as liberty intended, because that's really what we need to bring California back to. Because I remember I grew up. I remember traveling to Colorado when I was 19 years old, and not because of me, but because I was from California, I was lauded as this hero that everybody wanted to meet. It was weird, because that's what they thought about California over 40 years ago. Now we're the laughing stock, we're the cesspool, and we have to bring California back as liberty intended. SG, I appreciate you. I appreciate the work you've done doing. The endorsement was a surprise. Thank you very much for that. We will talk offline, because for every category, we have 17 categories that we're working on, and we have 17 solutions for each one of them. But for virtually every category, I'm finding that it's smart for me to put together an advisory board, because I have realized a long time ago, I'm not the smartest dude in the room, but I'm really good at picking talent. So I may call on you to be on one or two of those advisory boards to help us go in the right direction, if you're open to that.
It would be an honor. Let's chat about it, and we'll see where God leads us.
Beautiful. Thank you, SG. Take care.
God bless, Lewis. Bye-bye.
Thank you, SG. All right. Wow. Technically, we're sound right now, so we're good. Let's keep going.
It's we're getting all thumbs up, it looks like.
Yeah,
so
all green lights everywhere.
real quick on the donations. Thank you, Wendy, Taylor, Malcolm, Jeffrey. Donations are coming in fast and furious. We appreciate you, and to be completely authentic, it's always a struggle for me to ask for donations. But I think I've realized that this cause is not even Scuba Gov or Lewis Herms. This is just we the people. So we have to fight fire with fire. So we're gonna need the money, guys. The maximum you can donate is $39,200. If you do that, maybe Ethan will give you 2 bottles of Lucid. I don't really know. But and a couple can donate. I believe it's $78,400. We put ours through a system that we are compliant on. So feel very confident that when you go through that donate button, we're using the same system that Tulsi Gabbard and Bobby Kennedy used to make sure that we're compliant with this stuff, because we already know we're going to be a target. It's already proven. There's many websites that just refuse to populate us as even a candidate, which is hilarious. But we're going to work through this. We've been working through it today. We understand this is part of the battle. Hopefully Mel's video has an impact on President Trump, but it looks like President Trump's already working on the background. Hopefully they get the elections repaired. And then we have a pretty damn clean path to the governor's mansion if you just take care of those 2 things alone. It's crazy, right?
It really is. And, we keep hearing that Donald Trump is going to be taking care of the election stuff. And apparently we're going to see a lot happen in September. There's going to be some big movement on that front. It really has to happen. I mean, you and Lewis, you and I have been talking about this for 3 years on the air about how corrupt it is. And you saw, when Newsom was getting the recall, they raised the bar. You couldn't do it with 500,000 signatures anymore. So they said, if you want to do a recall, they raised it all the way to 2.5 million signatures. That's a boatload of signatures. If you ever think about how many people you got to get to sign up on things, right? And what ended up happening is they exceeded that by quite a bit. And then they take out the bad ones and stuff, but they hit their 2.5 million. They never thought they would hit it. And when we saw that, I think all of us said, he's gone. It's over. The tyranny in California is done. And then what happened is the voting came in. Oh no, it didn't win. He's fine. He's all done. Then he goes for re-election. He gets re-elected. And here's the thing that's interesting. If you look at the numbers, they're almost the same that he won by every single time. It was like, they weren't even creative about it. They said, oh yeah, he won 60%, 60-40, 60-40. See, it was like, come on, really? You just rubber stamping this? I mean, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to realize what's going on here.
I wonder if they tell on themselves, Robert, because my wife and I were watching the recall election returns under Gavin Newsom, and the first thing that they put out, I believe it was CNN. I could be wrong, probably Fox, who knows, that he won. Listen to this: 66.6%. I'm just saying
that one.
I didn't make it up. I don't make it up. That was the first return number that they came out with, and we're like, immediately, I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
here we go. They're just it's so in our face, and it's I know a lot of people are uncomfortable having that conversation, but there's something very dark going on for sure, and we're trying to fight the good fight.
So Trump hinted on 2 things I think are really valuable. He hinted on making mail-in balloting illegal. Other than absentee balloting, we have to request it, and there's a whole system. Not this idea that, oh, we got 40 million people in California, let's print 50 million ballots and send it to everybody. And then all the ones that come back, we'll just fill them out wherever we want, right? So mail-in balloting, it's rife with fraud. You can't do anything. And the other thing that he was talking about, hinting again, not clear, getting rid of the machines. And if you do that, then you have the potential, not 100% guaranteed, but you have the potential for fair elections and transparent elections.
Yeah. And this is the big if you have free and fair audits, and that's the one thing that we don't talk about enough with election reform, is the audit process has been so skewed that we don't even have a chance to find a problem the way the games are played in that. So I don't want us to focus so much on, okay, yay, it's a huge victory, the elections are reformed, because if the audits aren't reformed, we don't know the corruption until sometimes weeks, months later, and then it's almost too late to unpack that and fix things. So Robert, you nailed it. Those are very important. I just always want to I want to remind people is we have to make sure that the audits are set up properly also.
Oh, absolutely. Audit is the proper word. We seem to be stuck. We need to do a recount, right? So if you just think about from a money aspect, right? You got $5 million, and there's a $2.5 million of that is counterfeit money. But if you're going to count that $5 million, just recounting it, you're going to count $5 million. You're going to count $5 million until you do audit and figure out, oh, Doug, there's $2.5 million of this $5 million is illegitimate. It's counterfeit. So we need to be able to audit these ballots and have true, ways to do that. And as you were talking to Matt very quickly, I know our other guest is in the back and we're a little bit behind, but very quickly when you were talking to Matt, it popped into my head about the Tina Peters thing. Right, we've heard Juan talk about many times that 2020 is not over yet, and you're wondering how is that going to unwind. Well, the Tina Peters, that could be the tipping point, right? Because Trump has, showed they have all the evidence what she did in Colorado, and the evidence that she pulled from the mini machines before and after. Well, the machines actually, the before and after they did their update, right? So they got all the evidence, and that's going to be maybe the tipping point, the cornerstone that's going to pull down the 2020 thing, that whole Tina Peters thing. Just keep an eye on that. It's just an intuition thing right now. I'm not making any prediction, but I felt that really strongly in my spirit when you were talking to Matt.
Yeah.
So the Canadian on our chat room knows more about Trump than we do. Carol Maureen Friesen just posted. Carol Maureen Friesen just posted that Trump is looking to make Election Day a holiday. I hadn't heard that one. Leave it to a Canadian to figure it out before us. I love it.
Yeah. Now I don't know if the Canadians love me or hate me because I'm wondering if many people know the story, and I'm not going to tell it right now. How our family was coming through Canada to get back in the United States about a week and a half ago, and I was detained. Yes, the word detained, the true word. I was detained. Could not go, took my passport, went through this whole ridiculous investigative process. And I'm thinking about, and that was to get back into the country. Maybe they love me there. Maybe Canadians wanted me to stay. And
they didn't want you to leave.
I thought they were messing with me. Maybe they were trying to convince me to stay. Here, we're going to take your passport. You can't go back. Was I wrong? I don't know.
I remember, going to school. I was living in Montreal. I would go down to Plattsburgh, New York, for school.
It's in the 1800s,
twice a week, and it was in the 80s. And it was kind of interesting because they didn't ask you anything. Where are you going? Going to school? All right, go.
Yeah.
Like, no ID, nothing. It's like every time, every day. Yeah.
That's funny. Let's introduce our next guest. And I've been hinting at Batty's running the world. I think she probably has more information.
We don't have our next guest.
She dropped off. Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know. We're almost a full segment behind.
Oh.
She just texted my wife. Her electricity just went off.
Oh.
See what happens? I don't know. So
let me check if the streams are still up. Shall we?
No, it wasn't. It was her electricity. Yeah.
No, I know. I'm just joking. It's like it's just been one of those days.
It's amazing.
Phoebe walked in. She says, "How's it going?" I said, "I got more gray hair."
Don't dare say anything about Mercury retrograde right now.
I got more gray hair from today. Thank you.
All right, guys. I need to take like a 5-minute break. So if you can cover things for a minute, I'd appreciate that.
I think we can manage.
I can talk forever.
Enjoy your break, Lewis. Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said. I mean, Lewis is looking at there's he talks about an opening, right? He talks about there being this crack in the matrix, if you will, and it really would be if you think about if we are able to get real election reform and we're able to fix the elections and clean them up and make them more legal, then you would really see what California is made of, because California is not blue. I mean, I know they gerrymander all the districts here and they play the games and what do we have in California? What have we got? 4 Republican seats?
Yep.
Out of a state of 40 million, you've got 4. It's a bit crazy. So it'll be really nice to see if that comes to fruition. We're able to get through and get that cleaned up, because then he'll be able to get to a point where, yes, he will have a legitimate chance of pulling this off.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, and you look at the map, it's just mind boggling, the red and the blue, the areas that vote typically in those categories. And it's all the big population centers of LA. We said up here, LA, San Diego, Sacramento, San Francisco. That's along the coast there. Everything else in California is all red and conservative.
Yeah.
So,
really
this is a battle that we're willing to take on. And I believe that Lewis is the right guy for the job, because he's not afraid, like many other people have said before, he's not afraid to have those hard conversations. But we want to have a conversation. We just don't want to be, shoved into a corner. Let's have a real conversation about some real solutions, instead of just a bunch of, tickling our ears and telling us we want to hear, and we're going to, fix the homeless problem and the drugs and this and that and the other. But yeah, so this is the fight that we're in, and this is what we signed up for many years ago, and we started, this whole operation.
Common sense, though, Bruce, before we bring on our next guest, if you think about San Diego always shows up as blue. And I ask you, how is that possible when you have so many military bases in San Diego? I'm right outside Camp Pendleton. You got Miramar. You've got Coronado, right? You've got all these military bases. You got a lot of military in here. How is it blue? Sometimes the dots don't just don't connect,
No, and that's the thing is, once the scales have been removed from your eyes and you're able to see some things, from a true, not having a bias, situation. Because I consider myself a reasonably open individual, and I'm open to ideas and other things, and I want to have conversations with people from a different mindset or different ideology than me, but they can't. There is no defending any of these policies, and they're doubling and tripling down on all the LGBTQ stuff, all the illegal immigrants that should have as more rights than American citizens. I saw a meme on X the other day. It says, when you come in the country, when you bypass due process to come into the country, you shouldn't expect it on your way out, right? So there seems like they have more rights than us citizens who are born here or immigrated legally.
Let's make a distinction between humans and citizens, shall we?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's the whole other show and rabbit hole we can go down to. But yeah, just the idea that somebody who is criminally in the country because of the crime they committed would have more rights than somebody who was born here. And we've heard this for decades. I mean, for almost ever, from both sides. Every time election comes around, we got a broken immigration system. We got a broken, it's a broken. You hear that thing once, you heard it 1,000. It's a broken, and we're going to fix this broken immigration system. But yet nobody does squadoosh about it. They've been crying about this both sides of the aisle until Trump goes in and shuts down the border and all this stuff. We're starting to get a handle on it, but still, there's probably 30, 40, 50 million illegals here that that we got to find where they're at. And then motor voter laws, they automatically get driver's license, and then they're automatically put on a voter roll. I mean, so these are the bigger issues that we need to tackle, not just for California, but for the entire country.
Absolutely. And, we should mention people are saying that this is quite a good event. They're really enjoying this show today. Guys, this is a fundraiser. The reason that we're doing this, and Bruce and I are donating our time, and we're pitching in all the speakers as well. You see, the speakers are not here promoting themselves. They're not coming in here to make money. They're not pitching you this, that, and the other thing. We're here to build the campaign. And if you're thinking about, helping out, best way you can help out is head over to, you see it there at the bottom, HERMSforCali.com. It's on the screen all the time for that reason. And you have donate button there. You can donate anything from $1 all the way up. What did Lewis say? $39,000. All right.
Yeah, that's the legal limit that one person can contribute at a time. $39,200.
Okay, buy your Tesla or donate to the campaign. Your choice. So So you can do that there, and we appreciate it. Any donations over $100 today will score a bottle of NAD Plus from Ethan. You'll only pay for shipping to ship it out to you, but the bottle itself is $99. So if you give $100 or more to the campaign, you'll get that. And Lewis will be going through the numbers, I think, after this show is over. And he'll be picking out the ones that donate over $100, and you will be contacted with all that information. So we're putting it together.
So we can get kind of back on schedule. Our last guest, they lost their power.
Yep.
So we can work on. We got our next guest in the green room. She's been a fantastic person to get to know. She's licensed pharmacist. She wanted to help people. That's been in her family, but then she quickly realized, hey, something's fishy in Denmark. And so she's opened up to more natural holistic. She does a podcast or a Zoom meeting that she does weekly. It's called Deprescribing. So she's known as the Deprescribing pharmacist, written a couple books. But today she's going to be sharing one of her hobbies, and she's hilarious. She does some comedy stuff as a hobby. We did a surprise birthday party for Lewis back in June, right? Or whatever. I can't remember where we were. Time goes fast.
It was September.
Was it September? Good. Yeah. But anyway, she came in. We did a roast, and she headed up the roasting of Lewis. It was fantastic. We've seen her do some comedy stuff on other Truthathons. So help me welcome into the program, the showgram that's here on multiple Rumble. Say that 10 times fast. Multiple Rumble channels, if the technology holds up. And audio only on talk.soundaliveradio.net. Layla Ali, Dr. Layla Ali, welcome in. She doesn't.
Some of my advisory councils, but I can tell you that when in regards to Layla, she is on my health advisory council, and I'm very honored too, because she's going to help vet some of you health people that think you know what you're talking about. We got her.
It's part of the ambiance, you don't want to just come in and start speaking. So, but anyway, thank you for having me. Thank you for having me part of this. And I'm excited we have somebody worth supporting as governor, because who really cared before. So, awesome, Lewis, that you're here. So I was, you want some jokes? I got this. So I'm trying to adapt it. Like Bruce was saying, just do stand up. I'm like, I don't know, without people laughing. And I appreciate the offer of a laugh track and stuff. So I'm going to try and adapt it. But we'll start with, Bruce. I was telling Bruce one day, I'm like, I think Bruce, his parents named him Bruce, like a really masculine, kind of strong name, like Bruce Willis, Bruce Lee, Bruce Springsteen, kind of to offset for the last name Poppy. Just because it's so soft. So kind of get that masculine thing. But then I understand, like, the parents were like, oh my God, he keeps crying. If anybody knows Bruce, like, he's the emotional one of the bunch, if you've seen him on the podcast or on the stand. So I thought that was kind of funny that Bruce helped a little bit, and then also, shout out to Robert, because sometimes I go on his Telegram channel and I want to just get a quick update, right? To see what's going on. I'm like, oh man, 400 new messages. I cannot get Robert at all. So it's crazy, just anyway, a quick up. So anyway, so I'm a pharmacist now for 20 years, and I got in the profession because I wanted to have the good life. Like you see in the drug commercials where everybody's happy and they have friends and family and they're in love. My life is more like the side effects they mumble at the end. May cause nausea, vomiting, depression, changes in personality, anal leakage. But I spent a lot of time just hating my profession. As soon as I graduated, I was so bored, because it takes so much energy to go to pharmacy school. You got to jump through this hoop and do that and this, and all of a sudden you're in a retail pharmacy monkey cage. I'm like, what just happened? And then I hated it when I realized that I was all the debt. They have you in so much debt, and it was so normal. It was normalized back then. You just get the debt, then you just pay it off. But I just always felt kind of buried by that debt, and just kind of like on a tight chain. And then I found out that it was kind of a scam. Like, I'm like, wait a minute. They forgot to teach us about health. Where's the nutrition? Where's all this and that? And you know, I had an epiphany when I was reading a book and it said 95% of diseases are caused by what you eat. And like, even though I had a doctor title, healthcare profession, I never heard any of that. And so I'm like, what happened where they, you know, they gave us this title, but they forgot. And then over time, you see people stay sick. And as we do deprescribing, we learn so much every week. You know, we just did our 73rd deprescribing. So when you do that every week, you learn a lot and you see a lot, and there's different ways to heal. And you see people that are on medications long-term and they don't need to be, you know? So, and I want to share some images that I got, if that's okay, Bruce.
Yeah. We can do a share screen there, Robert, with her.
There's no time to eat now. You can eat at 7 p.m., Robert. Okay. Okay, so this is, you guys can see it okay? Okay, so this is the slide. So, and this, like I said, I spent a lot of time showing how I hate pharmacy school, but this is in my book, and this shows me when I was young. I was excited. I wanted to learn. I got to travel. I was adventurous. But you see, after pharmacy school, it got kind of dark, right? See where it kind of drops off there in a cave, and that's kind of represents my life there. And I always compared it to like circus monkeys, you know? It was like, look at the sign, get out of the jungle, join the circus, respect, adventure, security, glamour, prestige. Then you go to help the world, go to pharmacy school, respect, the same thing. So you're like, all right, I want to do that. I want to get part of life and make a difference. So you go through and you work hard and you go through the motions, and you know, you put in the time and energy, and then soon you have it. You're like, oh my God, congratulations. Congratulations, circus monkey. Congratulations, doctor. And then you go, wait a minute, what happened? You realize you're in a monkey cage and somebody else is making big profits off your efforts. Like, it's a total scam. So this is kind of how I felt a lot of the time. So, and also 30 years ago, things have changed a lot. Like when someone would come up to me and go, I'm out of meds, I panic with them, because you're trained to, you're like, oh my God, you have to take your medication as prescribed. Don't stop taking it without talking to your doctor. I'll call your doctor right away. If not, we'll loan you some. Now they come to me and they tell me they're out of medications. It's like, all right, it's probably a nice break for your liver. What med? Like, you know, like some of them, yeah, but most of them people are panicking for, and they're just like, you're going to be okay, you know? And the other thing, 30 years ago, someone says, oh, it's FDA approved. Like they would discredit anything not FDA approved. They're like, okay, it's not, like they teach us herbal remedies, and then after each one they go, but it's not FDA approved. They don't have the stamp of approval. But now you got something not FDA approved. It's like, wow, that's great. You know, that means it didn't go and get altered in a laboratory to make profit, you know? So another secret I wanted to share today is, why does it take so long to fill? You know, that's something you get asked all the time, you know? And yeah, in reality, it takes a few minutes, but our whole life is one big interruption, you know? So we tell people 40 minutes. And why do we do that? So they'll go away, you know? Because if you stare at us and watch every move, you're going to be angry. And we tell you 10 minutes and it takes 20, you act like we ruined your life, right? If we tell 40 minutes and it takes 20, we're like amazing. We're a hero. So that's why we just tell you the minimum we want to get you to go away. This is the first picture I got drawn from my book. It's, oops, sorry, just take these to make that go away. And it kind of summarized everything. Like I never heard about detoxification or different things like that until after. But yeah, any complaint or illness, you get a drug to heal it. And this guy has a green hand coming out of his head, the third eye, but no problem. We got a pill for that too. And our customers are amazing, right? They keep coming back and demanding more. So you never had to advertise or learn any business as pharmacists, right? The pharmaceutical companies handle everything. Now, this one is sort of, I think it demonstrates inflammation, like when they have anti-inflammatories and you want to take one, you take another, and nothing works. And so finally they give you a steroid and that turns off the immune system, right? And you're like, yeah, that works. If you don't have an immune system, you don't have inflammation. But you can have other problems because now you don't have an immune system to fight off disease. And just like this, she's like, turn off the main water line, damn it. So he's going to turn off. He's not going to have a leak, and she's going to stop bitching for a little while, but you're going to have other problems when you don't have water, right? And here's another one for like pain meds. People are just going for the pills, without getting to the cause of it. And this is a good demonstration because, with the pain meds, they're dangerous or addictive, and they're always restricting patients. But what they don't do is give them alternatives to help them heal. They never give you an alternative. Say, oh, here, you can do hypnotherapy or all kinds of different other things. So the mainstream only gives you the narcotics, and then they limit it, and these people are on a short leash to the healthcare system. This was kind of funny because when I graduated in 1998, there was always a lot of talk about the pharmacist being the most trusted of the professions, and I really don't hear that anymore. Trust me, I'm a pharmacist, and all we have is pills for you. But I don't hear that anymore. So I asked ChatGPT, and I said, what is going on with the pharmacy as the most trusted? And you can see in the mid-1990s, one of the top profession they would always brag about, and it went down, second most trusted, third. But you can see it's trending down. It was 64, and now it's down to 57. And they say all the healthcare professions, the trust in them is going down. And I may be contributing to that a little bit. I don't know, but it could be because we get out of there without learning much about health. And then this one here is they can't even afford to advertise. So if you look at all the drug commercials on TV 24/7, and they're sparkling and dazzling, and they put a lot of money in the production. And they say for every dollar they spend, they earn $2 to $3 back. And so once something is approved, they just get on the market and they just go. And so they've been approved to be on TV, direct-to-consumer advertising since 1995. And now they spend 100 times more on these advertisements than they did 30 years ago. And of course, you've seen it, right? Or 20 years ago. You've seen it because we see them on the time all day, and because they work. So you don't see the simple natural solutions on TV. So if you're going to learn to get the medications from this is it. So, and again, you won't see somebody running on the beach after acupuncture on a commercial because it just costs too much money, right? And then this one is, I have insurance. Like, look how excited she is. She gets they don't offer anything else, right? Except the drugs. We're supposed to have insurance. In California, it's still required to have insurance unless you get fined on your taxes or whatever. But still, insurance is one of those other scams that needs to be overhauled. And it doesn't work. It keeps people sick. For emergencies, great. For chronic health, it's not. And I think a lot of times we think there's these really smart people in rooms that are making decisions on our behalf, that they are smart and intelligent, and they really want us to do well and be healed. But it's all money. The pharmaceutical companies aren't trying to heal you. They're making money. One guy said, the biggest fear is that we kill someone. When we make a new drug, the biggest fear is that we kill someone. And the second biggest fear is that we cure them. So the best drugs are the ones that go a long, long time. So we just have people that are trying to make a profit and make a difference for the company. And so we have to stop doing these things that don't work, right? I mean, look at it in the Times. Finish your plate. There's starving children in Africa. Okay, we've done that to the point where 65% of the people are obese now, right? Stop it. It doesn't work. And in Africa, they're saying, don't eat that. There's an obesity epidemic in America. So we have to stop doing these things that are just habits and in our brain and don't work. And so this is my dog that I used to have. I had him. He was almost 14 when he left, but he was around. I learned a lot from him, and that's why I put him in here. We were at the beach once, and there's like 100 or 200 pigeons, and he's like 10 pounds, and you can see he's very vicious, right? And he would just go run in the sound effect. Thank you, Lewis. He would go run in the middle of the pigeons, and they would all kind of, scatter and go around and jump out of the way and leave a little circle for him. And I was actually nervous because I'd never really had a dog before. But I'm like, if just two of those pigeons are brain mutated and they would turn and face him, he'd be in big trouble. You know what I mean? Only take two of them. And I was kind of scared, but they never did. They're pigeons. They have pigeon brains, So he kept doing. And the other thing that was funny is I would take him to work, and there's always this cat outside there. And whenever he got out of the car, he would just chase that cat away. And then one time the cat didn't run away. And I'm like, oh my God, he is going to get his ass kicked by this cat. There's no chance. And as soon as he saw the cat was not running, he stopped and he turned around. I was like, phew. So, but he was always testing limits. And that's what we have to do. We have to figure out what's reality. And he's kind of a bully and a jerk, obviously. But I thought it was kind of relevant because it's just really, if just two of us step up and everybody else can see, then we can make some big changes. And so, oh, whoops, sorry. And so this next slide here is the best is yet to come. So if we feel like that, this is what California looks like right now, right? But we have some hope and stuff like that. And so I just want to share what I'm doing now here. This is what I'm doing. I'm doing the deprescribing once a week, as Bruce already said. We just did our 73rd one, and these are my 2 books that I did. I showed pictures from the Off Balance book that I wrote in 2012, and so you've been diagnosed with cancer, and now you're in a panic handbook. Was 2023, just because people were panicking and rushing to do things without seeing the big picture is why I did that. And these are both available on my website for $30. And then I have a free ebook now, The 7 Pillars of Health, and it kind of shows the thinking behind deprescribing, so you can get an idea, so you can get on our email list and get this download if you're interested. And so that we just did. And I'm also starting a diabetes course. So if you've been diagnosed with diabetes, you'll eventually cost the system $19,000 per person per year. And it doesn't have to be that way. So you'll be on meds, you'll be like a short leash to the medical system. You have to do testing and do this and that. And they'll never tell you, if you go to the American Diabetes Society, American Diabetes Association, they'll tell you that they're going to manage your diabetes. They'll never talk to you about reversing it. So I'm starting the 6-week diabetic breakthrough course. We're doing $47 and starting in a couple of weeks. And again, some of this will go to Lewis again, because, if we can get something going, but I want people to jump in and just see that you don't have to be sick. You can make changes, So I think we have a lot of work to do. I'm excited to be on a team that can help. But most important thing that we need for California is we need a leader that has some moves, and I think that's important. So I wanted to end on that note. We should have the video, but that's Lewis with some moves. And, hey, we need that, They go, okay, I don't know what he does, but he got some moves. So anyway, thank you. I was trying to zoom through there.
Take her off screen, please.
No, she's and for those people listening to the audio only portion that's on talk.soundaliveradio.net, she's sharing some slides and pictures of Lewis in a kind of a get up, like almost like a Miami Vice-ish look, and he's obviously dancing. So he does got some moves. If I was to play a certain song, Lewis would get happy feet for sure.
He couldn't help himself.
That's right. I don't remember the song, but I do remember that this was my wife's birthday party, and it was 70s theme or an 80s theme in my defense, right? Don Johnson, I guess, is who I look like the most. But it was a lot of fun. And what Layla actually took a video. I guess it's probably better you didn't show that, because it would show me out of rhythm, I'm sure. But she actually took a video, and then right at the end, you can see me pointing towards her, because that's when I saw that she was videotaping me. I'm like, you got me.
Got the moment.
So, but you know what? Here's the reality, folks. And I'm actually glad Layla showed that, because we're dealing with some real deep, dark evil here. I mean, we know what they do to children and so on and so forth. And a lot of people can't get their head around, how can you be in laughter and enjoy while this stuff is going on? Okay. Well, we have to understand, in order to defeat evil, you need to be at your highest vibration possibly. All right. Not your lowest vibration. So the benefit to them, to what they do to we the people, is it brings down our vibration, so it's even harder to fight against them. And this is why, Robert, and God bless you for this, we had a talk offline a few years ago where we said we are intentionally going to mock the narrative, because what it does is it completely disarms these demons that we deal with. And they can't handle that. So, and if you don't think there's anything to what I'm saying, look historically and interview or just talk to firefighters, police, nurses, and people that have actually been in war. and they will tell you that there was a lot of laughter, and this is how they cope with this, right? Because if you let this drag you down, you cannot perform at your highest level. So Layla, I know you're doing the good work, and you always bring an air of comedy to it. I really appreciate that. I appreciate the advice that you give us for what we're working on for restoring and going super Maha. And my wife is waiting for your text so you can ask her how your hair was on this, and if you were funny. So she's waiting for that text to come by, and the answer is yes to both, by the way. So appreciate you, Layla. God bless you.
Thank you, Lewis, and thanks for being part of the comedy here at the end. I have to throw in something for Lewis. Like, I just have to.
I always tell people I'm a fun guy, and it's a mushroom.
I'm gonna go try and get caught up on Robert's Telegram now that
Oh yeah, right. You haven't been posting today, so you're okay.
Well, yeah, it's tough. Trust me.
Yeah, and Bruce, I love your background. It looks great. I love your.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome.
Bruce, does anybody ever say they like your foreground? Because I really do.
No. Speaking of. No, I can't go there. No. I've been barred from telling some of my jokes. So
yes, after the three jokes you told, can you boot Layla off the show, Robert? She's got too much airtime already.
Thank you guys, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Layla.
Lewis wants me out.
Bye, Layla.
Bye, you guys.
Out of the three jokes that I remember these, Bruce. The three jokes you said yesterday. Bruce can never tell a joke live on air again. It's never going to happen. Thank goodness we weren't on air during those.
Oh yeah, for sure. If there was a real hell, I would probably be going there for saying some of those jokes. They're pretty off color, but they're funny as hell too.
They were. Deborah, thank you for a donation. The donations are pouring in. Everybody's. I love it. You guys see that what we are is we're talking truth, and we're going to make a huge difference. Bruce, just tell me, is D or E next?
D.
D. Awesome. So I'm going to have you introduce him.
Oh yeah. Well, I am so jacked about this guy.
That's why I'm going to have you introduce him. Because all I want to say is I met this gentleman recently. He was actually at my wife's birthday party. Phenomenal talent, brilliant person, and we both seem to like Bobby Kennedy a lot. So I'm going to leave it at that. Right. And I'm going to let you introduce him.
Yeah. So I just learned about this gentleman yesterday. And when he sent over the information, I'm going through, and then I visit some of the links that he sent me. I was like, holy crap, this guy is freaking awesome. Where has he been hiding? I haven't heard from this guy before, but many other people have. He's not a mystery to the Maha movement and the independent stuff. And I love his email. Well, it's Deepak, and it's not Deepak Chapur. It's the other Deepak. But his name is Deepak, and he's a genre-defying artist. Some of his background, he's a speaker and a visionary, igniting an international movement through truth, courage, and sound. He's not only a phenomenal singer, artist, plays a crazy good violin, but he's also developing a whole community of people where we can get together. It's called Deepak World. That's his website, deepakworld.com. So please help me bring to the stage here our broadcast show, whatever you want to call it, Mr. Deepak. Welcome, sir. You're muted.
That helps. As a sound guy, I should know these things.
Yeah, no, fantastic. It's fantastic to see you. And I was thoroughly impressed with a lot of the links and things, different things you sent over. So just to give a brief background for people who don't know who you are, what you are and what you're about, and what your mission is currently as we go through this operation of turning this republic around.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I'm an old school freedom guy, studied Rothbard, Mises, just kind of grew up in that school of thought since I was young, economics, Austrian economics. So just very much voluntarism, freedom, libertarianism, and all that, as well as a pre-med and pre-law background, but also did music my whole life. So I did go to school for pre-med and pre-law in Maryland, grew up in DC area. But then, just with all the feedback I got from people about music, they were like, hey, you got to pursue this. And I did have a passion for it. So I did finish my pre-med, pre-law and moved out to California near Lewis, actually, to do my music career, and did step into that and got into production and performing and touring, had a few major record deals, and then got into doing music for Disney, feature films and all that. And then, but just the calling of freedom and independence has always been there. And I felt like, you know, bridging between my political world and passionate for advocacy, freedom, health and wellness and all that, along with music, bridging it all together finally in the last 6 years. I ended up doing all the music and soundtracks for the Plandemic series, tons of feature films, in documentaries, in the truth movement, exposing a lot of deep truths around Fauci and vaccine agendas, as well as getting connected with Bobby Kennedy for the last 6-7 years and being friends with him. And so I was one of the main musicians for the Maha movement, Maha Alliance, Maha Super PAC, and all the events and, you know, rallies leading up to the last few years of Defeat the Mandates rally, you know, standing up for freedom and standing up against medical mandates and all of that, as well as educating people around self-healing, the ability of ourselves to fully heal from within by shifting our mindset first, our diet, and also just everything around, you know, our activities. We've been told not to go in the sun, not to stare at the sun, to be scared of water fasting. Some of the most ancient things that literally will heal 95% of all of disease is what we've been indoctrinated with fear as a society worldwide, and especially in America, against. And so, you know, that's a big part of what I'm about. And then making music for that, in addition, allows another avenue to get the message out through another means, because, you know, music is a universal language. It's a way to bridge the divide. It's a way to let people's guard down and just let people get lost in the music, you know, because everyone's on their guard these days, you know, where there's so much censorship, so much fear. You're either on the right or the left, and you're not sure where people are coming from. So you're not fully listening. You're always doubting, you know, oh, what's this person's agenda? But with music, you can put that away and get into a place of, you know, connection, and then have a conversation deeper about, hey, maybe humans are more aligned than we believe we are. Maybe there's a connection that we're missing because we've got these walls up and we've been told that everyone's the enemy by, you know, information and media and all that. So that's like a big part of what I'm passionate about, and being able to, in the last few years, sing and be a voice for this movement. I was invited to perform at the inauguration, multiple rallies, most of Bobby Kennedy's events when Maha was doing that, and then bridging those worlds between MAGA, Maha, but even outside of that, because I'm not even necessarily fully allegiant to any of that. To me, it's just about independent thought, sovereignty, volunteerism. So you know, even if I'm playing at these events, if there's someone says something I don't agree with, it's not about alignment. It's about just staying true to my values and having these conversations without fear, and not being, you know, outsourcing our authority to these external entities or systems or figures, and just recognizing that we each have the authority together to form these communities and self-govern and create independent, you know, possibilities. So that's like a summary of what I'm about.
No, and an important key point there is you mentioned that the binary choices, and we talk about this all the time, right? We got to be left or right, you know, white or black, you know, liberal, conservative, rich, poor. This is the part of what Lewis calls, and I agree with, the Masonic psyop, right? The black and white. We have to pick one side or another, and there's all kinds of minutia and nuance and colors in between that. And there's probably even people who are, you know, consider themselves Democrat, there's probably more that we as conservatives align with them than we think. The media and the social aspect of this is just pouring, and we're like, they want us to believe we're oil and water. 100%. And so you bridging that and that independence, you know, that middle of the road, I'm fully on board with your ideology. And then starting with mindset, you know, that's how we got to change the way we think. We cannot go forward and do anything different or expect anything different with the same thinking that got us into this mess in the first place.
100%. Well, if you think about this, you can eat healthy and do all of these things, but if you're living in fear, the fear is going to create cortisol, which is going to raise your acidosis levels, and it's going to create disease anyway. So, you know, and then there's people that are just super relaxed, that are eating maybe quote unquote will be defined as unhealthy, but they're still living a long life. So it's not just one thing or the other. It's a holistic wellness, I think, that's important, of all of the above. I think it's good to have the mindset as number one. And on top of that, if you want to eat healthy, be aware that there are toxins in the environment. So once in a while, maybe we should do a detox. But if you're doing it from like hypochondria and fear of like, oh my God, there's toxins everywhere, then you're generating more of the same, which again is the cortisol, the acidosis, and disease. Even if you're cleansed, now you're living in a bubble, and now you're oversensitive and you walk outside and you're getting sick all the time, which is the other extreme. So I think, again, coming from a holistic mindset, I think of mindset, spirituality, dropping into what is the power of the thing that we do first when we're born, which is breathe. What's the last thing we do when we die? Breathe. And I think there's a lot of secrets in the breath that are ancient, that are in cross-cultural, whether it's India, China, Asia, all over the world, meditation, even the Bible. The breath of life is an important thing. And I think mastering the science of breath is one piece that I'm really passionate about, which leads into getting into silence, meditation, space between the space. You sift through a lot of that kind of stuff. Then we're in a grounded place where we can make better decisions, have better intuition. Our mind's not getting in the way. The doubts and fears are not in the way. We have a clear signal and antenna to make better decisions about what we do, what we eat, all those things that we're all focusing on, which I think is important too. I think with Maha, we're focusing on diet and all that too. And I think, that's the piece I'm trying to add to that movement, is the mindset and spirituality behind all of that, because there's a deeper knowing inside that's very divine and connected, where we aren't trying so hard, where we're just like naturally going to know, oh, that's the good thing to eat. That's not
absolutely naturally knowing. That is the key. You said there's so much we tend to look outside for solutions when most everything is already within us.
Yeah, we're outsourcing. We're outsourcing our inner authority to external authorities, whether it's government or doctors or scientists and all of that. And we're not, stepping into our own trust or faith of something that's already kind of encoded within. That I think if we start stepping into that more as a society, we have a stronger, empowered society that can now not be depending on these systems. And now these systems don't have the power that they seem to have, because people are all complying. People are all agreeing. All of these things that come from a lack of trust. And I think as a society and as a community, on a thing like this with Lewis or anybody else, if we're focusing on empowering the people to grow the strength of community, that takes away the strength and power from this governance or government that is only in act because everyone is allowing it to be so. And we have the power. Only our compliance and allowance that gives power to something else.
100%. We get what we can what we tolerate, and until we get to that point where I can't, was the old cartoon? I'm older guy, the Foghorn Leghorn. I stands all I can stand, and I can't stands no more. Right? Yeah. We got to get to that point where we got to reclaim our own sovereignty and our own self-governance. And it's up to us, we the people. It's not going to come from Trump. It's not going to come from Bobby. It's not going to come from Lewis. It's coming from we the people making a decision to say, hey, I want to do things a little different.
Yep.
And this is where I feel like I'm, and that's goes back to, like you said, the silence, the breathing, the mindset grounding is fantastic. And one of your songs that I really dig, and I know that you're super high on, is the that anthem that you kind of created, for the independent, kind of theme, the independent party I'm talking about, is Together We Rise. How did that come about?
Yeah, actually, and it's interesting. You mentioned the independent. So even in that world, it's not even about a party. It's just independence, right? So it's each of us are an independent, and then we're all united by our independence, right? So that's what unites us as independence. But it's not a new party. It's actually a coalition of infinite people together, standing strong independently and being united by that. And that's what brought this song to light, was the message, together we will rise, and that it's our time. It's a call to action song that was originally commissioned by the Independent National Convention and the United Independence Movement to be their anthem, but then it became a bigger song than that, and it was brought to the inauguration, it was brought to Maha, but it was also brought to Silicon Valley, to the blockchain communities, to health and wellness, to the Autism Health Summit. It's been performed at this point at many major events, and I'm excited to be able to share that now more and more. And I hope that the song becomes a movement bigger than myself and does its own thing and flies away as I continue to be inspired to create more of these type of songs and anthems. I'm inspired by people like Bob Marley and Michael Jackson and the Beatles that created these mantras, or mantras as we call in India, which are words of affirmation that can be encoded into song, such that one love, or heal the world, or we are the world can be songs for a generation. It's my vision that Together We Rise becomes one of those songs, and to be able to create many more and co-create them with everyone, and envision people just singing them along all over the world, whether it's at Hollywood Bowl or Coachella or a political rally or whatever. I think that, music can unite the world, and that's my hope and dream, to continue making that happen.
Is there any way you can break off a little chorus or two of that thing right now? Because we'd love, people have never heard it. Together We Rise. It's a phenomenal song, and all the links we'll make sure to get somewhere so people can get this, the full version of this. But yeah, break off a little bit of that Together We Rise for us. That'd be amazing.
I'll give you guys a taste. And, you know, I'm used to having my pro audio set. I just moved here to Texas, by the way, from California in the last month. Last time I saw Lewis, I was actually moving, just getting packed and getting ready to move. I'm officially in the new place. It's not finished yet. So I was telling you yesterday, I want to have my pro audio set up, but unfortunately it's not there. So let me see how this sounds acoustically through here. If we can get it going, we'll be good.
So you are a California refugee.
I'm a California escapee. No, I'm just kidding.
Escapee.
I'm actually I'm actually the opposite. I stayed in California a long time because I believe in fighting for California, and I think it's one of the most beautiful states. It's one of my favorite places. The specific reason I moved here is because my partners, Mickey Willis, Del Bigtree, all these guys are based here. I've been flying back and forth for years and doing production, and also, you know, I was able to get a bigger property than I would have been able to there for now. That said, it's in my dreams to be back there and be back and forth. And I was living in Malibu for 11 years. And I say fight for California. I appreciate Lewis being there. And I'm here to help that fight for California because I think it's one of the greatest states in the country and has the potential to be once again. So can you hear the guitar?
I did not hear that strum, no.
No.
How about this?
I didn't get, nope, there must be some type of blocking of that sound.
Okay, let me check one thing in the settings, and if not, I'll just do it. I'll keep it simple and do the old the raw setting because there's been an issue with my thing today, but that's no problem. Let's see.
Right. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I have it turned off on my side.
I'm gonna turn that off to low.
Noise
How about
rejection.
that?
There we go.
Cool.
We're hot.
Yeah. Rise up from the ashes, rise up from the flames, see through the lies that feed the fires that we create. Come out from the shadows, come out in plain sight. Nothing to lose, it's time to move into the light. Yeah, together, united, deny it or fight it, no more hiding anymore. Our story, we write it or lose it, we can't keep quiet anymore. 'Cause together we will rise, together we will rise, together we will rise. Can't wait any longer. It's our time, yeah, 'cause it's our time. Together we will rise. Together we will rise. Together we will rise. Can't wait any longer. It's our time, yeah, 'cause it's our time. Yeah. Now we're fighting for the lives of our sons and daughters. It's a war we're gonna lose if we divide ourselves apart. Yeah, it's time to rip the veil that covers everything. The talking heads that wanna make us blind. And when we strike back, we'll shoot love into the skies. Together, united, deny it or fight it, no more hiding anymore. Our story, we write it or lose it, we can't keep quiet anymore. 'Cause together we will rise, together we will rise, together we will rise. Can't wait any longer, it's our time, yeah, 'cause it's our time. Together we will rise, together we will rise, together we will rise. Can't wait any longer, it's our time, yeah, 'cause it's our time.
Over, I got the God bumps, as Lewis calls them. And so it's way, it's probably a disservice to only have you on here for 15 to 20 minutes because yeah, no problem. Because you are such a deep person, not just the music stuff and your advocacy. And I resonate so much with your message and what you're trying to do and what you're trying to build. And so I'm super excited that I was able to meet you, get hooked up with Lewis. And, I'd like to, reach out at some point to do some deeper stuff with you to, have a longer form type of interview to, figure out and help us all. Cause we can all grow together, right? Together we rise. It's all about, man, I'm jacked up.
Hey, that's what it's about. And, it's an honor to be here and definitely happy to do some more with you guys. I do make appearances a lot on shows and podcasts as long as I support the movement, which I certainly do. And when I chatted with Lewis in California, his house for his wife's lovely birthday that day, which, by the way, that guacamole she made was fantastic.
That's infamous guacamole for sure.
It was so good. But yeah, it was great. I support the cause. And I've looked up Lewis too. And I know he knows Mickey Willis, who's one of my partners. And so it's definitely an expanding community of just getting the truth out there, being truth seekers, truth hunters, and truth sharers, as we all get to do. And again, like we talked about, the nuance, not about getting caught in the trap of the binary duality that, the Hegelian dialect and controlled opposition mentality, getting beyond that into each of us independently having a series of independent thoughts. And we might, you and I might align on this thing, but maybe not this one thing. And that's okay.
Right.
And we can work together on those things we align on. And I'll work with someone else on other things that I align on. And if we can step into that again and encourage that as a society, I think we get ourselves into a much more productive space that's not gridlocked by the binary construct, which is very limiting and not abundance mindset. Scarcity mindset, I think, puts us in scare, which is fear, versus abundance, when we're doing our abundance, which is the abundance.
Love it. Just love
it.
You're the man. Thank you so much, Deepak. We'll be talking. We text here and there.
Sure.
But, I think you're going to be a big part of We the People's success in California and abroad, because I really believe that California is that beacon that they've taken and they've corrupted, they've done everything, because the last thing the cabal needs is a beautiful state like California to get into the hands of we the people, because we will lead by example, and then all the other states will follow. So
we the people get to take California back, take Hollywood back, take entertainment back, take the media back. That's what we're here to do. Independence and unity.
Yep. And I'm going to be reaching out to you for some advice in several sectors for sure. I'm very excited to have you part of our team and what we're doing, because we're going to bring back California's liberty as intended. And we're really excited about that. Thank you, brother.
Make it happen, brother. Let's do it. Good to be here today. Thank you guys so much.
Good job, Deepak. Thank you. Good seeing you.
Pleasure.
All right.
No, very that's very talented dude.
Yeah, no
love
question.
that guy.
Wow.
No question.
We need more people like that. See if we can just all put down some of the BS, and we might not agree 100%, but we agree on enough that we can turn this thing around and make a better place for everybody. I'm so excited to get connected with people like that.
Yep, absolutely love it. Wow, what a great show we've had. Even with, I was just talking to my wife on the side. I'm actually loving these attacks. I mean, the attacks on the platforms and everything. It just kind of works perfect with what we're talking about today. Right. And I know our next guest, I don't know if you've seen what has gone on and how they literally took my channel off air while all the other ones were still playing. How sophisticated are they that they could literally just extract one, and then they had ended up attacking all the channels before that. Robert, in his genius, figured a way around it, a workaround to fix all of it. So it's fantastic. Robert, does everything seem to be running smooth right now?
So far, all green lights. I love it.
All right. That's awesome. Bruce, do we need to cover anything, or you want to bring in our next?
Let's rock and roll. We're getting close to being back on time almost. So,
almost.
And this guy's huge for us, because he's the one who's behind our special today, for donating $100 or more at Lewis Herms. No, not Lewis, HERMS4Cali.com. HERMS4Cali.com. Donate $100 and you get a free bottle of our new product called Lucid, from Serona.org, and Ethan is the brainchild behind all that. So Ethan Lucas, thank you for making that offer and giving people an opportunity to experience this product. And glad you're here with us today. What's going on, Ethan Lucas from the Ethan Lucas Show?
Not just from the Ethan Lucas Show, but
I mean,
thanks
everywhere.
for the intro. I know you can't list out all the things that I do. Sometimes,
we don't have
sometimes
time.
I can't even keep track of it. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot I do that, don't I? But I guess that comes by default, just because I'm just so used to, and you are, and Robert is, and Lewis, and everybody in this movement, we're so used to having to do everything ourselves because the system doesn't have a good answer for anything. So it's like, well, if you want something done right, you got to do it yourself, right? So you just learn how to do everything.
Right.
So yeah,
tell us about the the special, the NAD stuff. I'm real excited about that.
Yeah, so the Lucid, it's not just NAD, but that is the superstar of the product, and it's nano sized, which is why it's so special, because anything that's not nano sized goes into the stomach acids, gets destroyed by the digestive tract, and you don't really absorb much or any of it. And especially with things that are really fragile like NAD or glutathione, which was our initial product and flagship product still. But I would venture to say that this Lucid product may be giving Elixir, the glutathione flagship product, a run for its money, just based off of the testimonials, because number one, NAD is more expensive to make than glutathione, and people who try to order it through the mail with the vials to stick the needle in their arm that don't like doing that, this is a good answer for that. But you'll know what I'm talking about. It's expensive. You'll spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars a month, or driving to a clinic to have someone else jab a needle in your arm to do it. That the reason why people do that is because that's the only effective way so far to actually get NAD into the body. And just like glutathione, you make less and less of it every year as you age, especially once you get up into middle age, around 50 years old. And in fact, actually, you know what? We need to stop saying that. We've been programmed to say that. We got to stop calling 50 middle age, because I want to start seeing people living to be, 300, 400, 500,000 years old. And I think we're really on our way there with a lot of this technology. But it's absolutely phenomenal what it does, because it puts something back into your bloodstream that your body absolutely needs. It's critical. It's what's responsible for your energy production at the mitochondrial level, your ATP. And so when you start taking it, I'm not exaggerating, not kidding a little bit, you'll literally feel like you're a kid again. The energy levels are off the chain. I don't know if you've started taking it yet, Bruce, or if Lewis or Robert has, but it is absolutely amazing what it does.
Yeah, I haven't gotten it yet. I haven't taken it yet myself, but I was talking to some people who have used it, and they warned me, says, if you have problems sleeping, you don't want to take this later in the afternoon, because you'll be up all night.
And it's not like drinking, a massive cup of spiked coffee or one of those ridiculous toxic energy drinks you get at the truck stop. It's literally a foundational, sustained, natural energy. And that's what's missing from our cells now, which is why it's not because you're getting older. It's because of all the things we've been bombarded with, the toxins and everything in the food, the air, the water, the soil. I mean, it's literally in everything. The stuff that makes our bodies just slowly degrade over time. And so really, you're not supposed to be aging. And this is the kind of stuff that's going to stop you from aging, the glutathione and the NAD. And that's why we've gone through such great lengths to make sure we put it out there. We get it out there as cheap as we can. Ours costs less than $100 a month. The other NAD products, you're going to spend hundreds or thousands of dollars a month. You can literally carry around a 1 month supply in your pocket or in your purse, whereas that would cost you to go to a clinic $3,000 or more a month. It's absolutely amazing what we've been able to do. And I'm not saying that to toot our horn. I'm saying that because it's really that great, and we've done it for you guys, which is why we made Serona a nonprofit PMA, because we could have easily charged hundreds or thousands of dollars a month for this stuff, because it's actually outperforming the clinical infusions and the injections, because it has nanosized huperzine A, and it also has nanosized Bacopa monnieri in it as well. So it's a phenomenal product. Give it a try, or better yet, donate $100 or more to Lewis's campaign, and you'll get a free bottle of it.
Right. All you got to do is pay for shipping.
That's it.
And that's fantastic. So I know you've also, besides the Serona thing, which is a huge project that you're undertaking,
mm-hmm.
you have been immensely on the front lines of fighting for our country. And I wanted for you to mention, because there's one particular little anecdote that you put out there that just made the light click for me, you know, because if somebody hears something, you know, might just click a little bit different. Talk to me about the intention of the Bible and the Constitution and what it's turned into. That little analogy you used, I think, is brilliant.
Oh, about the fact that there's nothing religious in the Bible and there's nothing political in the founding documents.
Right.
Actually,
but they were meant to set us free from those things.
They were literally meant to set you free from that. And when they're read properly, meaning you just read exactly what it says instead of what they say that it says, especially with the Bible, if you go back to the original Hebrew and the original Greek, instead of reading these mistranslations, there's hundreds of mistranslations, if not thousands now, mistranslations in English and other languages that have misled and misguided people. And that was done on purpose. But if you go back to the original Hebrew and Greek Bible, you'll find out that the Bible actually says something very different than what religion purports that it says. And so when you do that, you will find that it will set you free from the bondage of a religion. A lot of people don't know this, but the word religion comes from the Latin word religare, which means return to bondage. And the New Testament is explicitly clear that in Christ all are made free indeed. Now, a title deed is ownership. And Lewis was talking about this earlier, about having full ownership of something. The most important thing, which our founding father, Noah Webster, most people don't talk about Noah Webster and the things he said, but he pointed this out in one of his letters about this was before they actually fully ratified the Constitution, the federal Constitution. And he pointed out how important it was to own, literally own, not paying taxes for, not continuing to rent from, but you own full-fledged ownership, yeomanship of your own land. And it's not just with the land that we need to do that. We need to do that with the land in here, our mind. And the Bible gives you, Christ gives you full, free deed ownership, title deed ownership to your mind when you read what it actually says instead of the mistranslations that they created and put out there. Now, I actually emailed something over to Lewis right before I jumped on here. And there's something, I don't know if Lewis wants to jump on here or not, but if he's able to, but I put it in your email, your ScrewBigGov email, and you might want to just pull it up on your own desktop there and look at it, Lewis. This is my gift to your governorship, because I'm saying your governorship because I'm manifesting that you are actually going to be governor. And what I would like you to do is see if you could actually get President Trump to do this, because I initially wrote this. This is executive orders plus prosecutorial discretion and pardons, a strategy that is empowered in the president or a governor of a state, because a governor is essentially a president of a state, right? And it's all right. So the reason I'm sending you this, I spent a considerable amount of time writing this because I put a lot of thought into how do we get real ownership back? How do we get our real constitutionally protected rights back? And be careful when you say that. Don't ever say your constitutional rights. You don't have constitutional rights. The Constitution does not grant you rights. The Constitution restrains the federal government. And at the state level, it restrains the state government. God gives you your rights. Your rights are natural. They're not granted to you by the government, because if they're granted to you by the government, that means you're a slave and they can be taken away. But in this strategy, and I don't have time to go through it all, but Lewis, maybe you might want to read through it and real quick, brief through it and kind of see what I'm getting at. This is a strategic roadmap for either governor or presidential action against, we're going to start with the gun bans, because I believe that's the most important. And here's my point on this. And the reason why it surprises me that Trump hasn't done this yet. He should have done it in his first term, because the one thing that the president of the United States of America or the governor of any state can do, they have power to write an executive order, which is not a law, by the way. It only applies to employees of the executive branch of that government. But what it does is it gives directives to the law enforcement branch of the government, right? And it gives directives to the Department of Justice. And the governor of each state and the president of the United States of America actually have, we know this, power to pardon. And so when you couple these three things together, executive orders, prosecutorial discretion, and pardons, it creates a strategic roadmap to actually strike down and create legal precedent that would snowball across the whole nation to strike down any unconstitutional law. And I would like to see it started with the Second Amendment. All the unconstitutional gun laws over in DC, we wouldn't even have to have a standing army on the streets right now, which is very dangerous. I don't like it. We wouldn't even have to have that if President Trump would have wrote an executive order that states that all unconstitutional gun laws would not be upheld in DC, and he has power and authority to do that. Now, it doesn't stop the police over there in DC from arresting people for concealed carry or whatever they have deemed that's illegal, even though it's not. But what he can do is he can also say in his prosecutorial direction to the Department of Justice is, hey, you either don't prosecute these or I'm going to get pardoned to anybody who is prosecuted for these unconstitutional gun laws. Because we know if everybody's carrying, in states like Tennessee, we don't have this issue because everybody carries. You don't know who's carrying, so you're not going to rob, rape, steal, whatever, right? Now, if Trump would have done that, he would have created a snowball avalanche effect back in his first term that would have overturned all of these unconstitutional gun laws in DC. That would have set the precedent for Chicago, LA, New York, all these places where they've instituted unconstitutional gun laws. And then we can start doing it with things against our other unalienable rights, freedom of speech, being poisoned or being medicated without our consent. And this can be applied to everything across the board. This strategy is very powerful. And I actually have the memorandums put together for the Department of Justice. So you can literally just copy and paste what I sent you there, Lewis, and use that as governor to do the same thing in California, what Trump should have done in DC already.
So Ethan, I'm actually reviewing this as you're talking, 7 pages, just brilliant, by the way. Bruce, I know we need to move forward to get back on task, but I think you've nailed it. And as you've probably heard me say several times, I think the most important amendment is the Second Amendment because all the others don't exist unless you can protect them.
Right.
And that's the way you protect us and protect the other amendments is with the Second Amendment. And it's interesting. I'm wondering why President Trump hasn't pushed harder on this because he did back a few months ago, literally quote portions of the Second Amendment on the White House website, and maybe he's indicating where they're going to go because I was like, wow, I can't believe he said that. It was very powerful. So Ethan, you're ahead of the curve as normal. And maybe we can do a show on this. I think
we should. But if you don't mind, let me give a small handful of bullet points, and I literally mean bullet points. So like maybe 45 seconds,
pun not intended.
Right. Yeah. But just so the people know what I'm talking about. So here's the strategic roadmap for it. Is the first step is signal the policy shift through the executive orders and the DOJ guidance. So you issue those executive orders saying, hey, we're not enforcing any gun laws anymore unless somebody's using a gun to actually commit a crime, right? Okay, so that's first step. Second step is deploy the pardon power. You announce that you are going to issue blanket pardons for any prosecution against anyone carrying a gun lawfully to defend themselves. So what that does in step 3 is it chokes the pipeline. The prosecutorial discretion kicks in. You direct the U.S. attorney for D.C. and in your case, as governor, you would direct the attorney for California to do the same thing. All you do in that document, Lewis, you just plug in governor and state of California for everywhere where it's president in the United States of America, right? So then step 4, you go. What it does is increases the political pressure. It reframes everything. Lawsuits will start getting filed. It'll shoot everything up to the Supreme Court, which does that at the federal level. But in your case, it would do it at the state level. And the Supreme Court would then be forced to make a ruling that all these gun laws are unconstitutional. And then it can't ever be reversed. And then what it also does is it makes the prosecutor sit there and go, wow, I'm wasting my time with all of these prosecutions because every one I do, the governor or the president just pardons these people immediately. And it's making me look like a jackass. So they're just going to stop doing it.
Right. And you know, it's we can't go into it now because this is a deeper conversation, but this actually, believe it or not, coincides with the Chevron deference decision. And it may not, people may not see the link, but you and I can explain that link together. Ethan, this is awesome.
I'm counting on you to do that. I spent a lot of time writing this thing, actually several months, and doing the legal research on it. You'll obviously want to have an attorney go through it to see what you can do once you're governor. Make sure that there's no holes that can be poked in it. But I really think it's a good strategy that can be used across the United States by every governor and any president. Doesn't matter if Trump doesn't do it, the next president can do it.
Right.
And if we do that across the board, we start with the Second Amendment, and then we move on to all the other amendments, all the other rights, and we just domino this thing. And then the cabal is powerless at that point.
Brilliant. It's just absolutely brilliant. Thank you, brother. And absolutely, we'll do a show on this. I'll review it. Sure. You and I will go over some bullet points. I actually have a couple of attorneys I can review this with right away.
Awesome. Sounds good. Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you, man. Appreciate your support.
Catch you later. Bye.
Yep. Ethan always brings it, man. He's always coming in hot.
It's amazing.
Love that guy. So we're almost on schedule. We're like 3 minutes behind only.
Oh,
so that's fantastic. A+ there. And a big shout out to all the people watching on the different Rumble channels. I believe we've kind of normalized. We had all these issues earlier, so hopefully that's normalized. But also the people listening audio only at talk.soundaliveradio.net. Thanks again to E. Smitty and the team over there. He's got this is cool. Do some research into it. Check it out. It's a decentralized blockchain system of radio programs that he's been building out for a while. And this is huge. And for him to allow us to have be able to broadcast or simulcast this thing today is huge. So we are immensely grateful to E. Smitty and the people over there. And thanks to Joe Rosati for that. And we got to, I know we're on time, but can we play the one of the videos from the people we send now, or we want to try to save those for a little bit later? Because we got a few backed up, but I want to make sure everybody gets a chance. Do that short one, the 43-second one from the guy over there in Ireland.
The guy in Ireland.
Let's do it. Everything.
Hello, this is Mark Atwood in sunny, weirdly, Ireland, and I just wanted to say, vote for Lewis Herms for governor of California. Did I actually just say that out loud? Is that a real sentence? Yes, it is. We the people. That's what Lewis stands for. We the people. An indefatigable human being, a man of incredible decency and stoicism, and his heart beats stars and stripes. And I'm just an English bloke in Ireland. I can't vote for him, so make sure you do. All right, see you later.
There you go. That was Mark Atwood, all the way from over there in Ireland, sunny Ireland, which is not a normal thing, obviously.
He broke out the multi-syllabic words too. I don't know what I'm going to do with that.
I have to go to ChatGPT and figure out what the hell that word means.
Exactly.
He's all heartbeat.
And introduce our next guest, who I know he's got a huge vocabulary, a brilliant person. Since I'm already on it, why don't I just introduce?
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
Right. Become a friend of mine. I hope I can call him that. Right. What's funny is when he came on, you guys couldn't see it in the background. He had his, how they put the green screen images behind him. He has a shirt on. I'm not going to say what his shirt is, but the image he had behind was American flag. So I only saw a head. That's all I saw. And it was very interesting. I thought we were going back to the days of Max Headroom all of a sudden. But so let me bring on my friend, brilliant. He'll tell you about his platform also, Mark Abrams.
How you doing, kiddo?
I'm doing awesome, brother. So good to see you.
Governor.
Governor.
Yes, I got to tell you, all the stuff that's been going on and you running for governor, it's so amazing to watch, because when you look at what my business has done and how badly they're still, even though we know that the White Hats have taken over the media, when you sit and you watch what's going on in the media and the way they're covering half of these morons from, Waltz and the rest of them, and Fatso from Illinois over there. It's just so stupid. And you listen to them. And I got to tell you, you have much better hair than New Scum. So, yes, it's much neater. You don't look like, but you got to learn to do something with your hands, kind of like he does. It's, I don't know what the hell his problem is. So you listen to these people and they make absolutely no sense. Absolutely no sense. And you sit and you listen to the reports that go on from the mainstream media and everything else. And you're saying, where are you people coming from? What are you people doing? Do you want to walk down the street and get mugged or raped or robbed or anything else? Or do you want to have safe streets? Oh, Trump, the military, and I know how you feel about constitutional sheriffs. I know how you feel about law and order. I know how you feel when it comes to getting your state back on track. Because I'm not going to pull having a senior moment here. One of my predecessors today, but I'm not going to use the 4-letter words, but your state is a mess. Your state is really a mess. And it needs so much done. But you can't have another politician. You can't have another big business person. You have to have somebody who is a California resident, who knows what's going on, who doesn't owe people millions or billions of dollars, who's going to have the interest of the people of California ahead of them, and who's going to want law and order and responsibility. And look, you're the guy. I mean, you're really the guy. It's a messy situation. Politics is always a messy situation. And, you better get some of that old COVID screening so that when they start flinging crap, you get windshield wipers and it goes off. But it's pathetic. It's pathetic to watch. And I know that you're up to the task of handling it back and forth and replying to these people. But just, be like me. Keep your cool, man. Keep nice and easy going.
Yeah, well, that's true. And I'm pretty good at keeping my cool until I don't. But then it seems to, Bruce has seen it. It seems to be applied appropriately. So I'm lucky enough to be blessed with knowing when not to look so cool. I guess that's the or be so cool. I think that's probably the best way to say it. Mark, because I believe personally you're brilliant and you have a huge background and you understand media and it, like nobody else does. Give us, I know it's putting you on the spot, give us some advice, what you think that we should do to really make California's liberty as intended.
Number one, and we know that the president is doing this, but the mainstream media has to get back to journalism. And like I'm sure a bunch of your people have already heard it, but mainstream media went away from journalism decades ago and went into what's called editorialism, which is giving your opinion. And even when I was still working, I told plenty of the reporters, you're not smart enough to give me your opinion. I'm not interested in it. Stick with the facts and let it go there. So you've got to take care of the mainstream media. And one of the things that you should do, any press conference that you hold, do the same thing the president is doing. Knock down the stupid questions. And even say, that's a stupid question. Next, and go right through it. What you see with the federal areas of California, where you always get the wildfires, work in conjunction with the government. Get those areas cleaned up and cleaned out of debris so you don't get the kindling sitting there. Take care of the taxes. Take care of the homeless situation. Make it a place that people wanted to visit before, that people wanted to go on vacation to, where they felt safe. They wanted to go see the sights in and around LA and Hollywood and Disneyland and this and that and the other. Don't get me started on Disney. But, just all of that stuff where you want to play it so that people feel safe there. People feel comfortable again living there, that they're not, as we've seen over the past bunch of decades, living paycheck to paycheck to paycheck, barely eking through because the taxes are eating them to death, and because everything else is just eating them to death, tax-wise and assessment-wise and everything else. When you live in the United States in 2025, 2026, when you have this election, people should not be going through this. People need to have the ability and get back to what you and I grew up with, where you had a one-income family and you still had a home and you could still feed everybody and you could send your kids to college and people had cars, but there was also respect, manners. That's not a plug for my show, but respect and manners and all of those things that made neighborhoods entities of togetherness, that made the population of a state or of this nation an entity that worked together. Because the division that the politicians, and through their use of the mainstream media, that has possessed this nation, I won't say it's irreparable damage, but it's going to take probably just as long to unbrainwash people as it's taken to brainwash them.
Yeah, you're right about that. In fact, I love using this analogy is the baddies used, as you know, very well know, they used the frog in the pot situation in order to get us to where we were. So they slowly turned up the heat. For anybody that you don't know the story, the frog doesn't know it until they're boiling. It's too late. That's how they got us to where we are. And I think we're at boiling temperature right now. That being said, that's exactly what we need to do in order to get people to a point so they can absorb the truth. For example, if I walk up to somebody and I say, let me tell you all about adrenochrome, you've lost them, right? So we have to slowly acclimate them. And one thing I really, really prefer to say is I say, we need to learn to not to truth barf anymore, because you'll lose the people for years. But what you can do is let's speak to people where they are at, not where they want to be. So Socratically, if you use the method, right, of asking questions slowly, little teeny questions like, did you know that building number 7 in 9/11 also fell? You would be shocked how many people go, wait a second, you mean there's another building that fell? Oh, yeah. Did you know a plane never hit that building? What? Did you know in the history of mankind, a steel building has never been taken down by a plane? What? Yet 3 fell in one day? These are the type of things you can do, and you slowly acclimate them to the truth. And the next thing you know, you're building a rapport with somebody where they're actually paying attention, right? Because guess what? This takes trust. And you know what it takes trust in? I don't have a problem with saying it. Somebody does. It takes trust in God, because what we're doing is we are planting a seed. That's our job. Lord Almighty is going to water that seed, right? And it will grow when it's time to grow. And those people will become disciples of that message moving forward. And that's how we're going to add. But it takes patience. And I know it's tough, everybody, but guess what? It took us 2,000 years to get here, right? If it takes 10, 15, 20 years to get out of it, that's a pretty damn good job, if you ask me, right? So let's just plant the seeds and have patience. But we have to trust, in my opinion, in God Almighty, that he's going to water it. Because I really think, Mark, I truly think this, and you know I believe this, that God has already won this war, right? But we, the people, need to ante up and kick in, and then we will end up reaping the harvest in the end.
But you see, that's one of the big problems that we're facing. And it's part of what the plan against us was, the plan by the cabal was, in the dividing and conquering, was to get God out of you, to get God out of the family unit, to get rid of the family unit. Look, I mean, I had this discussion with somebody earlier today. Gays have been around since the beginning of time. I don't have a problem with gay people in the least. And when it comes to gay marriage, I've said it a bunch of times, they have just as much right to be miserable as the rest of us. So You know, it's really not a problem there. But when it comes to all this trans stuff, and especially since they're going through it in elementary schools, they are indoctrinating these children and taking them down a road in their formative years that they are not capable of understanding. They just kind of follow the leader and they go through it, and we're screwing this up. And people don't realize that it's not a matter of sitting and, you know, you have to go to church, or you have to go to synagogue, or you have to go to the mosque or something for God to be there. God is in your heart. And if he's not in your heart, you're never going to see or hear what he has to say. And we all disregard it. It's part of human nature. I know Dave likes to call it your monkey brain, but you get to a point where you hear in those quiet moments whatever God has to say. But then the monkey brain kicks in and you go, oh, I've got that 50-50 choice. I'm going to go the other way. And that's where you screw things up.
Yep.
But people have to learn to get back, stop these divisions, get away from the division that we seek from organized religion, get away from the division that we get from politicians, get away from the division sown by the mass media, get away from the division of race, economics, and everything else. This country was built, only 3% of the people were in the militia during the revolution. But these are people working together to create something. And every year we have the State of the Union. And a union is a cohesive group. I spent my entire working lifetime in unions. And they're the most uncohesive group in the world. But in order for us to be a union, to be the republic we were meant to be, we have to stop the divisiveness, and we have to join together, and people have to stop waiting for you or me or anybody else to do it. They have to get off their butts and do it themselves. And there is no, I'm one person, what can I do? Look at what we're doing. There are always things you can do. Get out and do it.
Yep. Brilliant, Mark. Where can everybody find you? And I folks, you're gonna, if you haven't subscribed to his channels yet, you're missing out. Mark has a real clue, a real pulse on we the people, and I really think you should jump on board. Tell them where they can find you, Mark.
Well, you can find me on basically almost anywhere except for Telegram at Fake News 7 NY. So FAKENEWS, the number 7 NY. And it's Fake News 7 NY because I spent 46 years in the mainstream media, 43 of them with ABC News in New York, and that was Channel 7. So there's your Fake News 7. But you can find me on Rumble, X, Truth Social, Facebook, YouTube, all of them Fake News 7 NY. And on Telegram, just Fake News 7. So you don't have to type in 2 extra characters. Everything is good. You know, we've got another Respect show coming up tomorrow night. It's going to be another good one. Now that I'm back to work, you know, we elderly people need our longer vacations.
You're funny. You're funny. Mark, appreciate you. Love you, brother. Everything
Love
you
too,
do,
guys.
everything you do. Thank you for always being in the fight and being real. Bruce, take it away. I know we had a disruption because one of our guests, or her power actually went out on her house. I would say she's, by the way, she's one of the most attacked patriots that I know. This is not an anomaly for what she's going through, Bruce. Can you bring Bruce on screen, please, Robert? Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you. Anyways, so Bruce, I don't know how you're going to manage this because we have 2 guests here at the same time.
Right.
So
Well, we got one of them just wants to pop in for a few minutes, and I want to make sure that he gets just a couple minutes to talk.
And she's patient. She understands that we're going to have to just fit her in because she missed her original slot. And I'm excited about who you're going to bring on right now. Right?
Oh,
So
absolutely.
This is cool.
Yeah. So this is the main person that's helped us out and donated I've been talking about it all day. Talk.soundaliveradio.net. We're audio only streaming this entire thing, and it's only because of this guy, E. Smitty. He's the CEO of Sound Alive Records. He's got the, we talked about the decentralized blockchain radio thing. You got to do some research into it. It's a really cool concept. He's grown like crazy. So let's bring on screen E. Smitty to give him some time to be able to tell us about him, and also for us to give more gratitude for him for allowing us, him, like, you know, donating this time on his radio station for us to be able to get our message out. So E. Smitty, welcome. What's going on, brother?
I know you can only hear me in the background, which is cool. Oh, thank you, Robert. I just wanted to point out that he was paramount in the editing of the song "To Unite," which Joe and I worked on. That was Joe's song, and Joe put together all this. But from the background production element that he did was epic, and I think he would tell you that was not an easy song, especially with me constantly getting involved and going, hey, let's give this a shot. Let's try this, and so on and so forth. So public thank you to E. Smitty for being part of that also.
Awesome. Can you guys hear me?
We can, yes.
You're good, man.
All right, good, man. Yeah, no, I mean, I had to take a whole Saturday off from college football. No, I'm kidding. No, if you guys know anything about me, excuse me, I was a football player in the past, so I love football, especially college football. That's my thing. Big shout to the ECU Pirates, even though we did not win against NC State, our rivals, but that was still pretty cool. Man, no, I came here. I just wanted to jump in for like 5 minutes or less and just tell Lewis how, proud of him I am and how amazed I am at this entire network and this beautiful movement that we have going on here. And, I first became aware of Lewis through Nicholas and Nicholas Finyamin, who's a good dear friend of mine as well. And, Joe Rosati and, doing the Truth Tour and the music and so forth. And I want everybody to know that this is a real movement. This is an amazing movement. This is grassroots. This is like, this is what we need to take back our country. And it does take strong men and women to stand up and say, hey, I've had enough. And I'm going to jump in and, I'm going to make a difference. And a lot of times talking, is great, but it's action that really makes a difference. So I'm proud to stream this whole entire project right now, this campaign for Lewis HERMS. I cut the feed on Sound Alive Radio just for a few minutes because it's not about me, number one, and number two, I didn't want to interfere because we had a little bit of interference. If my mic's on while we're actually doing the broadcast, haven't figured that out yet, but we'll get that going. But yeah, I mean, we've streamed about 5 hours so far. Amazing guests, really, really enjoying everybody and all their talents and everything that they bring to the table. And I mean, I've been building this platform. It's actually built on a DPIN, which is a decentralized, permissionless network infrastructure. So think of it like this: most blockchains are hosted by I call them the BlackRocks and the whatever of hosting, AWS, which is Amazon Web Services, and Microsoft Azure. And they're very centralized in the way that if, let's say, Sound Alive Radio was hosted on, AWS, well, AWS goes down and Sound Alive Radio goes down, and, every other blockchain that's hosted on them goes down. So having a private decentralized infrastructure network means that you have a bunch of guys like me and you, and we've all got servers and we host a bunch of nodes. We've downloaded the protocol, the software, and we've got our little, special network. But this network right now that we're actually broadcasting on, we have over 7,000 nodes. So we're pretty hefty, and we've got some maybe hundreds to thousands. I think we have some thousands of terabytes of bandwidth as well. So we're able to actually host and broadcast these amazing specials and so forth, and do them live. And we've got, load balancers. So we've got 5 to 6, 7 different instances. So if one instance goes down, another one picks it right back up, and it's free. So the app is free, and you can hear Lewis, you can hear Joe, you can hear anybody that's on talk.soundaliveradio.net for free. Just go to talk.soundaliveradio.net. You can listen from there, or you can install the app, but it's free. There's no Google paywall. There's no Apple paywall. It's just actually just amazing technology. And I'm just, I'm really proud to be presenting this. And thanks to Evernode, which is a layer 2 that's built off of the Zahao network, which is actually part of the XRPL. And I know there's a lot of XRP holders here in our Patriot family, because we all know that XRP is the standard and is pretty much the new protocol and the most advanced version of any blockchain and token. I would say it's the new Bitcoin, because we have the utility function, we have the low fees, and we have the quick transfers. And then you see Mr. T is adopting it into our financial system. So I think it's really amazing to be able to have this technology. And then also for Lewis, because of what he's doing, which is, as a true patriot, is monumental, and it's necessary that we stand up and we remove. Remember, in our, well, I don't want to say in our Constitution, but I would say in our hearts, we do have the power to replace a corrupt government, and I think this is exactly what we need to do. We need to put Lewis in charge of California, and then we need to put other great patriots in charge of other so-called blue states, which we know that are really red. And the way we're going to do this is, I'm here to back this 100%. I don't do this for pay. I do this because I love this country, and I am a patriot. And my dad was a Vietnam veteran, and he passed away 10 days before Christmas. So, I want to honor him, and I want to honor every great veteran and patriot in this country that deserves to, take over. And I mean, it's the changing of the guard, and it's time. So I'm very confident that Lewis will win California, and he'll be in the governor's mansion, fully inaugurated and ready to go. And we'll be behind every step of the way with our broadcast. And as we continue to improve it, we will add even more things to this. But, it's great to be around all you amazing patriots. Also, Bruce Poppy, really amazing guy. I didn't realize how big he was either. So he's a really great guy. Really thankful to even just be a part of this project, and whatever I can do to help, I'm here for it.
Awesome. And yeah, we also earlier today we had one of your other artists that's on your label and highlighted on your rock.soundaliveradio.net. We had Kristen Campolino on here, and then a little bit later today we're gonna have Joe on. So yeah, what you're put together there is just fantastic and amazing. People need to go check it out. Go to talk, whether it's talk, rock, house, or rap, right? Yeah. .soundaliveradio.net. And when you click download the app, you don't have to put email, nothing. It's just installed right on my phone. So I can just even go there. They don't want no information. It's fantastic. This is a fantastic idea that I believe is going to be growing, and that's going to be the way that we, do business and broadcasting in the future. Everything needs to be decentralized and open source.
Nobody can shut us down. And, the cost to actually host on Evernode, DPIN is, it's like pennies to the dollar. So, what you do is you'll rent out you'll lease out a period of time that you want. And for that period of time, you get a certain allotment of bandwidth. And so far we've leased, because of my good friends in Sweden, in Australia, and good friends in Norway, we've been able to lease. I think we got 11 years now already ahead covered for Sound Alive Radio. So, we're trying to be the decentralized version of XM, Sirius XM. And, we're patriots, and we believe in freedom and love and kindness, humanity. The last gentleman that you had previous to the CBS former broadcaster, he had a hat and he said, "Make humanity great again." And I really believe in that. So, I mean, I believe in humanity. You know, I don't look at skin color. I don't look at race, creed. I look at people as we're humans, and either we're humans or we're, you know, something else. I don't know what that something else could be, but, you know, I'm a human and I believe in humanity, and I believe that we can really make this happen. I think Lewis stepping in and doing his due diligence and jumping in there in the governor race, I think it's going to be huge for this country. And when we take back California, you know, California is like literally the entire West Coast. If you were to think about it, if it was the entire East Coast, it would engulf multiple states. So the fact that one state has that much power and control over, you know, and influence over, you know, this entire nation it's so important for us to take this back. So God bless everybody. Thank you for letting me drop in. I'm going to get the broadcast back tuned up now. So you guys enjoy. And Lewis, man, thank you. Take care, brother.
Thanks again, East Mitty.
I salute you. Thank you, brother.
Yes, sir.
No, yeah, it's a huge deal for him to donate his entire day of broadcasting on his platform. So yeah, thanks again to East Mitty. Talk.soundaliveradio.net.
Say it again. I talked over you.
Talk.soundaliveradio.net is where you want to listen to the audio only. And there's more stuff. Explore the other channels as well. Phenomenal stuff.
So yeah, he donated his time. And speaking of donations, thank you, Jill, Karen, Leslie, and Jeff for your recent donations when you're going to hermsforcali.com. We will honor your money and do the best we can with that. Just like I would run California, we have to run the budgets with inside the campaign.
Yeah.
Amen. And so now we finally get to bring on our guest that lost power and tenacious. Talk about tenacious and a fighting spirit. This person here is just epitomizes all of those things. So we applaud her for her stick-to-itiveness and trying to get on here and share her information. So let me. She's a author. Broadcast. She's done lots in the realm of helping people recover from MK Ultras, SRA, you know, those type of mental and physical abuses. So help us welcome here to this broadcast today, Laura Worley.
Hey guys, it's so good to see all of you. I am a little pissed, I won't lie, because I only got on. Anyway, I know there was no accident or anything.
Yeah, and your electricity went out, right? They just cut
my whole house went off, and my phone literally was burning. It was hot, and I unplugged it.
Wow.
So.
And these are not anomalies for you. In fact, folks, if you have any cartoonist out there, I'm gonna throw out the best image that you could possibly make. Okay, picture Laura Worley with a whip, and there's a demon that's on the end. She's yelling, "Ba-ba, ba-ba," right? She is the demon slayer. She will not give up. She's got an incredible history of doing this and helping others. I'm so happy to have you here, but you're glowing as normal. So think
Am I? I don't know.
She always has that angelic glow.
She has this angelic glow no matter what she's going through, and that tells me a lot, and I hope people can see what we can see.
Well, I appreciate you having me on. I mean, I want to get to how I know you and how I, respect you and want you to do this. But I wanted to kind of first go into when I first met you. I think it was actually 4 years ago, and you were doing the Truth Tour. You were doing podcasts, and what I watched was every time you knew there was a need for something, you would start this huge project, and it was always huge. And everybody's like, I don't know how in the heck he's going to do that, but you always did it, and you always take on things, but you always follow through and do them. And I know your heart really seems to be in the child trafficking. And, my heart is, I can't say it's totally along that line, but it's the same, because my passion is helping people get free of MK Ultra, which is the same. It's just they do a little bit more things, like for mind control. And for whatever reason, you guys, I honestly don't even know why, But I am so attacked and so shadow banned, and I can't put out there what I want to put out there. And so just a quick little story. When I put out my second book, it was in 23. And from that point on, my husband and I were attacked almost daily by the top of the secret societies, the different cult groups. They did satanic ritual sacrifice against us to kill us. But the main thing that they did against my husband was they sent so many ways to kill him that he would get a tumor and cancer. And my husband did die of a tumor with cancer. But I want to say, what I wanted to say is I always have a pattern. You always make me cry for whatever reason it is. And I always do it on your show. And then I'm always embarrassed. But anyway, there's a pattern I've always had with you. If you ask me to speak, I usually show something publicly for the first time. And so I'm going to do that again today. I never really shared about my husband passing. People have talked to me in private and they kind of know some and they kind of figured some. But I just want to say really briefly that because of the work I was doing and because of my book and because of my second book got so much traction of not the cults not wanting it out. And the Lord told me to write this third book. And so Steve and I were totally attacked so much. And he was doing a lot of work with me as well. And so I just need everybody to know publicly that my husband was killed by the cult. The tool was cancer, but he was murdered. And I know that for an absolute fact. The cult killed him in about 3 different directions. One was the attacks. That was the top of the Illuminati. They're the women that are used as weapons for the cabal. They were a big part of killing my husband. And then something else, they attacked my husband in a real, not a spiritual way, but a physical way, and came after him. And it really did break his heart. And then the third one is when he did have that tumor, the doctor actually, I believe, was a cult doctor and murdered him, because every single thing he did, it should have just been a little thing to get out. It wasn't a big deal. So it took me a while to process this, like them thinking that I'm going to stop or I'm going to shut up or I'm not going to do it. And I felt like crawling most of the time finishing book 3. But it is done, and it's going to come out on his birthday, which is September 10th. And it is information that I personally think every adult needs to read. Not all of it, but a portion of it. And this information is hidden. It is not in the public. And if you tried to search it, you would not find it. And I got this information from working with 20 of the women who were at the trained, groomed in the MK Ultra program at the very top of these cult groups. And I talked with 2 men. Each of them proved that there is a template in programming people all over the world through the MK Ultra program. So it's my goal, because you know what? If what I was writing about and talking about and teaching about, they wouldn't give a shit about me. They wouldn't care. They wouldn't attack me for 18 months. They wouldn't shadow ban me for the stupidest things. And I know they were trying to make sure I didn't put this book out. And I'm pretty positive all hell's going to break loose when I do it. But I don't care, because, you know, this information, we have to know it. And you know why we have to know it is because we are in a spiritual battle. And this battle is, I don't care if you want to be in it or not, you're in it right now. And do you know how they win? It's because you don't want to know. Like, you don't want to know the spiritual evil they do, the curses they send, how they can control or destroy somebody's life. People don't want to know that. But guess what? They do it anyway. So I feel like if you're on God's team, you need to stand up and be part of the army now. There is no, I can't do it. I don't want to do it. I don't know what it. You find out from God and you do it. Because if we don't all stand up right now, we're never going to have a chance. So the reason why I support you in being a governor is because, not because of anything you've ever said, it's because of what you've always done. Sorry. And I'm so mad at you to make you cry every time. But anyway, you have always followed through with what you said, and you've always had integrity, and you've always been honest, and you've always truly cared about me. You cared about so many of us who have really been trying to, fight a battle that's pretty difficult at times. You have always, along with your lovely wife, has brought out so much truth. And like, what would we have done without you? Like, this started 4 years ago when you did the truth tour, I believe. Is that right? 4 years ago or 3?
Yes, I started about a year before that, but the truth tour was probably one of the biggest impacts for sure.
And you guys have always been involved in bringing the truth out and helping save souls and wake people up. And I feel, when I was warning people in 21, I had no clue, to be honest with you, it was going to get this bad. And while Trump is one person, he's doing a lot of things. So that means we can do a lot of things too, as just one person. I mean, it's amazing what he's done. I'm not saying that, but for whatever reason, the spiritual fight is huge. And you have to understand the Democrats have nothing to lose anymore because they know nobody believes them. So they're going to give all holy hell to fight us right now. So, and I know you're on the good team. And I don't have to hear any words from your mouth. I've seen everything you've ever done. So I don't need you to tell me. So that's
Laura,
kind of what I had to say.
Laura, I appreciate you. My wife's right next to me, and big air hugs from us.
Okay, thank you.
we know you've been deeper involved in this fight, and I'd like to offer you the opportunity to and we can pre-record because I know it's going to be a hard day for you in September 10th, but we can launch a whole interview with you for your book on September 10th on every single platform that we have. And I'll motivate a lot of other truthers maybe to do the same, because the fact that you even had the opportunity to interview 20 women that were involved in this, and with your backstory itself, this is time, and I think God's telling us that this is time for the real information to come out. And as I did promise everybody, I'm going to be that guy that's willing to step into it. And there's nobody better to address these demons than you. So God bless you for everything you do.
Thank you so much. And just to clarify, I've worked with 100 survivors, but the 20 are called a very bad name, and they're very, very, very much used as the weapon for the deep state cabal, satanic deep state cabal.
Well, we appreciate you so much. Thank you. We'll be in touch. I know my wife and you text often, right? And you've given her some good guidance also. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you. Okay, see you guys.
Good seeing you, Laura.
Speaking of Bruce and Robert, guys, I'm glad you're both on screen right now, because I get a little emotional, because we have something as many people don't know. Is we have what we call an A team, right? You're looking at two of the people on the A team. Your loyalty with me and our combined movement and the fight for we the people can probably never bring out the words that I should tell you. I just want to tell you how deeply I appreciate both of you and the rest of the A team. You know who you are. Some are going to stay anonymous for reasons need to be, but we've got this. And guys, it's people watching. It's because of people on screen like this that their platforms never get the attention they should, right? And it's probably because they are so honest and authentic and from the heart fighting for the people. And that's probably why you guys don't get the attention that you should. But I just wanted to honor you publicly and thank you for, over the years, your undying support has never been unnoticed. I love you guys.
Well, we can say the same about you, Louis. Thank you so much for your leadership and friendship. And yeah, you've helped us a lot. And, you know, it's never lost on us how hard you work to make sure that we're in the forefront and we're getting the attention we deserve. And you're right. You know, if we did the clickbaity stuff, if we did that, our channels would be 10 times the size they are. But you come out being authentic and people go, you know, doesn't thrill them. So I'd rather it be this way.
I know. I'm the same thing.
What he said. Gotta love Bruce.
I love Bruce. Wait, Bruce.
So we're schedule-wise, we're doing fairly well. Our next guest isn't here, so that gives us a fantastic opportunity. We got a couple more videos. Think you can pull up the Trina video? That's like less than 3 minutes.
Yeah, redneck.
That'd be amazing. This one made me miss it.
Sorry about Bruce. If you need any policy discussions in there or anything, let me know real quick. I don't have the names on here, and I'll name them later, but I think we just had 3 more donations come through. So thank you guys. Appreciate it. That means you believe in what we're doing. I don't even know what part of the world you're in, by the way. Legally, everybody across the world can donate. Everybody around the world can donate. That's part of California's policies. So if you think California is where liberty is intended and it's going to help us do the rest around the world, please support our campaign from wherever you are. Go ahead, Bruce. Take it away.
Yeah, so this is a video. Trina Welch wanted to be on here. She's known for her handle or channel Redneck Rhapsody. Talk about a Southern belle. She's just fantastic, bringing truth and heat all the time. So she couldn't make it the way her schedule worked out and stuff. So she pre-recorded a video. So this is a video of her sharing her information about Lewis and the governorship.
Hi, what an honor to be here and asked to speak on behalf of my friend Lewis HERMS. How excited are you that you get to vote for this man to be the next governor of California? If you're not, you should be, because he's an incredible leader. Over the past couple of years, I've watched Lewis travel the nation back and forth in a 30-day period and be able to bring people together to recognize the problems in our country. There are so many issues that he's addressed and the things he's had to handle. He's just impressive, y'all. I am so glad that he decided to take on the mission of trying to right a massive wrong. The state of California is an amazing place. I've loved visiting there over the years. We've been there several times. And my heart has hurt for the people because every time we've went back, it's gotten sadder. The homeless is out of control. The drugs are out of control. But the rich just keep getting richer. And I do believe with all of his heart, he wants to right some wrongs. I believe that everything that is a complete failure at the moment from the current administration, he will go in and absolutely clean that out, clean it up, and bring things to a new beginning. I hope that you see what I saw in Lewis as a leader, as a friend, and as a great man, and put him in office as your governor in 2026. Lewis, you're an amazing guy, and I'm looking forward to possibly being on the campaign trail and helping you out.
Wow, great message.
You know, I'm authentically, guys, I got to tell you, I was just telling my wife, it's becoming very humbling. Watch.
Yeah.
And when I get emotional, let me let you know, you cabal piece of shits, right? My emotional is not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of strength. If you don't think so, bring it. Because we are taking you down. These parasites will not control us anymore. It ain't going to happen. We, the people, are rising up to a level that's never been seen before. This is not about me. I am just a conduit for change. That's all it is. I love that my friend Michelle Stapley said guardian, because I feel like maybe I can help as a guardian, right? I'm not a governor. I don't want to govern you. It's not what I want. That's a ridiculous title anyways, right? Because if I'm really going to be a conduit for change for we the people, I have to be paying attention to we the people. That's why I'm so excited, and I'm so proud that I made my wife so happy when we created the title for our first tour on the campaign, which is How Can We Help? She was over the top when I told her that, because that's what we're about, folks. And that's what we, the people, need to be about. And if you don't think you can make a difference, you can. A comment on social media makes a difference. But you know what really, really makes a difference? A huge difference? You're at the grocery store and you see somebody struggling to get something in their car. Maybe walk up and help them for a second, right? Maybe you see somebody that you perceive as liberal wearing a mask, right? And you do even harder to be very, very nice and polite to that person that day. Maybe you run ahead of somebody that you see you should be opening a door from, and do that. You know what I have found, which I think is hilarious? My wife and my family has laughed at me several times through this. I open a door and it's at a very interesting time, and there's about 25 other people that seem to be coming through the door, and I'm still standing there with the door open while everybody's already entered the building.
Yep.
Right? Robert, I know you've been through this, right?
Yep.
So, which is great, guys. The little things matter. The little things matter. If you see weeds in somebody's front lawn, maybe they're not an asshole. Maybe they are disabled in some form where they can't pick the weeds themselves. Maybe knock on their door and say, hey, you know, nothing personal, but I know you've been struggling with your lawn. Can I help? Can I maybe pick the weeds for you today? We need to bring humanity back. And we can do it together. We the people, we've got this. But it has to get out of our myopic thinking and unify. Right? When we yell at the Democrats, right? Let's be really honest here. This is not the people that we have a problem with. This is the corrupted leadership. Right? Sorry, guys. It's the same with the Republicans in most cases.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Right? And we have to be honest and authentic about this. Right? This is God's world and realm, in my opinion. And we just have a short time on this earth to do as much as we possibly can to make it better. But we are graced. Everybody watching this is graced right now in this time, in this place, on this planet, to be in a biblical atmosphere like it's never been seen before. So let's get together and unify regardless of your race, creed, color, ideology. It doesn't matter anymore. Let's just make this world a better place. And I think this is the time that we can do it.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
That's why we're here.
It's the small things. It is the small things. We tend to look at all the big problems and think, oh, we're never going to overcome this, you know, and that's, you know, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time, man. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. You know, where we focus our energy, that's where we focus energy flows. We got to look at the small things, and those things add up. You know, we don't know what's going on in certain people's lives. You know, if they're having a bad day and somebody pisses you off or cuts you off in traffic, you know, we gotta have some compassion. We're gonna bring empathy and compassion back into. That's one of the things that my wife will tell you. She, as Lewis was talking, she brought me some tissues. But still, we got to get in touch with our humanity, with our empathy, and be able to spread that love. You know, it sounds all hippie-ish, but it's the truth of the matter.
It is. Yeah. Well, I think the reality is
I'm talking to my wife. If you see my lips moving, I apologize, guys.
So we got some time here too, right, since our other guest hasn't appeared.
Yeah.
Why don't we have some music? We got one of the Joe Rosati videos we can break out.
We got bunches of them. Yeah. Yeah. Would
you
like
so
to
Joe
go?
Rosati of the True Stream, musician, friend of Screw Big Gov and Whole Truth Tour, and wanting to make America great again in their own way. Joe's got phenomenal music. He wrote, we've mentioned before, the Unity song that we used on the Unity tour. He wrote one of my favorite songs he's done is Freedom Now. I play that as the intro on a lot of my shows on Unpopular Viewpoint using that song. But he's got tons of great stuff. So this is just, I'm not sure which one he's going to pull up here first. Go ahead, Lewis.
Yeah, while Robert's doing that real quick, folks, donations are pouring in. Thank you, Karen, Leslie, Jeff, and Susan for your generous donations. We appreciate you. We love that you love the cause, because this is a true cause, and every dollar will be spent with an honorable intent. I'll promise you that. So thank you for that, folks. If you want to donate or volunteer, go to hermsforcali.com. Either click on volunteer, donate, or maybe you just want to learn about what the hell is this guy talking about. Well, that will be on there. That will be on there too. But thank you. And again, anybody around the whole world, according to California rules, you can donate. So if you think California goes, the rest of the world goes, you're probably right, because this is the key player in the world, fortunately or unfortunately. So we need to take this state back. Let you take it away, Bruce and Robert. I just wanted to mention that and give thanks every time we can.
Cool.
All right, whatever song you pull up, I'm sure it's gonna be good. This is Joe Rosati Unplugged. He pre-recorded this, so he wanted to make sure the sound and everything was right, and even went a step beyond and put the lyrics on the bottom of the screen as you see the video play. So yeah, just pull one up. I think all three of them that he sent us are excellent.
Hey guys, this is Joe Rosati, and I'm going to be playing a few songs here for the August 30th event. First song is To Unite, and Louis Herms basically wanted a song about unity, reached out to me in 2024, and we've produced the song and video with my friend and co-writer Steve Collins up in Tacoma, Washington. And this is the first time I'm really playing it for anybody. So without further ado, and I'm going to kind of keep it mellow just because it's easier to control the audio on some of these settings. So, all right, here we go. We've been beaten, battered and bruised, oh, tatted, tired and confused. For generations, we learned alibi, and the teachers taught us more lies. The human, we're not supposed to know what was planned so long ago. As these shackles fall to the ground, we become ascension. We are breaking free to a world of prosperity unfurled. As we spread our wings for flight, it is now time to unite. To unite, let's will this for better. To unite, with hearts woven together. To unite, is no fear. To unite, our Lord is here. To unite, this is rebirth. To unite, with Mother Earth. To unite, the children run free. To unite, divinity. To unite, peace and love. To unite, we fly with dove. Whoa, 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 whoa. We fly with dove. What's broken is more than trust. In our waters, filth and rust. So much hidden behind the gates. Oh, we've been trapped in lies and hate. and these truths made our stomachs turn. And dark lesson we did learn. The spark of love is what we found as we are ascension bound. We are breaking free to a world of prosperity on earth as we spread our wings for flight. It is now time to unite, to unite. Let's will this for better, to unite with hearts moving together, to unite. This is rebirth, to unite with Mother Earth, to unite. The children run free, to unite. Divinity, to unite. There is no fear, there's no fear, to unite. Our Lord is here, to unite. Peace and love, to unite. We fly with doves, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. We fly with doves, to unite, to unite. Little help from the birds.
Joe Rosati.
There you go. To unite.
Yeah.
I mean, how good is it unplugged? I mean, and many people who are, within our sphere have heard the full production of that one. The thing that East Midi helped produce and all that stuff. The unplugged version is just as good.
Yep, you read my mind there, sir.
Are we getting goofy already? I mean, it must be that time of the day, huh?
So imagine this: that our programs now, I'm saying this out loud, and our rallies will involve that To Unite Joe Rosati song, the beautiful song done by Kirsten Capolino, and the Deepak song.
Oh yeah.
Can you those are so heartfelt and dead on to what we're doing. I mean, for those 3 songs to be played on here today in the launch of this movement, the real launch of this movement, is extraordinarily amazing timing. Because Bruce, you and I, when we were doing this in the background, we weren't even thinking in that direction whatsoever. We did talk about before this, about a couple of weeks ago. I wonder what songs that we're going to play and what are we going to do, and so on and so forth. And to me, maybe you correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like these 3 songs just slapped us in the face, and God's saying, "Here you go."
Oh yeah,
am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong at all. It's a completely divine thing. Exactly. God just lays everything out. I mean, the universe knows what it's doing. For Kristen's song, Freedom, and then Deepak's Together We Rise, and then Unite. Yeah, all 3 of those have been spot on. And there's just one of the others. The other 2 songs of Joe's are just as good. I think there's one of his brand new songs that's on there that I don't think most anybody's heard. And he's scheduled to come on here in a little bit. We got a few more people on our schedule. We got a little bit of opening.
Good. Let me say this, Bruce, real quick to interrupt you so we don't change this topic. You and I have a show on Tuesdays, right? And I think, what if we do a special Joe Rosati show?
Oh, wow.
Where
I like that idea.
But guess what? We get to pick the top 3 songs of his that we want to play, and maybe give him a chance to play one. And we'll do 4 songs and then have conversations with Joe. That'll probably take a good 45 minutes to an hour. But I think he deserves that type of attention because he's been instrumental in what he's been doing in this movement. And people deserve to hear his music because it is epic and it's heartfelt. And yeah, don't tell anybody, but I really like the unplugged version of To Unite.
Well, here's the thing, too. When Joe and them started, Joe and Scott started TrueStream. He kind of basically his path was a musical type career. That's what he was pursuing, and he essentially put all of that on the back burner for the children. That's what gets most of us our blood boiling, is knowing and hearing about the stories of the children, the trafficking that goes on. It's great to see all the different arrests that we see and the rings that are coming out and all that stuff. But we're just scratching the surface as far as bringing this stuff down. It is a huge, massive problem globally, the trafficking industry for, children, humans, sex, all kinds of stuff. And this is what's got this whole do patriot, truther, stuff is about saving the children. And that cannot be lost in our message. It is a dark underbelly. A lot of people don't want to talk about it because it's hard to take when you understand what's really going on in that world. And for Lewis to have that one of the top, if not the top, item on his platform for run for governor is to tackle as much child trafficking as he can, via the state of California being the governor. It's huge. And Lewis has got pulled up sharing his screen.
Yeah, you can't see it. You can't see it yet. You can see it, but they can't see it. And Bruce, by the way, you and Robert are doing phenomenal processing this show. Do I have 5-minute window right here to speak about
absolutely
this?
Yes. Yeah, we got plenty of time since our other guest is a no-show.
Okay, cool. So here we go. And by the way, Bruce, well, not yet, Robert. I want to show something. Sorry. So when you say our other guest is a no-show, guys, this is the type of stuff that we've been producing on all these marathons. And a lot of times you don't even know. We just roll through it, and it's timing, and some people show up later, but we do our best. But check this out. So this was a very, very popular item in this movement a couple years ago, right? And what this is, if I can show it from an angle, boop, these are Post-its, actual sticky notes, and that we put out to wake people up on, this was COVID, elections, vaccines, human trafficking, your money, education, and more. And they got a lot of attention. We heard a lot that this was one of the most successful wake-up campaigns out there, because what did we do? We bypassed the construct that has been holding these messages back. So we introduced to you today, now you can bring up the screen, Robert, a Post-it for governor, Louis Herms for Cali, the We the People guy, solving issues. Like Bruce said, the number one issue is child trafficking, food and health, vast corruption, woke education, and massive taxes. So if you're ready to take California back, all you have to do, folks, I think it's like for 100 different Post-it notes, I think it's like $10, and that includes shipping, and the more you purchase, it gets a lot expensive. We're trying to do this as close to cost as possible, because we believe this is the thorn in the side of the cabal, because they cannot control this. They don't know what to do with this. They're like, oh, they figured it out. Because remember, I told you, I promised you that I'm a troubleshooter. So when we were watching this craziness of suppression and there are First Amendment rights just being completely torched, instead of whining about it and doing nothing, we got together and we're like, how could we fix this? What could we do? And they're like, hey, what can they do if we put Post-its all over the place? Nada. So guys, I would ask you to go to hermsforcali.com, click on swag. By the way, we have some great t-shirts and hats ready to go out right away. They're just gorgeous with multiple messages on them. Very inexpensive, by the way. So if you'd like to wear the message, I'll show. But this right here is going to be very impactful in this movement. We get millions of these going all over California. Wow. Are we taking it to them? So, and I'm sure they'll find a way to come after me for that, but that's all right. We'll cross that bridge when it comes to it.
Yep. So Robert's scrolling through the website, the Herms for Cali, the new thing that just rolled out today, the swag, the campaign gear, if you will. They got the Post-it notes, the hats, and T-shirts. Men and women's. There's a couple of different designs on there, 2 or 3 different designs that you can get for, like I said, nearly costs. It helps us out, gives, covers the cost, a couple bucks for the campaign. But the biggest idea of this is to get, out there so people, see Lewis's face and understand what he's doing. Because just being completely frank and authentic, within the truther type, podcaster community, Lewis is kind of a big deal. But to the average Joe voter in California doesn't know who the fork Lewis Herms is. So that's what we have to change. And that's where we, the people, come in. Everybody watching here and supporters of Screw Big Gov, Lewis, California changing this country. If you can go to the hermsforkelly.com and the social media thing that we rolled out today, briefly talk about that again, is go to click it on their social media. All the campaign social media is there. Some are brand spanking new. Go whatever social media you're on, find it, follow us. And then the most important thing we can do is when we share stuff, share it out to other people and comment. Well, I cannot underscore the importance of just putting a simple comment in there. It changes tons. It can make a huge difference in the engagement and how the social media ranks and all these different things. So we've been, playing this game of suppression for years now, and it's time to us to turn the tables on them and use it for our advantage, right? So we need your help in the social media aspect to be able to share out our stuff, comment on it. So all the social media links are there. Have at it, man. I know there's a bunch of digital warriors out there that their fingers can get smoking when they start sharing memes and stuff. It's time to start sharing some stuff for Herms for Cali campaign, and we're counting on you to help us out.
Yeah, and real quick before we get forward, I want to give some shout outs to some people with our A team. We have Michelle Stapley, who's doing a phenomenal job. She's like an epic campaign assistant and more. Kristen Geiger, who's amazing in the work she does and constantly in the background. We have Trina, who's new to our team, but has been helping and working with us forever. And she's in charge of the volunteers, and she is just so passionate and so smart and working so hard. Obviously, your beautiful wife, Natalie Bruce, is part of our A team, and she's absolutely incredible. We've got my lovely wife. She's all right. Anyways, no, he's obviously.
Here comes the chocolate.
Oh, here's a chocolate. She's not even in here, so I'm not as courageous as you think I am. But yeah, she's incredible support. And then we have our admins that are doing just an incredible job online all the time. And then, of course, we have who you just saw with the website and a lot of our marketing is Lisa Richards, and she is just epic helpful. And I know I'm missing people, and I always do. I want to bring up also, which I didn't see him on the schedule. I don't know if we couldn't connect or what didn't happen, but Matt Geiger has been a huge part of getting our message out for sure. Matt set up a fundraiser for us yesterday that was just incredible. So God bless you, Matt, and thank you. I don't know how the disconnect happened. Maybe it's because he's traveling today. But anyways, folks, I'm going to let you take it away. But we have some special guests I know you want to get to. If you want to get to some other messages, folks, again, thank you for the donations and the support, the volunteers and the prayers. Let me not forget the prayers. This doesn't always have to be a financial donation. So those are extraordinarily appreciated because it's so helpful. But we believe prayers are going to put us over the top. And wow, we just got a bunch of donations. It's like Susan, Duncan, thank you very much. Ashley, wow, very substantial donation. Thank you, Teresa, and our friend Carol Maureen Friesen. I only say her last name because she's on here. We love Carol so much. So thank you guys. We're happy that you believe in us. And you notice I intentionally say we, the people, and us, because that is the movement that we're involved in right now. And you're going to bring on some guests right now that we also appreciate immensely and are a massive part of this movement. Bruce, Robert, say what you got to say. I'm only going to step away for a second, guys. I will be here in the background, but I'm having kind of some back issues going on right now, so I need to do some stretching. So I'll be on the ground, but I'll still be paying attention.
Yeah, go get grounded.
It's literally.
There you go.
Look at that 5 shot there.
Yeah.
I love it.
Love it.
5. So you're gonna have to
it's
freeze
like
me
Ring
on the
Around
screen
Lewis.
like Bruce, really quick. or I guess I'll just do this and I'll help you out.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go. A frozen moment in time. There we go. Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
At least he's not picking his nose or something.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So yeah, get huge shout out again. We love and appreciate everybody watching on all the different Rumble channels. Make sure you're showing some love, whatever channel you're watching it on. You know, like and share and comment on the video, not just in the live chat. That the live chats, especially on Rumble, go away after the live stream is over. But comment because we want to hear from some of that. And then also huge shout out to all the people listening on talk.soundaliveradio.net. That was made possible by E. Smitty of Sound Alive Records. That's get connection from Joe Rosati. And those are our guests right there coming on. They're on the screen now. Joe Rosati and Scott Stone of Truth Stream. If you guys are live in a van down by the river somewhere, or live in a cave, you don't know who these guys are. They're the couple of crazies from up there. They gave up hunting for Bigfoot and decided to do live streaming and try to save the country up there in Washington. They live in the whole thing behind their show, Truth Stream. It's not like it's live stream, but they live in Airstreams, both of these guys. So they're gypsies like me, but they live in an RV. They don't have an address. Excuse me, but yeah, Joe and Scott, what's going on, gentlemen?
Great to be here. We found Bigfoot a while ago. We just can't get him on the show.
He's the master champion, undefeated at hide and seek for sure, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
So what's been going on? We just played the Unity song, to Unite song that Joe did, and between you and I, since Lewis is gone, he can't hear. He's a huge fan of the unplugged version. Just saying.
That's awesome. It's an honor to do it. I haven't really performed it for anyone live. It's an interesting climate up here, and I think the beauty of the last now 3 years of doing the show is we've met so many connections that it's only going to help the music. I think over time, but like you said, when Scott and I heard about what was going on with the children, we couldn't think of anything we wanted to do other than, help whoever was out there spreading the same message that we've got to free the children. And I've said this on our show many times. The world right now is kind of like a dirty fish tank, and even doing this music and our show, it's great. We love doing it, but we've got to get the trafficking ended to clean the fish tank. So then all the things that we are doing, it's going to matter so much more. I love doing music, but it just feels, until the kids are not trafficked and hurt anymore, there's just something that it can, when the world's better, it's going to feel even better to do this type of stuff. Cause I just, anytime I hear about this stuff, I think of kids that are helpless and don't have anybody. And I had a very normal childhood, and I would pray there would be people out here like you, me, Scott, everyone listening, everyone doing shows for me. So I think in a way we're saving our future selves if two people do believe in reincarnation. But it's not even about that. It's just children. If you hear a child hurting, you don't wonder like, oh, is that my child? You just go and you help that child. That's right. Part of our natural instinct. So that's what our show is based on. That's the first thing. And it's an honor to do this. And Lewis and Bruce and Robert and so many people that were part of the Truth Tour, that's how we got our start. And having you guys to talk to and do shows with has been absolutely instrumental in not only our show, but our sanity and our willingness and ability to move forward. This is very daunting to take this on and be aware of this. So I just wanted to start there and turn it over to you or Scott. So please.
Yeah, Scott, for sure. I mean, it was fantastic. I remember meeting you guys for the first time in Olympia, Washington on Truth Tour 2. And I think that was, I hope I'm not, stepping out of school here, but that was like the first time you spoke in a public fashion or, type of situation. And I remember Joe specifically had almost a deer in the headlights look, but to see the transformation, and that's what we're all doing. Every single person within our community and our movement has a different gift that they bring to the table. We're not all just yes men. We're not all just an echo chamber. You and Scott bring a different vibe and a different feel to things. Robert, Lewis, myself, we all have different stuff. And when I started this, when I was encouraged by Scott McKay, the Patriot Street Fighter, who was on earlier today, he told me, he said, Bruce, you need to start a channel. You need to get your voice out there because there's people that you can reach that I can't reach. Right, because we have different people resonate, vibrate, for a different thing. You and I, Joe or Scott, anybody could say the same exact thing, but person sitting over here listening may accept it or may resonate and may go into their spirit, into their heart, into their mind a little easier from Joe or just the way the personality is. So that's what makes this whole community that we have so vibrant and so important, that every single person plays a role. And Scott, we're still trying to figure out what his role is. We love to dig. We love Scott. Scott, I know you've been doing a bunch of traveling yourself. What's been going on with you?
Yeah. That's that, Lewis?
Yeah, Scott's still trying to figure out his role too.
I find myself in Arizona at the moment. I'll be going back to Washington early this week, but I'm not getting sick of the winning. I'll tell you, things are really, really looking good from my perspective. Every day, it is just more news. I think there's still a few people out there saying that nothing's happening, but I can't understand why. It's just getting better every day, and it was a little bit darker time, I think, here in the beginning, and we all felt the call. And we met that call at some sacrifice. But if someone told me that during this journey I would meet just the greatest people on the planet, and I'd end up with just such beautiful friendships, literally all around the world, I mean, I couldn't have picked a better job. So I'm just so grateful. I really, really am, and I'm grateful that things have made such a positive turn and continue to.
Right. And so I know you guys are based out of Washington State, and you have a fantastic governor up there.
Oh God. Wow.
I mean, if you were to, try to dilute what makes a good governor for a state, into a sentence or two or a paragraph or, minute, what would your ideal governor look like?
Louis Herms.
Well, that was easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've already sent you the PayPal money for that. So
yeah. I endorse you for endorsing me.
I think of a person that demonstrated. I mean, he had no idea he was going to be stepping into this role, but he's demonstrated his ethics, his perseverance, his warrior spirit. For decades now. Again, a huge personal sacrifice. You know what you're getting with Lewis, and that's a rarity, I think.
Well said. Well said. Lewis has been just instrumental in, it's being in the industry that Scott and I have been in, with film and nightclub entertainment, etc. You just, as you've learned what the cabal has done, you really lose looking up to anybody. I don't really look up to many of the folks that I used to, but who we found as friends and role models now, we're talking to them. They watch our show. They're going to Ireland with us. We're going to hang out with Mark Atwood, one of the most creative, amazing people that we've met. The laughter, the ability, we can swear when we want to. It's amazing. Scott and I have found a place to truly share our hearts and be ourselves and support such an amazing cause. And you guys are our heroes. We love you. It's amazing what you've done. God, Lewis, I cry so many times on Lewis's shows.
Did you guys don't know Barbara Walters reincarnated?
Here you go, Joe. I got some tissues for you.
Oh, thank you, Tito. Give me a tissue. Oh gosh. Yeah.
Hamada.
And Bruce, to watch you and to all the things you've had to navigate with the censorship. I mean, you're right there with us. When I need someone to talk to, I'll call Bruce up because I know how busy Lewis has been. And Bruce and I talked for about 45 minutes the other day. And I just need someone to talk to sometimes. And you guys, that's who you are to us. So it really, really has been amazing. We can't think of a better cause. And it's awesome that E. Smitty has lined up to do this. And he's now a big part of the tribe. And I mean, just the people that the team that's now assembled for this. And however Deepak came on the show, man, what a great choice.
Oh yeah.
I've seen him, the last few years doing a few different, well, he does a lot of projects. Great choice. I mean, it really builds the confidence to see the team and the different skill levels and the different types of skills that everybody's bringing to this. It's amazing. So it's just an honor to be a part of it. It really is.
Well, fine. Any questions from you, Robert? What's going on? Well, what you want to get in on this?
Well, I think a conversation I had with Lewis, 2000, maybe 2023, somewhere in that range. We talked about doing a show, and that was one of the first conversations we ever had. And I said to him, Lewis, the truth of the matter is before very long, we're unknown today. But before very long, we are actually going to be at the top. We're going to be at the pinnacle. We are going to be the leaders of society. All of us here, right, are playing that role. Because why? We're coming out with authenticity. We're coming out with the truth. We're not giving you the BS that the mainstream media is. And we're always looking at the numbers. And you look at CNN, Lewis's channel beats CNN's numbers during prime time with weekly views. It's crazy. Right, to think that. It's like, how in the world is that even possible? Well, the world is waking up slowly, and as they start to wake up, they start to discover us. They discover what we're talking about and the shows that you guys are doing, and and it's really what they've been craving. Man, they didn't probably know that they were craving it, but when they see it, they're like, "Oh, that's it. That's what I was missing: authenticity, truth, honesty." Right? Telling it like it is. Don't hold back. Just, tell us exactly what's going on. Don't beat around the bush like so many people. Oh, there's something going on. And tomorrow, well, I can't tell you more about it. We're tired of that. We want the truth. And I think, that's what Truth Stream is about. I think that's what Bruce does. That's what Lewis does. That's certainly what I do. And it's made a huge difference.
Yeah, well said. And I just wanted to say how many newscasters could just hop on with someone, no script, and go for over an hour, no problem.
Zero.
All of us can. Yeah, right. All of us can. I don't know if the newscaster knows what to do without a script.
I think it depends on their MK Ultra background.
Yeah,
really
exactly.
well programmed, they can do it. I've seen it.
Yeah, they're not journalists. They're actors. Most of those guys signed, normal type of actor type contracts, entertainment type contracts.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So it's insane. So we got some. I'm looking at this clock and where we're at. We got a little bit of time. Let's break off another Joe song. Can we load up another Joe song to get us going? We played one so far. Which one do you want to hear now?
Well, why you want to just keep them on for a few minutes because we never hear from them and they're always so quiet. We never get them on the show.
Quiet.
Whatever you want to do. I'm flexible, man. I'm going with the flow.
I don't think you could get Scott to talk. Let me see if you can do that.
Scott, I have a question for you, my friend. You are one who has a very good ability to see around the corner of what's coming. What are you seeing right now?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I think things are going to wrap up in a lot of ways, a lot faster or at a faster pace than what we're used to, certainly. I think I see XRP mooning in the form of an announcement coming up here real soon. That's going to impact the world's financial system in beautiful ways. It will benefit humanity. I think this recent heat that has been turned up on Soros is kind of a moment we've all been waiting for.
Yes.
It may take a moment to materialize. The cartel situation seems to be being handled rather readily and quickly, and that's making a big statement. So I think September is going to be a magical month. I think a lot of great things are going to happen. I don't like to make a lot of predictions because God knows we thought a lot of these things would have happened by now already, but I just can't help but feel nothing but optimism right now.
I think the idea is that we can make predictions, just don't attach a date and time to it. And because I think you can look at the trend line and you could say, hey, we're really in the right direction right now. And like Bruce was saying, you need an elephant one bite at a time. It's like it's a giant iceberg, and at first it looked insurmountable. If you go back to 2020, it's like, oh my God, we were so taken back by what was going on. We had no idea how deep and how corrupt it was. But we've been really chipping away. It's been 5 years now, and look at the progress we've made. So I think, Scott, you're on point with saying, the trend line is positive. No, it's not a straight line. It's an up and down. We win some, we lose some. We got good news, we got bad news. But if you look at the overall trend, it looks like we're in a positive direction.
Well, the pendulum is really kind of swinging in the other direction.
Mm-hmm.
Comedy's back. That's getting great. Sydney Sweeney ad was a massive statement. And then now we get Bud Light Part 2 with Cracker Barrel. Which is
Bud Light Part 2.
It's a unanimous condemnation of where things were going. And I just don't think there's any wind in the sails of this cabal anymore. To what extent we're watching a movie, I'm not sure. But I think if we're waiting on an accurate temperature reading on where the culture's at, where the people are at, I think we're in better shape now than we've been in a decade.
Joe,
I want to piggyback off Scott's comment on Bud Light Part 2. Bud Light Part 1 took how long? I don't know, a year, and then you got Jaguar and all these things following up. Cracker Barrel switches their logo, and within a week or two, has now switched it back.
Yep.
So that is a massive shift from whenever the Bud Light incident happened in the last couple of years. So I think that things are really speeding up, and you have to revisit things a couple of times. But that was incredible, whether it was orchestrated or whatever happened. But for the general public to watch Cracker Barrel and then have them switch it back because the public demanded it, we're really seeing some shifts going on there. It's amazing.
Yep.
And that just speaks to the power of we the people.
Yes.
Right. If we were able to unite and put away some of the bullshit differences that we may think we have, and when we focus our effort in one area, that we could accomplish anything.
The apathy is
I'm going to be, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm going to be strict on this, and I do it myself too. We have to manifest this stuff properly so we can, the word if is just out of our vocabulary, just like we took can't out of vocabulary a long time ago. So it's all about when. I'm not admonishing you, Bruce, at all. I'm just reminding you how important it is. And you and I talk about manifestation, so I know you know more about this than I do. And when I slip, you guys hold me accountable too, please.
Right. So I mean, there will come a time, and this, I'm speaking to this in the campaign sense, that people think that Lewis, a non-politician, type of person, going up against the machine that is the California political establishment, we have a massive edge when we the people come together and push in the proper direction. We've seen it over Bud Light, Target, Jaguar. It took a little longer. Even Harley Davidson, same thing.
Right.
Now it's super fast with Cracker Barrel. And I'm waiting for Aunt Jemima to show up, and we need Uncle Ben back.
Yeah,
and we need the Indian back on the Land O'Lakes butter.
And
we stole the land from the Indians one time. We got to put them back in the land.
Yep. The Washington Redskins are considering bringing their old mascot back.
Yeah, and what are the Cleveland Indians are what now called the Monarchs or some ridiculous? I don't even know what the hell they are anymore. It's that this woke bullshit is crazy. What we need to understand, and Bruce, thank you for saying this, because we have to understand the origins and one of the things I love doing is figuring out the origins of this stuff, right? And what the purpose is. So I'm going to wrap a bow on that part. Guys, that's all part of the color revolution. It has zero to do with somebody's feelings. It has nothing to do with this. What they use is they use the feelings as a tool to capture weak people, right, into this, and then those people have a voice suddenly. Oh, and I'm sorry, American Indians have even said, why'd you take us off the logo? We thought that was pretty badass that we were recognized. So literally, Aunt Jemima, I'm sure she's in her grave going, hey, what the fuck? I created this amazing serpent, and now I can't even have my face on it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. And I'm going to go back to the story I tell all the time because it's so impactful for people to understand how this works, right? And I hope Christian conservatives can get their heads around this. I am one, but I think I might have a clue on this one. Gay people aren't bad. They just have a different choice of their value set. Yes, you can probably find a Bible verse and so on and so forth, but us demonizing their lifestyle does no good for humanity whatsoever, right? What the challenge is, and we have to recognize this, the challenge is it's not about the LGBT community, because if you go back, and I want everybody to hear me out, Harvey Milk, who is purported to possibly be a conservative, was very upset because in the 70s, there was more than just gay bashing, right, or acceptance of their community. They literally, there were mobs of people in the 70s and 80s when I grew up that would take baseball bats and it would be accepted to beat the crap out of these people. That was accepted. Can you imagine that? Just a few years ago, that was accepted. So his idea was, let's create a flag. It was LGB, and we're going to be very clear on this. It was not TQI plus LMNOP. It was LGB. And the purpose of that is he just wanted them to be recognized, right, as just people wanted to be left alone. They weren't trying to push their agenda at the time. They just wanted to be accepted. Yes, you can disagree with this. He was okay with that, by the way. You can disagree with us, but come on, just understand we are a community and this is who we're about, whatever it was. Then what happened, the same way it happened in the civil rights movement, the same way it happened in several other movements. The deep state cabal saw this as an opportunity to jump in and use this for something it was not. So we need to understand the history of these things. And then what suddenly they added a T, right? I'm not quite sure why trans people needed to be recognized. I'm frankly, you can be upset me, but that's a mental illness in my opinion, right? Can I have trans friends? Yeah. And I have other friends that have mental illnesses also, as many of us do, right? So that's just my feeling about it. But what happens is when the deep state got in there and got involved, which they do often, they used it as a tool. And then that movement became something that it never was. And now it became completely sexualized. And again, I know I'm going to offend people that are just regular conservatives. They don't understand this, but it became an altar to Baal. And it became a demonic, satanic altar. The same way abortions are too, folks, and you're being used if you think anything different. So this is what happens. And they've jumped into every movement they possibly can, right? That's why you have all these other colors on the flag. And then they were being exposed. So what did they do in that community? Not the LGBT community, but the whole demonic part of it. They added brown and black to their flags. Why do you think they did that? Because they try to incorporate people of color into the movement. So they try to co-opt another movement into their movement, right? So if they have any courage, you should go back to the LGB flag and stop with all this other stuff, because that's not about unity. That's not about acceptance. That's about an agenda. And it's very important that we understand this. Very important that we understand this. And it's same thing happens. You think Black Lives Matter was really making Black Lives Matter? You guys are being used. All you white people that are apologizing for your whiteness, you're being used. They're all being used, and they think they're some type of freaking hero. They're not. You guys are a puppet to the deep state demonic cabal, and we just have to understand the fight that we're against at this moment.
Excellent dissertation there, sir.
Indeed. They're lowering everyone's vibrations. If they're getting white people to feel guilty about the color of their skin, which we can't help because that's how we're born, you know, that's just how we are. They're lowering our vibrations by getting us to think that way. It's awful what they've done.
They created a lot of intolerance under the guise of trying to create tolerance.
Yep.
And
Right.
Yes.
were divided, and that was obviously the real agenda. And every group represented there is marginalized in that effort. They're all being used, as you said, Lewis. And you know, I wish they would wake up to it. I know that you know, I have gay friends that are appalled by what this has become, and they're getting lumped in with a lot of things that they disagree with. People are independent, you know, and if you want to really talk about respecting others, respect the individual. You know, you keep it there. Everybody's honored, right? But unfortunately, that's really difficult to do when you have a communist agenda, a Marxist agenda, which, you know, Black Lives Matter clearly was. Except for the part where they bought all those nice houses with the president, you know, outside the scope of Marxism. But
yes, with that thing, BLM is there a capitalist organization, right? Taking other people's money and then.
I would say it's a criminal organization.
Yeah.
By any stretch of the imagination. So
it appears it's a real estate organization now.
Yeah. Well said.
That's funny.
Well,
Joe,
if-
do you have
if
any
Robert does
questions?
pick-
Do you have any questions for
What's that?
the future governor?
I'm excited that Lewis is, I mean, we get to hang out with Lewis in Ireland, and then he's coming right back and starting a 17-city tour. And I just heard earlier he's starting with Pastor Dave. That gave me all kinds of feels. Where else might you be going, and how? Like you said, you're not sure if they're going to be smaller or bigger. How? That's the question I have. How, when you're orchestrating an event like that, Lewis, how do you prepare for as little as maybe 10 to 15, but as many as a large turnout? That's going to be incredible, because hopefully whatever we're doing out here, we can help fill those up in any way we can. So what can we do to support you in getting the word out and people showing up at those events?
That's a great question. So for security reasons, most events we don't announce ahead of time. It would be 48 hours ahead of time, but we will give the city, right? But people can also, we're going to set it up where they can go on our website and say, I'm going to be there. Just, you know, give us your email, say I'm going to be there. It's not, these are not going to be paid events. So don't worry. You don't have to worry about that. If infiltrators, you think you're going to come, we're going to have high security. So you want to fuck around and find out, that's up to you. But the idea, Joe, is it doesn't matter if we have 5 people there. We want to have an opportunity to ask the local communities, and I'll name the cities in a second, what can we do? And many of the 17 cities that I'm going to mention here in a moment, they've had their own struggles in regards to this. So I can tell you, as most of this is kind of a God thing, I said, well, let's see how many cities, and I'm writing down, and it came to 17. I'm like, wow, okay, cool. That's cool. So it was 17 cities. And then the next thing is what cities that are nearby where kind of our route would be, that we can make an impact because there's something may have happened there or something's going on. And I'll explain that going forward, which is kind of cool. And then we made the route is how we can make the route expeditiously, because as Bruce knows, you know, if we're going to do 17 cities in 12 days, that means we have multiple, right? And I also put 2 days off in there. So it's really 17 and 10 day.
Oh, wow.
Because we're taking Sunday to attend a service. And then I have a Sunday built in. I don't even think the team knows yet that I call Fun Day. So and keep the vibration going also. So it's very important. These things from the beginning, Bruce and Robert know this. Bruce probably a little bit more because he's been detailed with our routes, have known these are just inspiration that has come. And we say, okay, we got to go here, 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 and here, where the routes come out. And it seems to work out pretty good because many times that we show up in a city, people are they're crying and just ready to hug, which is kind of shocking to us sometimes, the response. So to answer your question, if people can go and fill out and say, hey, my intention is to be as a city, then we can make adjustments to where we're going to be. And we might just move it to a local park, who knows? But really what it comes down to, this is a unique one. Out of the 17, there will only be, I'm looking right now. Yeah, out of the 17, there's only going to be one rally. And that will be the first one on the 27th of September. The other 16, we literally are going in with our team and saying, hey guys, what are we missing? How can we help? How can we make California better? But in particular, how can we make your city, your county, your area better? Because as you've heard me say a long time, and it's not because I just say shit, it's because I believe it, the micro will fix the macro. So we have to pay attention. So I'll break down, you teed it up. Thank you, Joe, for that. You didn't even know, but you're about as divine as they come. So it makes total sense to me. So I'm going to show right here. So our first city is Yuba City on September 27th. And then we're going to have a day off to attend a special service. And then the next day, we're going to be in, of all places, Paradise, California.
Oh.
And I think that's a big deal, right?
Yes.
They have, I believe, less than a third of the population they did when the fires, but recently it was about a sixth. So people are starting to move back in and build there again. So we want to see if there's anything that we can support, things that we can change. And maybe they'll just say, hey, can you focus on fire abatement, which has been, by the way, completely ignored intentionally, you piece of shit, Gavin Newsom, for 20 years, right? I don't know why I'm cussing right now. I'm a little bit fired up the more I'm thinking about what we're dealing with here.
Absolutely.
And then we're going to go into Redding. Redding was an amazing place. It's towards the top of California, but it's strategic also. There's one county that I think is really fighting back, and that's Shasta County. Right? So that's up. Redding is why we're going to be there. And then I want to give some love to our military, so we're going into Fort Bragg. And the next, we're going to go into the belly of the beast, and I'm hoping to get on to the University of Cal in Berkeley. Right? And this is the way we're going to operate. Then we're going to go to San Jose. Do I need to say more? Probably not. San Luis Obispo from there, Fresno from there. And then we're going into the #1 conservative city in the whole state and saying, are we going in the right direction, guys? And that's Bakersfield, California.
Wow.
Then October 4th, we're going to take Sunday Fun Day. We're going to have some good times. And then we're going to head to Lancaster, right? And this is a beautiful time to actually engage with the Black community because they have been marginalized on purpose by the Democrats who are claiming that they're building them up. Talk about a community that's been used and lied to. It's just absolutely incredible. We're going to say, what can we do to do better? Then we're going to go up into Victorville, which is an ever-growing place. And then I'm going to try to get into my high school in Laverne, California after that.
Wow.
Wow.
Which I think will be pretty epic to do it. We're going to head over to Palm Springs. We're going to go to Lake Elsinore. We had a lot of people asking us to get in that area for some reason. I don't know why, but we're going to go there. And then we have a great community in Huntington Beach that we're going to go. Pasadena, huge, right? We can deal with the Altadena fires and things close to that. And then we're going to finish this tour off in Thousand Oaks, which is Ventura County, where I currently live now. So it's divine and strategic at the same time, but it really comes down to us being really open as we were, Bruce, you remember at the boot camp, we started a boot camp, and it was very interesting because we started a boot camp to teach people how they can take their communities back. And I think it was by the third day, Bruce, they were teaching us how to take the communities back.
Oh yeah.
So
one of the best meetings we had only had like 4 or 5 people at it. We had a big meeting room scheduled in a hotel. We ended up sitting around a table and having a discussion. So yeah, that's very impactful.
yeah, it was awesome. So we learned our lesson quickly that we need to listen more than we talk. And we're willing to make mistakes and have some failures. The question is how fast do you cut bait and change your trajectory. And we did it pretty fast on that. It's because of my team. They were willing to change it really fast, but we took the ego off the shelf immediately and said, yeah, hold on. We need to pay attention. There's more to learn here. And we learned a lot. A lot of the processes may not have been what we've learned, but they were inspired by what we learned on the boot camp, what we're doing today. So Joe, thank you for teeing that up. I wasn't even going to talk about the tour, but I hope that gives an idea for people what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, that's part of what I'm talking about. When we talk, it just, I think Creator just works through us because we're here for him and the children, really. I mean, that's why we're all throwing our hats in the ring. I know that's why you're running, because you felt that you had to. In fact, I don't know which song that Robert's going to play. The Freedom Now, that one, if you want to play that right before Juan comes on, because the first lyric is, I've just been a kid by the side of the road. But Weight of Your Soul, I played that because I felt like it must have been weighing heavy on Lewis's soul to make this decision. So that's why I put that song in the mix. And I'll be putting all of these on Truth Stream, and so people can watch them later. But yeah, I really thought about the songs and what Lewis is up to when I picked these 3 songs for today. So it's such an honor to do it. I feel it feels really good to have your artwork feel valid and towards times such as these, because I can't think of a better reason to do what I do, and for the mission of Truth Stream, and to have my art be reflected in these times. I mean, that's what you want to do with art, to blend it into the fabric of reality, if you can, to have it make an impact. So
Scott, did you have a question for Lewis?
I'm just kind of wondering when I'm moving to California. I don't know if we have that figured out yet, but the state, or I have a feeling that you'll have it fixed up and ready to go here pretty quick.
That's the idea. We want a mass entrance, but the idea is, by the way, in order for us to have real housing with good prices, right? We have to recover. Even though 1 million people exited, we're still at a 3 million home deficit in California.
Wow.
So what are they trying to do? They're trying to make what? 3 million condos.
Mm-hmm.
In larger cities where they can control things, right? If we can fix this deficit, which we can, sorry about the if, when we fix the deficit and of the 3 million houses, right? Nobody's going to have a problem with people moving from their state, other states, back into California, because we also have ideas that are going to help fix the traffic too. So guys, don't worry about it, Californians. When we bring more people in, it's okay.
Lewis, they're building more houses, but they're putting them up for rent. You can't actually buy them now. We're seeing that more and more in this area.
Yeah. Thank you, BlackRock, Vanguard.
Yep, exactly.
I was just in Sedona with Matt Geiger, and I found out it was a little different than the story that I was told. I was told that people had just converted their homes to Airbnbs, and it really messed with any sense of community there. But it was BlackRock that purchased, I think it was 1,800 homes or something like that.
Yep.
And they're all nightly rentals now, and that whole area has suffered pretty greatly. It's lost its character. So same kind of thing. I imagine that's what they have in mind with Maui as well.
If they rebuild it, right? Don't know.
Hey, Bruce, you had a guest pop on and popped off. I don't know if there was an internet.
I didn't even see it.
Yeah.
It was JQ.
He's scheduled for top of the hour.
So 4 minutes from now.
Yep. So
guys,
let's
anything else you want to
break
leave
out
us
the
with?
song.
But let's say goodbye to Joe and Scott. We'll play the song, and then we'll have our guest right after that. How do we do that?
Sounds
Thanks
good.
Yeah, and Louis, anything we can do to help, just let us know. I'm really excited about this. I'm really looking forward to your success.
Appreciate it. We got you guys. We'll have your back. Maybe you'll end up moving to California. Whoa, Joe, you too. I know it sounds crazy.
Hey, I'm a sail and God's the wind. That's how I live now. So
remember,
good,
the Airstream
good.
has
So-
wheels for a reason.
Yes, exactly.
That's right.
Yeah. I'm gonna put in a word for God to start blowing the wind south, then, if that's the case.
Yes.
See you guys. Appreciate
Awesome.
you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate
Thank you guys.
Little help from the birds singing along. Thank you, guys. All right, the next song is called Weight of Your Soul. It's from my 2013 album, The Candelabra Light. And it's just about when you're feeling something so heavy that it weighs a lot more than you do. So, and I think that's something Louis felt in making that decision to run for governor. So without further ado, here is Weight of Your Soul. Stand right there inside yourself. You don't know what, then you hold on to what's drowning you. It's not time to die, and you've waited and waited, oh, for so many years, and you've waited and waited, oh, you're drowning in your tears, oh, the weight of your soul way outweighs your skin. And it's time for you to move on out all that lies within. You try, but you can't even think right now. Your head is a maze. Yeah, there's a brief moment of clarity. Back to the haze. Well, it's time for you to let it go. Need some release. Oh, the skin that you're in isn't fitting you. You're not this disease. Oh, the weight of your soul outweighs your skin. And it's time for you to move on out all that lies within. Kissing through the doubt, what it's all about. Finding your own shrine and make the water wine, make it wine. Tilt the cup, twist again in the night. Leave me there in the air till I find something right to come down to. To come down to. To come down to. To come down to. lies within, lies within. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I definitely go somewhere else when I when I do this.
I gotta unmute my
Beautiful.
microphone. We had a little pause in the action here.
Yep.
Very good, Lewis. Very good job Joe did there.
Yep, amazing. So passionate too. It's just
Yeah, coming from the heart, and you can feel the emotion in his music. It's amazing.
Yep, absolutely love it. So where's Bruce? Where did Bruce go? He was supposed to introduce our next guest, although I would be honored to introduce her now. Okay, I guess
There's Bruce.
Bruce has got it.
His camera's looking for him.
Where'd
I
you go?
think break. My bladder was full, and I so I emptied it and I drank some more stuff to fill it back up.
Hi, you're amazing.
But we're having tons of fun here today. We're starting to bring this plane in for landing. It's been almost 9 hours now.
I don't know. I've lost count. But
I believe we're making a difference. And again, have to give shout outs to all the people that are supporting via Rumble, all the different channels that are watching us. That these people lended us their platforms because they believe so strongly in what Lewis is doing for California, and it will ultimately end up affecting the entire country. So, all those people out there, make sure you give a lot of love, the thumbs up and all that stuff, comment we talked about before. And then also the audio only version of this thing, compliments of East Midi and Sound Alive Radio. You can go to talk.soundaliveradio.net to check the audio stuff, and he's got other stuff on there too. So go check him out. He's fantastic, East Midi. But we're real excited about this next guest. And Robert's scrolling through the website, hermsforcali.com. You can go there and join our movement. You can, find out what's going on, get on the email list to where we're going to be in California and all those places. You can be a volunteer. Doesn't matter where you live. You can be a volunteer, help us out in some form or fashion. Donate money, which is hugely, massively important. And then the social media aspect. We need all the digital warriors out there to get on those social medias, comment, share, and push our information out so we can take back and use the algorithm that they mean to shadow ban and suppress us. We need to turn it around, because if we get active, when we get active on these social media platforms and these particular accounts for Lewis for governor, it's going to make a huge impact. And we're going to get, that's the thing, that's a wave that's going to be pushing us as we move through this tour, the debate coming up in November. And then ultimately, really pushing hard because the way this thing rolls out, this California thing, if you're not aware, people can announce and have the official deadline. I don't know the exact date, sometime in early March, that people have to officially file their paperwork with the Secretary of State to run for governor of California. That's March. The mail-in ballots go out sometime in early May. The official date of the primary is June 2nd. The top two vote getters in that primary, regardless of party, the top two vote getters will go against each other for the general election between June and November of 2026. And then we will be inaugurating Lewis as the new governor of California sometime. I don't know when the inauguration happens. When does that have? Is that a January thing, like for the federal?
Different. I believe it's January 1st, actually.
Fake New Year.
So those are all the housekeeping things. Yeah, make sure you keep it up, keep the pressure on. This is just the initial, salvo, if you will, of the Lewis Herms for Governor of California campaign announcement kickoff. And we're super happy to have our next guest, who is infamous in the world of podcasting and truthers and diggers. If you want to talk about a digger, somebody who's dug the research, this guy he's savantish when it comes to research and digging and printing out. He's only taking this stuff off the internet. He's got over 1 million pages that he's printed out. I think he's got stock in Hewlett Packard or Epson or something like that, because he burns through printer cartridges quicker than anybody I know. but he's a digger. People love this guy, and he's fantastic, and we're happy to have him here today. Please help me bring to the marathon stage, broadcast screen, whatever, Mr. Jason Q.
Hey, what's going on?
How are you, man?
Not too bad. How about yourself?
I'm doing fantastic. I love your background. Does that mean there's a storm coming?
It's already here.
Is that the weather report that you're giving us today?
It's just a background. Read what you will into it.
So what's been going on in the JQ world? I know you've been, digging a lot of stuff. You got your thumb on the pulse. A lot of you bring a lot of the history and what's going on today, together. Everything's not happening by accident, is it?
Not at all. Not at all. And even today, before the show, we learned more about North Korea, and yeah, this is going to blow people's minds.
Yeah, what you got? Share. We're all ears.
I mean, it's basically, it's a child trafficking hub, and like we said, all their hotels, they're all mind control devices.
And this is in South Korea or North Korea?
North. I think that's why Trump went over there and made peace with Kim Jong-un and squashed it. So there's still a lot going on, but we found another person that Trump was in time, and in fact, everything he's doing now, I think, but we've got MK Ultra on deck. Well, the whole Wizard of Oz, Alice in Wonderland, MK Ultra, MK Naomi, and all that, and communism and all that stuff that went on in Vegas with the hacking. Yeah. Did you know that they hacked Nevada's all their state computers?
Well, somebody earlier today mentioned that. I can't remember who was who was in Vegas. It was Mark Messina, one of our very first guests. He was in Vegas. He said, yeah, their entire state stuff was completely shut down or hacked or ransomware, whatever.
Yeah, I wonder who did that. You just popped one of them. You popped the head guy that was at DEF CON, and it was from August 7th to August 10th this year. Read into that what you will. This whole thing is just, it's a massive trap. What President Trump is about to do is going to shock the world.
And you can see, we don't know exactly, what's going on, but what we can see some of the writing on the wall because of all the research that many of us have been doing over the last several years. We kind of have a way, that we can see things going. We were wondering, I've myself wondered many times, how is this going to unfold? And, I'm sure yourself, myself, you've been frustrated that things aren't moving along quicker, but now you can see the things that are lining up with the National Guard, what he's doing for the election stuff. Tina Peters in Colorado, I think, is going to be a huge bomb that's going to blow up in the faces of the deep state and the left.
Oh yeah, she's gotten screwed royally. Big time. All these people that are saying, "Oh, we're all election deniers," that's all coming to the forefront too. But I understand that everybody's all, why isn't everything moving at the speed and everything like that? What's up with the Epstein files? Why is the Russiagate being put forward? It's like, guys, simply put, 2 days ago, it happened. That's when Sessions went for his deposition about the Epstein case, right? In the Q drops, it states, once it's known that Sessions started the Epstein investigation when Trump got in, that's when he started it. Because what happened was he hired Huber, right? Huber and Horowitz go as a team. Even though Horowitz was the IG, he could still work with Huber because they're not working under the government. They're working under the military. That's why Sessions left. He didn't resign. He was placed in to be a JAG because he was a captain in the army. And then he was the attorney general. So there you have that, because nobody's mentioning Huber at this point. So if you notice the dates that they're doing all this on, it was the 18th, they had Bob Barr or Bill Barr, whatever, Barr in there. And then the following day, that's when they had all the paper. They had to have all the paperwork for the Epstein. All the paperwork. Well, who turned all the paperwork? Because everybody's like, oh, well, they don't have anything. Well, of course they don't have anything. They took it all the first round. And now they're all caught up in this because what did Ray do? That's why everybody's all, Chris Ray's such a... No, whoa. We should know by the numbers by now. There were burn bags placed in a secret room in the FBI. How many burn bags? There were 7. Right there, that tells us, boom, Ray had that all set up. Because how did Cash know? Right? So going back to the sessions, right? So you have Huber and Horowitz, right? And then they mentioned the 470, they put attorneys in parentheses. It's not attorneys. It's the 470th Military Intelligence Brigade. It's massive. So now, then, isn't it funny that right about the same time that, Sessions about to testify, Trump's like, hey, we're going to have some JAGs come in and they're going to prosecute misdemeanors in DC. And you have to think to yourself, it's like, why would you have JAGs doing misdemeanors in DC? It's the dumbest thing ever. Unless you look at it from the 40,000 foot, 40,000 foot view, that you've got the JAGs coming in, right? Now we are about to have Sessions to his deposition, right? Because nobody's heard anything about his deposition. Nothing.
Right. Yeah. That happened a few days ago, right? Didn't that happen
on the 28th?
And nothing's been leaked. Not even one.
Nothing. So now everybody after that is pretty much fucked. Because they have no idea that the military started the whole investigation and how deep this goes. Everybody's like, oh, Epstein. No, whoa. This is all of it. Because you can link corruption to everybody. C before D also, corruption before degeneracy, right? It's easier to nail these people on corruption in the first round, and then boom, you put everything else in. Because now you're starting to see that Democrats are really sweating now. Like they know something's up. So now they stationed all these National Guards in all the Republican states. It's like, why would you do that? Well, I mean, you have to say the Republic, and that's basically what they're doing. But they're cleaning, they're making sure that the red states are all good. And then, Illinois is right next door. So National Guard could move right over. Because already they're moving the National Guard in Chicago right now. So all this shit with, crime's down in this net, especially New York. I mean, New York is that's the hub of it all. Because you've got Jessica Tisch, the police commissioner. Her dad started the mega group. All the Jewish billionaires that run everything. What could go wrong? And then before that, she was the head of the head of sanitation. Kind of ironic them using tunnels. So, I mean, there's just so much.
So if I'm understanding what you're kind of getting, the session things and what they're doing behind the scenes now for this alleged Epstein stuff, everything is tied together.
Yeah.
Everything, the Epstein, the Russia stuff, the stolen elections, so they're going to use this one little thing and have it's like a RICO is the way that things are got to go, right?
Yes. And also, don't forget about the Wiener laptop.
Yes.
Hunter Biden laptop. All of that could be put in too.
Yeah, people forget about the Wiener laptop. There was stuff on there. Yeah, that people saw that that the police, the people were, quitting, retiring. They just couldn't handle what they saw in there. That's the like the frazzle drip type shit.
All 9 committed suicide.
Yeah.
You tell me. I mean, that's impossible.
Well, did they commit suicide or were they unalived themselves? Or, is that the thing?
Well, I mean,
because they saw what was on there? Or, or is it because it was too traumatic? Where do you think that lands?
No, it's probably a nightmare. I mean, that's where the whole frazzle drip came from. I mean, and that's why they had to give everything to the military. You can't have just ordinary people watch this. You have to have battle ready, hardened, badasses to sit there and watch that stuff. And all they do is just get even more pissed.
Oh yeah.
Because now you look at sorry. So now you look at Huber and Horowitz coming together. Sessions right there. Because it even says it in the drops that Sessions, Law, Mill. Well, just like General Kelly and Mattis. They had them listed as that too. So is that where they are? Because, I mean, somebody's holding these tribunals. We know the ones are going on in Gitmo. Where else? They've got to be way, way, way expansive. You've got Diego Garcia. You've got, all these other, what do they call them? Black sites. And plus, you don't hear too much of the CIA anymore, do you?
Yeah, no, you haven't. And then, with Ratcliffe, right? Headed that, steering that ship.
Yep. So that's the thing. It's like they're cleaning up from the inside, but everybody's all pissed off because it's like, well, why isn't anything getting done? It's like, if there's one thing in the world that we've had to learn, that I've had to learn, is patience. Because we aren't on our time. We're on God's time. We're on divine timing. When everything happens, it happens.
Right.
Because we only have one shot for this.
No, you're exactly right. Yeah, we cannot screw this up.
And the depth of this, we're talking about the Anunnaki, the Nephilim. Because now the Nephilim are starting to come out, right? Because Red Castle was Smithsonian, right? We said that a long time ago because Trump had to go in the Smithsonian. Because he's like, and what he used all the woke agenda to get in there. It's like, no. What's in the basement? Right? So now Redacted had that Tim Alvarino on, and they were talking about the giants and Nephilim and everything. And they're saying, well, are the Nephilim still here? I'm like, well, yeah, we can name some of them. Clinton, Obama, Bush, Kris Jenner. Kris Jenner just came out and they were making fun of her 6th toe. Like, wait a second. Why do you got 6 toes? But then that makes you think. The whole clowns in America. The clowns in America aren't the CIA. It's the Nephilim. It's clowns wear big shoes. Why? Because they have more toes.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. Hey, Jason, so good to have you back.
Great to see you.
It's been so freaking long, man.
Yeah, I hear you've been beating the shit out of California. We've been poking up with good old Karen Bass and her communist ties with Vince Ramos brigades. And
yep, absolutely. So you're over 1 million documents physically printed at this point. You've got to be, or 1 million pages, right?
1.7.
Holy. Of course.
It's
1.7.
Yeah. We're almost at 1.8 now. It's
wow. And you house these all within the same facility. I'm not going to say where because that's nobody's business.
I give up my address all the time. I'm like, come find me.
I know you do. I know you do. So a couple points really quick. We talked about years ago how Jeff Sessions would be the pinnacle coming together. Do you remember that?
Yep.
And sure enough, that's exactly where it looks like it's going.
Yep.
Which is that is exciting. I think that really is where people should focus on. And I just said, I have to be very transparent. I missed that in the news. So when you just said that, I said to my wife, I'm like, wait, hope. I was muted. I said, shit, I missed that, because I think that is the key for sure. How do you see things? Because I tell me if I'm wrong. I think we're in the momentum phase. Let's call it that, right? Where it's exponentially just going to explode. What does that look like? With all your years of digging and you've been pinpointing this stuff, what do you think that looks like going forward here in the next few months? Because I don't think it's years in regards to the disclosures. I think that's probably months.
No, I think a lot of this has something to do with that what is it? The 3-eye atlas, that comet they're calling it, but it has a reverse tail. So I don't know how that works. So the tail should be behind it, not in front of it. They're saying, and now they're saying it's a ship. It's like, well, they said that the Anunnaki was supposed to come in November of 2022. Maybe they're just 3 years off too. Because everything we encounter is all power of threes. And when people realize what's getting ready to happen to Israel, I hope they're clutching their pearls, because they're about to get leveled.
Yeah, I agree. I created this theory called the Trojan horse theory in regards to President Trump and Israel. And running for governor, I told you I'm not going to hold back. So I'm just going to say what it is, and people either take it. And I think the reality is, if they hate me today, I think they're going to figure it out in a few months from now anyway. So my theory is the reason why it seemed like President Trump put so many Zionists in his cabinet, right, and embraced Israel at such a high level, because what that prevented when he is removing the infrastructure of Israel. By the way, the infrastructure is big pharma. The infrastructure is the central banking system. The infrastructure is the education system, and it goes on and on and on and on. These are all the things being completely dismantled by President Trump, right? Yep. So who does it affect directly? It affects what I call the fake Jews, the Jews that were implanted fakely in there to pretend that they are somebody who they're not. And therefore, President Trump can't be called an anti-Semite when he's constantly praising Israel, right? What did he do? He prevented Israel for taking out Iran and other countries in that region just by two very pinpointed strikes in Iran, taking out their nuclear thing, which completely emasculated what Israel was going to do, in my opinion. Absolute genius. So I believe he's running a Trojan horse operation of sorts. And I think it's just brilliant, and it is art of war at the pinnacle of art of war. What's your thoughts on that?
Oh, and the thing is, he hit the 3 spots in Iran, right? And the thing is, you look at it, it's like, so why does that look like Orion's belt?
I didn't think of that.
Now, Fordo was the big one, right? So is that another Fox 3?
Or is it Frodo? No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, could be. I mean, that's the thing. And he's like, hey, we use the bombs. Because Iran has been at the top of their game by getting, every 6 months they get inspected. I mean, they signed the nuclear non-proliferation treaty. They've stuck by it. They haven't gone over 60% at all. They've done all medical. I mean, hell, they even cured cancer. They found a way to cure cancer in Iran. That's why, then you look at Israel and how they have the Mossad and Shin Bet and all this, and how they're all embedded within Iran as well. So then you look at the whole Hamas and all that. And, well, Iran's funded Hamas. Nah, whoa, wait a second. You mean Obama funded Hamas with the $1.7 billion that was taken over there in pallets of cash? So now you have to look at it and say, well, They're all our enemy. I mean, before Israel, we didn't have any enemies in the Middle East. Now everybody hates us. I mean, what's the common denominator?
Mm-hmm.
It's right there. And the thing is, like, they hate us. They come over and they pull all these crypto scams. They're the ones that are doing the pump and dumps on everybody because that's what they do. They learn at the Unit 8200 within their own military, the IDF or the IOF, and then boom, they go to Unit 8200. But then they can't stay in Israel because they're like, hey, you know, we don't want it all coming back here. So they go to Spain, Portugal, they go to different places and they pull off all these spywares and the ransomware and the WannaCrys and everything like that. But I think this was the big one. Because now everybody's asking, why was he here? Oh, he was at a conference. Well, what conference? Well, DEF CON. What's DEF CON? Well, DEF CON is the hackers conference. It's like Vegas. You have a hackers conference in Las Vegas every year. And you're bitching about being hacked. That's about the dumbest shit I've ever heard. But who allows it, right? Miriam Adelson.
Yeah. Interesting.
It's the same thing with that what's her name? That Chada. Sigil Chada. The interim attorney DA in that Trump appointed in Nevada. She said, oh, I didn't. Yeah, sure, you didn't authorize it. Sure. But then, I mean, with you having that kind of a position, who had access to put all this spyware in? Because they said it happened a couple months before the hacking conference. Oh, you mean like April 1st? April Fools? That's when he appointed her. And then I'm trying to find it, but they said that she resigned and then was put back in. I'm not sure how that goes, but that's, neither here nor there. And I think they have a big problem with the lunar cycle.
Now, he has to bring you on screen, Bruce. There you go. Sorry.
Yeah, so when you were mentioning the why was that guy there in the hacking conference, what you're mentioning is the Israeli cybersecurity guy who got arrested for child pornography or something like that, and then he hightailed it back out of the country before he was able to be arrested and held accountable. Is that the guy you're talking about, right?
Oh, he was arrested. He posted bond and he was let out. It's like, well, wouldn't he be a flight risk? Oh no, he'll come to his hearing. Guess what? He didn't. Surprise. Now they're like, oh, he could do it virtually. And as I'm reading, I'm like, oh, they're doing their own internal investigation. It's like,
yeah, that means it's going nowhere.
But also, there was something else that happened at DEF CON 2025, the AI Cyber Challenge. This competition, organized by DARPA and ARPA-H, focused on developing AI-driven tools for automatically identifying and patching vulnerabilities in software, particularly in open source projects. Teams competed to create systems that could autonomously find and fix bugs with significant implications for critical infrastructure security. Well, I love the bullshit that they're putting out there. For automatically identifying and patching vulnerabilities in software. We're a program, guys. That's all we are. We are a computer program, our mind. Why would ARPA-H be involved? Because the funny thing is, who started ARPA-H? The same bitch that had to go get an attorney because Trump fired her, RFK Jr. fired her. She was there too. So when they say that they're patching vulnerabilities in software in open source projects, well, you want to see some open source projects? Antifa, the trans movement. There you go. It's all mind control.
Yeah.
And they're using the universities as spawning centers.
Yeah, absolutely. That's part of the greater color revolution.
Massive.
Jason, you're awesome. Appreciate you. Appreciate all the work you do. I can't believe you're up to 1.7. In fact, I think the last time that we were together, you just hit 700,000.
Yeah.
So that means you added 1 million in the last couple of years. If people don't understand what that looks like, He's got rooms filled with boxes and containers, and I believe the outside of his house is made with that and tons of security, so you guys aren't going to be able to burn down this paperwork anytime soon.
Yeah, just imagine, if you go to Home Depot, you see those big racks with all the stuff at Home Depot. Jay's got those in his house, and it's all filled with paper documents. And the crazy thing, 1.7 million documents. I could probably mention one any subject, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I got that."
Oh no, yeah, he'll
for
go
2 seconds and come back. Oh yeah, here it is.
We should do it live on air. We should do it live on
yeah,
air.
but I wouldn't go that far now, Lewis.
It's harder now. My wife is asking you, Jason, did you put a blue roof on your house also?
No. I'm immune from Jewish space lasers. They hate me enough. They wouldn't waste the time.
Oh my God, hilarious. All right, man. Thank you for coming on. We'll hope to see you soon.
You bet.
Good to see you, Jason. Take care.
Good to see you guys. All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
And for anybody who wants to follow Jay, he's got a Rumble channel. It's called We Not Me. We Not Me, the Rumble channel, Jason Q, and he does other stuff from people he's on with Charlie Ward. He does other shows. The guy is a wealth of knowledge and information. I learned so much from that guy every time I listen to him.
So I have go ahead, Robert.
You really have to be awake to follow him, though. I mean, where people are talking about coffee in the chat room, and I'm like, hey, you probably need a coffee to keep up with Jason because he's like, boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. Now, for those of you that think this stuff is wacky, I can tell you he said stuff 5 years ago that are like so accurate today. It's not wacky as you think it may be. He just digs harder and farther than anybody is willing to go. He already knew about the Sessions stuff years ago, and now it's coming to the forefront today. So
He's just ahead of the curve.
before you protest too much, I get it. Right. Yeah. Because I'm not completely down the whole alien road yet. I believe if we have aliens, they're from somewhere around here.
Are you going to start counting toes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to just look for clown feet. It'll be a lot easier.
Yeah, those that you go to the beach and somebody's got shoes on, you got to go check them.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So, guys, I need to do a little housekeeping real quick. So, we had Mel Carmine on earlier, and very, very, very passionate. I get it. I even praised him for his passion. I know why he gets frustrated with inside the truther community, because I've been frustrated a lot. I couldn't hear everything he was saying because we were having intermittent problems, as you know, on this side with the volume. And my wife was talking to me about something that was very important in regards to what Mel was saying. That's not an excuse, but it was brought to my attention that he said Patriot Underground should be underground or something to that effect, right? That's not something that's appropriate in my mind. That's not something we support on this show. I've been an advocate to not talk about other truthers on this show, right? I missed that little part. I did hear I think I heard most of the other stuff, and I let him vent a little bit because I do understand his frustration, but I don't think it should be towards any people, and especially publicly. Now, so I've reached out or talked to Patriot Underground and I said, hey, guy, you can come on my show anytime because I actually love the work he does anyways, right? And he said he would accept, and he's humble enough to say we're not even going to bring up that event, which I appreciate. Yeah. But I also thought it was good that I spoke with Mel before I made the statement out of honoring another patriot, and said I'm against that statement. I'm gonna have to retract what you said. And Mel actually said I was kind of throwing words together to make him fit, and I just thought it would kind of be funny at the time, something to that effect. Mel can make a statement on his own if he wants. He did say though, I apologize if it was taken the wrong way. I'm just very passionate about this, something to that effect. I'm not exactly. So he did send that text to me. You guys take it for what you would. I was talking to a text email, and I said that, we need to unite. That's what we should be doing right now. So regardless of what's happening, my mistake that I didn't catch it and call it out right away, in that, so that's on me. But when it was brought to attention and then clarified to make sure that that's what was happening, I do not accept that type of language. I do understand Mel's passion, because I have had trouble getting certain things, words out and something like that. But I think Patriot Underground in his response was very humble. Mel in his text message seemed to be very humble to me as well. So hopefully that can be dropped. But I just thought if we're going to be authentic like we promised we are, that I would address it as soon as we possibly could. Guys, would you have anything to say about that?
You're right on.
Nope, I would.
We said that.
No, you're exactly right. Yeah, we need to unite, and we don't. Yeah, it's because I could go bury a bunch of people if I wanted to, but it doesn't accomplish anything. You know, we need to put all that stuff away and continue to move forward, because what we're doing and fighting for is way bigger than any one person's ego or opinion or, you know, passion about what they're doing. So that we need to be a little more cognizant of that for sure.
Well, that division is intentional, right? So we look at the left and right division, we see the fight that's going on there, but there's a big division even on our side, even the Patriot community. And a lot of it is ego driven. A lot of it is, you know, wanting the clicks, and some of the quote unquote controversies are contrived specifically for boosting ratings. I had a show that went off the rails about 3 years ago, and people accused me, "Oh, you did that on purpose. You did that on purpose. You just wanted the clicks." And I responded. I said, "No, I deleted the show. I took it off the channel. I don't play that game. I will not play that game." And you know, like you, Lewis, we don't go after any other people. We leave it up to the viewers to decide who they want to follow, who they want to believe, and I think that's what it's supposed to be.
Yep. As you know, Robert, I give markers so intelligent people can figure out on their own who does what. And I actually appreciate the work that Nino does. Nino, as I mentioned here, he has a management company. I think we should add some context to one of the reasons why Nino may have a management company, because he has an incredible hardship he's taken on himself, whether he has the money or not, to take care of his mom and dad that are in extraordinarily ill health on his own. So I think everything needs to be in context. As governor and in the campaign, I will always try to be aware of context, because context matters. Not every situation is identical. So we need to remember that. So I appreciate Mel and his work he does. I appreciate Nino, the work he does, and I definitely appreciate Patriot Underground. So hopefully whatever's going on there can be patched up, but it's time for us to unite and move forward, because guess what, Robert, and you've nailed this several times before, this type of division is exactly what the baddies want.
Yep.
And you know, I've had several calls, people wanting to come on my show to expose people, to do this and to do this, and I said absolutely not. And some of those aren't even friends of mine anymore. But I'm okay with that, because I don't think it's appropriate. So let's move on from that. I can't wait to see Mel's film, because I've seen a little bit of it. I'm hoping Mel will still keep me in after this comment. I have a feeling he probably will, because I think he will honor the truth. And then you know, we'll see what happens from there. And Patriot Underground, on behalf of our show, sorry that we let that slip by until right now. All right, let's get that behind us, guys. Do we only have one guest left? I don't have a clue.
Yeah, we do. We have
never opened up your schedule because it has been so busy.
Well, we've made through it, and you know, most of everything has gone very, very well from that respect. I was going through here, as if there's one other video that somebody submitted, and I'm pretty sure I sent you that one too. Yeah, this one's a little longer. This one's it's almost 12 minutes. And while we can go ahead and play this one, would be a perfect time while we're waiting for our final guest for today.
Does our guest have the link, or do
I don't have that information. You have that.
I damn well better send it over then, huh?
Probably be helpful.
Okay, so I got to send it to myself.
I mean, he knows a lot of stuff, but I don't know if he's that. You know,
he probably already has the link. You brought it out of the ether. All right, I'll find the link right here.
But yeah, this video here, like, it's a little bit longer than the other ones, 12 minutes. And it's from Trennis Evans. Trennis Evans was a J6er. He's got the American Rights Alliance right now. Has been doing tons of work in the background with the lawfare, exposing lawfare and experiencing himself and inflicting it back. He's done huge work with Tina Peters. And I'm hoping that he doesn't it should be okay. I'm just saying that there's something he mentions in here and gives some kudos to somebody that I'm not sure that they want that information out, but it is what it is. So I'm going to make an executive decision and say it's fine, and I'll deal with the consequences later. But yeah, Trennis Evans, I recorded a little thing with him yesterday, and so this video is him sharing, his ideas and what's going on in the country, what he's seen, and how he thinks that Lewis can make a difference in California. So roll Trennis Evans there, Mr. Robert. All right, fantastic. We're here with Trennis Evans. He's very busy doing all kinds of stuff, trying to save this country and helping people all over the country. And he couldn't make us for a live stream, so we're recording this ahead of time. He's a huge supporter of Lewis and his run for governor. He's, many people know him for all the J6 work he did and his experience being a J6er himself, having his kids held at gunpoint and the whole FBI raid and stuff like that. So welcome, Trennis. How are you?
Bruce, thanks so much for having me. I tell you what, it's an honor to support Louis Herms for governor of the state of California. California is a beautiful state. You look around, you guys have beaches, you got mountains, you have sea. I mean, you got it all. I mean, you really do. The rivers, I lived there for many years myself, loved California, still love it. I mean, it's one of the most beautiful states in our country. It has so much to offer. Where else can you be snowboarding in the afternoon, surfing in the morning, kayaking in this afternoon, in the evening. So beautiful place. Love California. Unfortunately, radical left policies have left California residents long since behind. They're in despair. I mean, people are flooding and moving to states like California, or excuse me, people are flooding states like Texas and Florida, running away from the communist policies that have been institutionalized by people like Gavin Newsom and others. The Nancy Pelosi era Democrats. This is insanity, and it can't stand in this country. And people like Louis Herm are going to be the answer to the problem. When you put people that are patriot-minded, that put God and country first, that believe in our United States Constitution, that understand the commitment that was given when we wrote the Declaration of Independence, that understand why the Bill of Rights exists, and are true constitutionalists that operate with a foundational core that says, I am an American citizen. I care about the future of this country. I care about my children and future generations and your children. That's going to be the kind of man you want in office. And Louis Herms is that man. Louis Herm has exemplified this year after year, time over time. And with this tour and the work he's done, namely, one of the things that I want to talk specifically, firsthand experience with Louis about, Bruce, if I may, is Tina Peters.
Right.
When other people watched what happened to Tina Peters and screamed injustice, Louis Herm screamed injustice too. But not only that he rolled up his sleeves and he got to work. When somebody needed to fund her amicus brief, when somebody needed to fund an effort for Tina Peters, Louis Herm's there. And he showed up and he made a commitment and he wrote the big check to get that work over the finish line. And American Rights Alliance, and I personally will always be appreciative of Louis for his ongoing effort and commitment to curing not only this country's problems, but also these faults that lie within our judiciary, this captured operation that's taken place over so long. I know that when Louis Herms is behind an issue, I can probably line up right behind that issue and say that he's got it right if I haven't looked into it. And this is the problem we've had. We don't trust our politicians.
No.
We've seen this Polly and the ticks and that whole age-old adage, right? That people can't be trusted. They go out and they say one thing and then they exemplify another. And Louis is a guy that has been on the front line in the battle for America. He's been on the front line to make sure that we preserve those constitutional rights, those God-given authorities, and to make sure that we as a people, and we the people movement in true fashion, have that ability going forward. So if I'm going to put somebody in an office and I have the ability to vote for them and take an interest in a race, it's going to be a man like Lewis Herms. It's going to be the kind of person that will show up when needed. And he's not affected by Tina Peters personally, other than the fact that this kind of injustice could come for you or me, or for Lewis or his family or anyone else. But he got involved and he cared because he does the right thing, and he shows up and stands up when it's time to be accounted. And that's what matters. And that's the kind of man that you want in government representing your interest. And I know that Lewis believes in a representative form of government, i.e., our constitutional republic, and the understanding of what that means. I'll never forget being with Lewis back out east, and he was on the tour, and being able to talk with him and sit down and really have a meeting with somebody that I didn't know very well at the time, years ago, but have come to have great respect for, because again, he is that person that consistently shows up and shows up to be counted, not only for his interest, but for the interest of others like Tina Peters. And being a fundamental constitutionalist, I think, is going to be important to get California back on the right track. California is off track now. We see the pollution, we see the waste, we see the fires, we see the destruction, we see the homeless community, we see the drug abuses that are going on there. We see the undermining of the religious liberties and the parental rights. And people are just, gosh darn, sick of it. People have had enough of that, Bruce. Nobody believes in that. And yet you have men like Lewis Herm, and you got a man like Gavin Newsom. I don't know if you want a guy that goes to the French Laundry and laughs about COVID restrictions and, creates laws for thee and not for me, and operates on, he puts himself on a pedestal, as did Nancy Pelosi and other people in politics from that state. But if you want that guy, the Gavin Newsoms of the world, to tell you, you stay home, lock down, self-surrender to your home, your domicile, while we all go out and enjoy ourselves and have fancy dinner and have a great night, then go ahead and vote for a Gavin Newsom. If you want the kind of guy that's going to be there with you and shoulder up and say, when the federal government or somebody else tries to deliver to you an unconstitutional and illegal mandate, then you want a guy like Lewis Herms to represent you. When Lewis has committed, he has committed time and again. He's not only committed with his time and his effort, but he's committed with his checkbook. He's committed, and when he wasn't running for office, he had no plan to run for governor. In a discussion we had, he had no plan to be involved in politics. He became active, and it's what General Flynn talks about. So Lewis Herms embodied the message that where we're talking about local action and national impact. The way he's done that is by getting in there, rolling up his sleeves and being involved. And Lewis doesn't have to roll up his sleeves and go on some commercial and walk the streets of California and say, oh, look at me, I'm here for Californians, I'm here for this, and I care about everyone. Because he's not just for conservatives. He's not just for Republicans. He's not against Democrats. He's about common sense.
Absolutely.
A man like Lewis Herms is going to deliver common sense. His decisions, his votes, the veto power of the governor, the things that he can do to sign things into law are going to benefit the American people. It will benefit far beyond California, and he will be consistent with what President Trump is doing. He will be consistent with the Make America Great Again agenda. The MAGA agenda is not about something for only one group. It's about everyone. We want to make the entire country great, better for everyone. And I believe that Lewis is the kind of guy that's going to get rid of some of this insanity. He's going to bring more jobs back. He's going to manage the economy. He's going to make sense of it. Because whenever it seems that we put business people in office, which Lewis is, and is quite successful one, when we put people in business in office, they may understand that it's the business of the state or the country that they represent.
Yeah, 100%.
And they make decisions and according to how they would make them and how they succeeded in business, not decisions based on activism or what feels good, but what makes sense. You're talking about common sense legislation. You're talking about inaction and action in the right place at the right time. Sometimes it's important for government just to simply butt out. That's the inaction that should be. It's the hands off. Hey, we the people, right? Limited government. And then you have the comparison of the people like Gavin Newsom who want to control everything, tax you to death, and take on a not representative form of government, but more of an autocracy or something of that nature. So God bless Louis Herm. God bless his effort. And Tina Peters thanks him. I know that for certain. I thank him. American Rights Alliance thanks him. And I can tell you that Donald Trump needs an ally in California that will help people in California enjoy the things that we enjoy in Texas and Florida and other great states in this union. And without him, you're going to be subjected to more of the same. I know there's a lot of good candidates out there right now this year when that primary race comes around. And Louis is one of 6 people that I'm aware of already running. But I've chosen to endorse Louis Herm. And the reason I've chosen to endorse him is because I have firsthand experience. And I know I can pick up the phone today and tell him there's an injustice somewhere. There's something to be cured. There's American citizens suffering. They're suffering at the hands of radical policy. They're operating because they hate this flag or they want to undermine what it stands for. And Louis will be one of the first guys on the scene to devote his time, his money, his honor. Sounds a lot like founding fathers to me.
It really
And
does.
I think we have this shift happening in this country where the people of America are looking for people to make that kind of commitment.
Right.
I will sacrifice my time, my sacred honor, etc. Right? Because he believes in this country and believes in the future, Bruce. I'm certain that Louis is going to be that guy. And if I wanted to make sure that California was a place I wanted to be able to tell my kids, hey, move to California. Sure, it's beautiful. It's great. Get on out there, work in Silicon Valley, work up in the mountains, work in the restaurants or whatever industry you choose. Louis Herm's the kind of guy that's going to make it a place where I would approve of my children living and not be worried as a parent. And if I were going to raise children, California would be one of the last places I would go. Look what's happened to the case with Shana Gaviola and others out of the Eastern District there in Fresno. But I know that those kind of radical policies will be undone and the state of California will be turned to the free state of California, a great state in this union. And the economic windfall to the people of the state of California will be amazing. And it will always be a rough time to get away from these ideas, these institutionalized insanities that the Democrats have put in and forced people into that people of California don't largely subscribe to. A man like Louis Herm in office in California to be an ally to the great state of Texas and to be an ally to Florida and our other conservative value states where we put those Christian guideposts along our constitutional values and say we're going to operate for all people that's going to serve the best interest of the American public. And we're going to get started right now today by electing Louis Herm.
Perfect mic drop thing right there, man.
Yeah, right on.
Wow, that was unexpected. I'm humbled that such a warrior would endorse me in that regard because he's been leading by example for several years. I don't think I can give out the name, but when he talks about this big check, that was a culmination of a few things that came together. And one of our great supporters was a huge part of the check. So I can't take credit. Only credit I could really take is by reaching out to the right people to get it done. Right. And then we wrote the check. So, and I've never talked about that publicly because this is just the stuff we try to do in the background, to try to bring back our republic as that was intended. But what a great message.
No, absolutely. And that's one of the things, I know, and you've always been that way. And that's what, this whole getting out and the governor and having to, raise money and do the things for this particular effort. You have never been one to want to be the spotlight. You're always the person that wants to push other people out in front. And you're kind of just a facilitator. You like to stay, that background thing. But when you need to be up front, you are. I mean, people don't realize how much it has cost you personally to be in this movement. what these people think that we're making money hand over fist with these tours, and that's not the case. Knowing the back and knowing what it costs and all these different things, I mean, just the fuel to run around the country. I think in that year that that we're doing the tours, we put on our vehicle like close to 50,000 miles just on our vehicle. Right. So, I mean, with multiple vehicles and the RVs and all that stuff, I mean, the expense and, things that you have always put other people in front of, we the people in front of your own personal situation. And that's why I think, people really need to understand how important it is to have you as a candidate and that we push you forward in that respect, because you have, the best interest of we the people at heart. That's your core. Mark Atwood wasn't lying when he says your heart beats stars and stripes, right? You're wanting to do this forward, and I know you hate to hear this stuff, and that's you're not an ego narcissistic type of person, but I mean the truth remains that of the people that I personally, and it's not because we're friends and all that I have looked at, if I was a California voter, the people that are out there that they say are in front, they don't hold a candle to you, man. What you do, you always know how to bring things together. You find the answers, you find the solutions, you find the people that are smarter than you to be able to implement the ideas that you have. And so that's why this governor run is so important, why we the people to step up and get behind us to help us push this rock uphill so that we can make changes in the state of California and ultimately our entire country.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Before I forget, I believe it or not, I didn't even get prompted by my wife on this one. I've been thinking about it for a couple hours. I just wasn't sure if Robert would be okay with me saying it, but I'm going to say it. Robert has somebody in the background that is extraordinarily supportive of the work that he does and what's going on here. And she's a good friend of our family too. So I just wanted to mention, if I'm okay with that, Robert, Phoebe, your better half, sorry to say it, but it's true. She's got some amazing talents on her own. Yeah, she's a healer. Does. Yeah. But she gives you the opportunity sometimes to put in 40 straight hours putting shows like this together. So I just wanted to mention her. And I think it's very important, and all the other spouses that are in support with all the patriots around the world, because those are the unsung heroes, really, right? Just to be able to do a lot of stuff that we do, and they put up with us day in and day out, and changing schedules and answering phone calls at inappropriate times, and so just wanted to mention Phoebe, if you have any words towards that.
Yeah, and this was for a lot of reasons. This was a very complicated show to put together. We had a lot of technical issues. We're kind of to simplify it, we're kind of at the limits of what we can do with the software we use, and we had to figure out a lot of workarounds to make this show work. But this one was by far the most complicated show that we've ever done. And
yes, I set another record.
Still without this is partly me. I always raise the bar every time we do something. I'm always like, okay, what's the next step? What's the next step? And you hit that limit at some point of what you can create. So I've got my radar set on upgrading, getting new systems in here, but it's going to take some funds to be able to do that. So between now and the end of the year, that's the goal, to do that. We had technical issues, but we found a way through them, and that's the thing. It's you keep going. You don't get stopped when you hit obstacles. You just got to find a way and keep going. One thing I wanted to mention about the campaign that Lewis is putting on is you really have to understand it. The way we're thinking of it, we're thinking about Lewis as the leader, and he's been saying again and again, no, don't look at me as the leader. Look at me as the glue that brings everybody together. Because it's not just one person that's going to do it, it's all of us. And when we say, hey, can you share something on social media? Can you interact with our posts? Can you make sure when you watch a video, you watch it to the end? And we'll make sure they're short. 2 minutes, 3-minute videos, you could watch it to the end, because we don't want to work against the algorithm. The algorithm will defeat us every time. We want to work with it, right? We want to use the systems as they're designed to be used, in our favor, and rather than doing it the other way. So, you say you want to be part of this. Yeah, you are part of it, whether you think you're part of it or not. And if you're in California, you're definitely part of it. And if you're not in California, surprise, you're part of it too. What happens in California always goes across the country. So you see, the bullet train in California. Here's my saying on the bullet train: after 10 years, they have 1,600 feet of track laid, and billions of dollars invested in this thing. Where'd the money go? Guys, it was a bullet train to communism. Think about it that way. It's a bullet train to communism. All this money got laundered. So it is so refreshing to hear somebody, Lewis, come along and say, listen, I'm really interested in what you, the people, have to say. I want to know where the real challenges are. Do you think Newsom would say that? Or Newsom would say, I'm interested in filling my bank account. I'm interested in making my family members rich. $30,000 a month for his wife. Hey, why not? What a refreshing change it will be not to be in that game anymore and to actually have somebody in charge who does the right thing.
In Newsom's defense, though, that makeup's got to cost a lot of money.
That hair gel, the hair gel alone, that budget.
the hair gel alone, right? Bruce, do we have any videos to play that you?
I think there's the one more. The only video we have left is the third song from Joe, the Freedom Now Unplugged. But yeah, that's all the other videos we have, and we're out of guests, and it's 9:00 Eastern.
Well, we have one other guest that make him on, just trying to get him. We'll see what happens. So let's do this really quick. Did you want to finish with that video? Is that what your idea was?
That would be a good one to close out with. Yeah, the Freedom Now.
Okay, then Robert, let's bring up the website, and if you can go through the website piece by piece, that would be great. You have to read all 17 solutions, but if they can see the categories that we're working on, so they can get an idea of how comprehensive our platform already is in this short time, I think that would be super important.
I love the number 17. So here on the website, right at the top, you'll see where you can actually see my pointer on here. So this is good. Click on 17 solutions. And, this is the question that everybody has. Okay, you're running for governor. What do you stand for? Who are you? What are you about? And Lewis does a great job putting this together. Human trafficking, the big lie, number one, human trafficking is not a big issue in California. It's massive. We know that. But, you don't hear that from mainstream media. So you can go down this list. And Lewis has said he will talk about any of these. Anybody want to have him on a show? You want to have Lewis as a guest on your show? You want to interview him for a blog or a newsletter or something? Pick one of these, any of these topics. He doesn't need to study. He'll just hit it. Election fraud is fake. Yeah, not in California. It's not. It's actually the law. The swamp is a hoax. I love this one. You hear that from the media all the time. And the big lie. It's the big lie, people. Big medicine and big food cares about us. No, they don't. They make money when we're sick. That's just the way it is. And big food is about making money and having shelf-stable products, not about your health. Nothing to do with your health. Unity is impossible. Independence can't win. Not true. If you look at Trump as an example, Trump is not necessarily a Republican, although he runs under that flag. He does a lot of things that are more libertarian sometimes than they are Republican, right? So independence can win, no question. High cost of taxes, high taxes and cost of living. Oh my, you guys have no idea. Bruce mentioned it earlier, the price of gasoline when you cross the border between Arizona or Nevada and California. It jumps $1.50 a gallon because the laws in California, the anti-pollution laws, the anti-smog laws, we have to have a very special gas here. It has a special formulation that the rest of the country doesn't need. And of course, they have a bunch of taxes. They just raised them recently. I think 6 cents a gallon. They just raised the taxes. So yeah, and the high cost of living. Well, Lewis said it. 3 million homes are missing. We're shy 3 million homes in California. So what does that do? Where does that put pressure? Oh, on the rental market. Rents are through the roof. $2,500 for a studio apartment, not unheard of in California. Unheard of everywhere else. No question. Education. What do we got under education? Let's see here. It's not clicking for me. Because I have the wrong mouse. That's why. You're no longer accept being at the bottom in education. Lewis, we are at the bottom in education, aren't we, in California?
That's right. We are, and not proud of it.
Not proud of it. What do we talk about with seniors? Once again, respected as our wonderful wise ones. They're being ignored and put out to pasture. In the same vein, if you want to see it more dramatically, look what Cuomo did in New York with the seniors. He put all the COVID patients in with them to clear them out. That was intentional, right? It's no longer going to be acceptable to penalize them if they want to collect Social Security and make income. This is a big challenge. I see it all the time here in California with people who are retired who can get a little consulting gig on the side, but they say, I can't take any money because then they cut my Social Security. Really? Do you really want people to be living below the poverty line? Come on. Veterans, Lewis is the father of 3 veterans. Are they all 3 veterans, Lewis? Or are they still in active duty?
They're all 3 veterans.
All 3 veterans. Okay. They'll make sure that they're treated with the highest level of respect. We'll serve them as they have served us, no questions. This is wildfires is one of the top 10 things that Californians are concerned with because it is scary, right? We mentioned Paradise, California, one of the stops on the tour. And if you remember what happened in Paradise, the entire town burned up, gone, completely gone. There was only one road in, one road out, and nobody got out the way they should have gotten out. And the fire took out the whole town. And now we just see Pacific Palisades in January. We see the fire that was there. We have friends that were by the Eaton fire, and they're struggling with PTSD issues because of it. Scary stuff. And you wonder, it's like, is there a way to mitigate it? Of course there is. But is it being done? Trump called Newsom out right to his face on it, and he laughed at him. Clean up your forests. Well, yeah, utility costs through the roof. California has closed all their gas-fired plants. All the coal-fired plants are gone. We have a couple of nuclear plants left. And where do we get our power? We buy it from out of state. We buy it from Texas. We buy it from Washington. I think we buy it also from, is it New Mexico, the other one that we're buying the power from? I don't remember where the other state. Yeah. California is a prime pioneer for robotics. Nano, of course, if you look at Silicon Valley, right? We've got all this stuff going on there. These guys don't tend to care about taxes. They don't tend to care about anything because they're making so much money. I get that mindset. Honestly, if you're bringing it in by the billions and coming in by the bucket load every hour, do you really care if the taxes are a little high? Probably not. But we can do much better because the cost of living is so high. We can definitely bring these people in to these companies. Crime and law enforcement, big deal. Some of the things we're seeing here in California is, I don't know if you're aware of this, Lewis, but $950 in shoplifting, you do not get charged, and the employees cannot stop them. We voted in the last election to rescind that. And that is sitting on Gavin Newsom's desk, and he will not sign it.
Yep, it's amazing. They couldn't even fake that vote because it was so overwhelming in favor of that, getting rid of the stupidity.
But now he's not signing it. I mean, really, do we have? It's crazy.
Right.
Abortion is California is an abortion state, so they will actually pay. The government will actually pay if you're in a different state that doesn't allow abortions. They'll pay to fly you here, pay for your abortion, then you go back. Crazy as that sounds, that's California. Homelessness. We are the leaders. We are number 1 in homelessness in the country, from what I understand. Do you understand that to be true, or is that?
Yep. Oh yeah, I think it could be almost double per capita of some other states.
Yeah, it's over the top. It really, really needs to be addressed. Housing costs, obviously there's a shortage of houses. So what does that mean? Supply and demand. Very little supply, high demand, prices go up. A lot of supply, low demand, prices come down. So the only way we're going to do this, and I spoke to a contractor, and they said it can take up to 2 years just to get the permits to break ground on a new development. Sometimes longer. Lewis, you were in that industry.
Yeah, it's disgusting. The overregulation. Here's the way it works in California, just in a nutshell, and it's in Palisades is seeing it directly right now. So they have these little laws and bylaws and regulations, and everything's regulated, and you have to jump through all these hoops where construction companies literally are throwing up their hands and walking away.
Yep.
Wait. Mid-sized construction, smaller construction companies are doing that. The larger construction companies somehow get things handled where they can bypass it, or they have enough money to play the game, right? And jump and have a whole environmental team that goes in there that can do something at a quarter of the cost of somebody else. So really the only ones that can compete in the state of California are the large corporate monopolies. Think about that. That's
with the money to pay
intentional.
off the politicians, right? Isn't that the way that
Yep.
works?
So
yeah.
so what happens is they set it up intentionally. So you definitely have to have money in order to build something. And in Palisades, so they have restrictions now that they're enacting, like, oh, because of the environmental stuff, you might have to build your house 3 to 4 feet high, and you have to come in with a special environmental crew to clean out what the fire took out for the environment. And then if you leave your land long enough, we're going to say you've abandoned your land, therefore we can grab it and we can sell it to these Chinese nationalists. By the way, I've had reports on the ground that are walking around site to sites in Palisades evaluating property as we speak. So we have a solution to that, and it's an affidavit that people can fill out. They'll soon be on our website. Bruce is working on it, and there'll be a notary that you'll be able to click on. Get your property notarized. We're not charging for this, by the way. You have to pay for your notary, but you don't pay for our services. And it is a claim of land that says, I do not abandon my property due to a fire that pushed us out. That's the summary. My attorney and David, he reviewed it, said it was excellent. He changed some language on there. This is how you save your property. Why is this important, guys? Because if they try to get you for land abandonment, you're already on record, notarized in the county of Los Angeles, that that's not your intent. Number two, this is also something a title search could bring up, right? And therefore they're done. Now, why is it so important? If you just get 1 out of 5 people in Altadena, Palisades, maybe even Lahaina, North Carolina, Tennessee, to do this type of thing, when these large conglomerate companies come in and try to build this low cost of living housing and all these condos and apartments, they need contiguous property in order to make it happen.
Right.
So you're putting a huge mine in the middle of their field where they cannot do that. This is why little things are so important. And Robert, what we've committed to do, and we've been doing this through Screw Big Gov for 5 years already, right? What we've committed to do through the whole campaign is we're not going to stop. We're not like one of the popular candidates did. He stood on a horrible looking property in the Palisades and had that beautiful moment in front of just claiming how Gavin Newsom did this to your California, and that will never happen under my leadership, and walked away with that soundbite. I'm like, I'm sorry, where was the solution? It wasn't. And this is the type of bullshit you're dealing with these candidates, which is what drew me into the race. That's disgusting behavior, by the way. That's typical political behavior. And if you're supporting that freaking clown, which he is at this point, and there's a few clowns in there, you really should check and say, is that what you want? Because you're going to get what you've gotten all the time if you're okay with these sound bites when they're doing nothing. So during the campaign, we're a solution-based campaign. That's a solution for Palisades and the LA Altadena and the fire. That's a solution. God forbid we come up with a solution before we're in office, right?
Yeah.
Another solution is our FII, our Freedom in Action app, is right around the corner. It's looking fantastic, where people are going to be able to organize all throughout California and all throughout the nation instantly. If you see a problem going on in your community, click, click, click. Hey guys, let's get together. We need to take care of this. The cabal is hyper afraid of this. And I have a feeling Freedom in Action, because they listed it on their website. I think that is why the Southern Poverty Law Center came after us so hard, because they listed Freedom in Action on their website, just so you know, and Screw Big Gov and the Truth Tour. They listed it. I'm the only guy to have more than one listing on anything, and I had 3.
Wow.
Right? Thank you. Badge of honor. And they have a 500 million bank account to take us down, and who knows if they pay hackers, I don't know, to attack our feeds. So these are the type of things we're going to do during the campaign, right? You already got a kind of a hint with David Kenny today that we are going to expose the school bond theft at a level that's never been done before during the campaign.
We have Remember Your Oath. I'm reaching out to Sheriff Mack. I'm working on something that there'll be a scorecard for sheriffs where we can hold them accountable if they're doing their job and support them. I mean, if they're not doing their job, and support them if they are, right? We're trying to put through a right to try healthcare bill right now. We just need somebody in legislature, any one person legislator. We already have it written to attach themselves to it. And this is going to go in the legislature. Same thing with an anti-grooming bill that Michelle Peterson and her people had put together. Just need one person in the legislature, say I'll sponsor it, and it's going to go through. These are the type of things we're working on right now. We are not waiting to fix California. We have to do it now. And I hope people appreciate that they actually have a candidate that's willing to put in the work while they're asking for their vote.
I think honestly, I'm looking at some of the comments in the chat room and the comments that people email us, and their heads blow up when they hear what's going on in California. They can't believe it. They can't believe we're so far off from what they would consider to be normal.
Right.
Crazy.
So folks, I know we have to close out here, and Bruce is going to play a wonderful song, but hey, I had a request that somebody put together something on Laura Worley's behalf, because I really feel like she's the demon slayer. And Dr. Layla Ali came through and did this for us.
Hang on, Lewis. Hang
Oh, I like it.
I'm not ready for you yet. I have to set up on the screen.
I always surprise Robert. He's dealing with it.
Yes.
So
there we are.
Right. So that's Laura Worley slaying the demon. I love it. And she is a warrior just like that. So I thought that was super cool. Thank you, Layla, for putting that together. I guess AI is good for something, isn't it?
Yeah, AI does work for some things.
Yeah.
No
so
question.
I'll have my wife send that over to Laura. I think it's wicked cool. So last words for you gentlemen. I just want to say if you want to volunteer, donate, whatever you need to do, go to hermsforcali.com. I think another donation just popped in. Let me see here. Yes, Sandra, thank you. Thank you for your donation. We appreciate that. And folks, we'll put the money to good use. We only need at this point, I think, about $10.5 million. So we're doing good. Guys, I know a lot of you want to support us at the highest level, but $39,200 is the maximum unless you're a couple. $78,400 would be the maximum for you, or we have to wait till the super PAC pops up, and maybe they'll be able to support us also indirectly, of course.
Absolutely. Yep.
So folks, that about does it for me. God bless everybody. Appreciate everybody, the admins, everybody that's working in the background, the podcasters, our guests, all the people that are going on to our brand new social media now, subscribing, clicking on the comments, because this is a We the People movement and a moment in time, I think, that will be recognized as an actual transitional period. And it truly is biblical. I'm going to leave it to you two right now. I appreciate you both. You are my brothers in arms, and you have a beautiful song to play right after that.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, Lewis. We appreciate you as well. And we're going to make this campaign happen. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, that was short and sweet.
It was.
Bruce, I mean, this is there's only certain moments in time in people's lives where you really feel like you're a part of something way bigger than you. And that's what kind of got me going, years ago when I woke up at, the day after election on 2020 and wondering what the hell just happened. But they're right now, I believe this day today, the official kind of coming out party of the Lewis Herms for Governor of California campaign. This is one of those times that we can hugely, taking a word from Trump, hugely, make a difference and an impact. And we've mentioned it all day. The social media aspect, I think, for our campaign, and we believe it's a divinely inspired situation, is totally in our control. We don't have control over a lot of things, but we do have control over myself and our actions and what we do and the things that we talk about and how we carry ourselves. So this is one of those times where we can all, put some of the maybe differences aside, some of the, drama type stuff, which is, mostly BS, and get behind, somebody who really has a true passion and a heart for we the people to be able to, getting through this primary, it'd be biblical. I mean, for somebody, an independent conservative, with essentially no name recognition to the voter electorate, the however many registered voters there are in California, unknown at this point. But by the time we're done, people are going to know who Louis Herms is, and we're going to be making a huge splash every place that we go. So I'm super grateful and excited to be a part of it. All the people that have helped out today, it's not easy putting one of these things on. And thanks to the Smitty at talk.soundaliveradio.net, all the different other streamers, everybody who's donated. We need everybody, all hands on deck. We can't sit around and wait for somebody else to do it. We have to be the ones that can put Louis in the governor mansion and make a huge change in California. So I'm excited, and we're ready for this final song for today. It's been a fun day. I'm glad that we're, it's real now for me. The campaign is real now after today.
Bruce, where do people find out more about you?
Super easy. BrucePoppy.com has all of my stuff. My YouTube channel, everything's there. There's all my social media stuff is on there. So that's the easiest way. BrucePoppy.com. It's a newer website. I still have a couple of pages to tweak out, but that's going to be the hub of everything Bruce Poppy. And my YouTube channel, it's new channel as well. It's a new experience doing more mindset, motivation, the way we think, how we can be better humans. I want my tagline on my YouTube channel is I want to help people unleash the excellence that's already inside of us, because in every single one of us, there's massive excellence just waiting to be tapped into. So we need to unleash that excellence in all areas of life: health, wealth, financial, relationships, anything that we can do to be the best people that we can be. That's how we're going to change things and go forward and get people to realize that the old way of thinking is not going to take us forward. So yeah, BrucePoppy.com is how you can get a hold of me.
Awesome. Thank you, Bruce. It was nice having you as a co-host today. You held it together when I was pulling my hair out with some of the technical issues.
I know how you are, and yeah, your brain and your heart were about to explode when things were going awry, and we pulled it off. We got it done. We made it through.
Well, this is the vision that I see for Louis's campaign, right? It's about bringing people together. It's what he did with the Truth Tour, and we were hoping at some point that would spawn off a lot of other people bringing groups together. And we get the comment all the time, "Hey, when's the next Truth Tour? When's the next Truth Tour? We'd love to get together. We'd love to get together." Well, here's something we can all get together around, right? Is building this. And I know, it's just California. You guys are so weird out there. Guys, I got to tell you, every time I hear that, you keep voting for the Democrats, that's a problem. I'm like, we don't vote for them. You don't understand. The elections are not clear. They're not clean. Certainly, there's, you don't see those people around. There's a contingent that is, but it's a very small population. California is most likely red. It was red under Reagan. What happened? When did it change? Well, it changed because they didn't want to see that again. And they started to play with the laws and gerrymander this and change that. And before you know it, we've got 4 seats in the House out of 55 in California. Yeah, that's fair. That looks like it should be, right? So this is something we can all get around, something we can all get back together. And there'll be a tour. There'll be more virtual events. I don't know if we'll do any more marathons like this, but there's a possibility in the future there will be, or shorter ones. And certainly Louis is on the air, I think 4 days a week now with shows. So there's always a way to contribute, to be part of the game. Keep in touch with Louis, HERMSforCali.com. Everything's going to be posted there. There'll be a blog, and you'll be able to see his event calendar. And maybe you want to show up to some events. Maybe you want to tell people that you know in California that they should be showing up to these events, right? Because it's by showing up that we get noticed, we get the recognition. The media doesn't cover it when 2 people show up, but they'll cover it when 200 show up or 500 show up. And that's the kind of momentum that we want to build. So we can all be part of it. And thanks to Louis for throwing his hat in the ring. Boy, it's something I could never do. So I'm really proud to see him doing this. And guys, you want to follow me? renegademedia.tv is where to go. And I have shows on the Renegade Media channel on Rumble as well. And Bruce and I do a show on Thursday called the Thursday Throwdown. And boy, oh boy, we blew the roof off it on this past Thursday show. If you haven't watched it, you can see it on Bruce's channel as well. Really, really good show. So with that, we're going to introduce the final video. It's Joe Rosati and Freedom Now and a cappella. And everyone seems to love this. So enjoy, people. Thank you so much. Lots of love to everyone. And we'll see you on the campaign trail for sure. Promise.
Final song is Freedom Now, which I wrote 2021, and then we did a music video with Nick Alvear down in Shasta. So I will give this a shot here acoustically without further ado. First song, or the lyric, this is dedicated to the kid by the side of the road, the book. I've just been a kid by the side of the road, watching the world. It's all just a show. Those we looked up to are not who they seem. They flash their symbols in a horrible scheme. We've been lied to about so many things. Television seeps poison as the mockingbird sings. We just want our freedom. We just want our freedom. We just want our freedom now, 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 now. Scripts of the movies show part of the plots. Under the surface lies plenty of rots. Many actors play TV's role. They don't deal with the devil under mind control. The leaders of black men, yes they are. They sold us out, eyes and souls as black as coal, to gain their clout. We just want freedom. We just want our freedom. We just want freedom now, 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 now. We just want our freedom. We just want our freedom. We just want our freedom now, now, no longer a slave, this human race. Explore the stars and travel space. History we learn isn't even real, and rewritten as part of the deal. Lived in a psyop, DNA dumbed down. The world's been run by the cabal, the clowns. They want us divided, yes they do. And uninformed, our morality gone. It's part of the norm. We just want our freedom. We just want our freedom. We just want our freedom now, 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 now. We just want our freedom. We just want our freedom. We just want our freedom now, 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 now. So raise your mind. Join the fight, unveil the truth, from darkness to light, where we go on, where we go on, we go on, we go on, where we go on, where we go on. We go on. All right. Thank you, guys. Lewis, wish the best to you. Anyone who wants to hear more of my music, it's all under the Truth Stream link tree, or you can go to joerosaticollective.com or go to Bandcamp and go to Joe Rosati, JoeRosati. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. And best to everything that you're doing. Amazing people involved. Take care.